Okay. Thank you all for enduring what we consider the most awkward 2 minutes of our month every month while looking at you all stare at us. It is my honor as chairman to call together our 2:30 December 5th business meeting for the Goochland County Board of Supervisors. We'll start our meeting as we always do, going to the Lord in prayer, and leading us will be Pastor Crowder from Dover Baptist Church, and then Mr. Waters, our vice chair, will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand as you're able.
Thank you, Board. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, as we gather in this esteemed Board of Supervisors meeting, we humbly come before you, acknowledging your sovereignty and wisdom. Lord, we seek your guidance and grace as we deliberate on matters that impact our community and its well-being. Grant us, O Lord, the discernment to make decisions that are just, fair, and in the best interest of all those that this board serves. Lord, may the discussions be filled with wisdom, understanding, and compassion, recognizing the diverse needs of the community. Bless each member of this board with the strength to carry out their duties with integrity, a genuine desire to serve. Lord, may they be open to differing perspectives and always striving for consensus and unity in the decisions that they make. Lord, we pray for the well-being of our community, asking for your protection over every resident and your provision for their needs. Help us to be good stewards in the resources that are entrusted to us, using them wisely for the betterment of all. Lord, instill a spirit of cooperation and collaboration that we may work together harmoniously for the greater good. And may our actions reflect justice, kindness, humility, and may we be mindful of those who are most vulnerable in our community. In times of disagreement, grant us the patience to listen and the humility to seek a common ground. Let us love and respect the foundation of the interactions, fostering an environment where constructive dialogue prevails. We lift this meeting up to you, O Lord, and we ask for your divine presence to guide us and lead us. We ask these things in your Son's holy and precious name. Amen.
Thank you. Please be seated. It is with mixed emotions that we move into the next part, where we'll be recognizing the Honorable Susan Lascalette, the Honorable Jonathan Lumpkins, and the Honorable Ken Peterson for years and years of dedicated service. So, Ms. Lascalette, if you wouldn't mind meeting the County Administrator down at the podium. And Ms. Biscayewitz, if you would please read the resolution.
Sorry. It's up there. It's the top one. Whereas Susan Lascalette was elected to the Goochland County Board of Supervisors in 2011, 2015, and again in 2019, representing District 1. Whereas during her 3 terms, Ms. Lascalette was elected by her peers to serve as chair of the Board of Supervisors in 2015 and again in 2020. Whereas Ms. Lascalette has served honorably for 12 years, providing her constituents and all the residents of Goochland County with public service marked by integrity and commitment. Whereas during her tenure, the Board of Supervisors was able to successfully refinance a large portion of the 2002 Tuckahoe Creek Service District VRA bonds in November 2012 in order to achieve debt service savings over the next 23 years. And whereas Goochland County received its first AAA credit rating from Standard & Poor's Rating Services in February 2015, and November 2018 received an initial AAA rating in its first ever attempt from Moody's Investors Service, and in October 21 received its first AAA rating from Fitch Ratings, Inc., making it the smallest county in the United States to have earned the highest credit rating from all 3 credit rating agencies. And whereas Goochland County was awarded the Taxpayer-Friendly Community Award of 2017 and was recognized as the most taxpayer-friendly in the nation by the American City County Exchange for outstanding performance on taxes, spending, and transparency. And whereas Ms. Lascalette approved her first county budget as supervisor in April 2012 for $67.6 million, and in April 2023 approved her last county budget of $141.5 million, all while keeping Goochland County at a low 53-cent real estate tax rate. And whereas under the leadership of Ms. Lascalette, the county acquired and built its first county-owned fire station, Company 6, which opened in the spring of 2017, replacing the old Company 6 fire station. And whereas Ms. Lascalette supported the issuance of $96 million in general obligation public improvement bonds, as was approved by the qualified voters of the county at the November 2, 2021 election for the financing of school projects, courts, law enforcement, and public safety projects. And whereas Ms. Lascalette was instrumental in Goochland County establishing its official boundary with Louisa County through the approval of a boundary line agreement, which resolved a decades-old issue regarding the shared border and provided hundreds of Goochland County residents the opportunity to vote in the county for local elections. And whereas Ms. Lascalette approved establishment of the Goochland High-Speed Internet Committee, and whereas Ms. Lascalette and Goochland County renewed its commitment and investment in broadband internet service across the county by implementing the 10 Steps to Broadband Internet initiatives, a new engagement by the county to address broadband needs, and through partnerships with Firefly Broadband on the Regional Internet Service Expansion Project, and also with Port 80 Internet Services. And whereas Ms. Lascalette and her peers led the county through the COVID-19 pandemic to include providing $156,000 of CARES Act funds to business through Goochland's Back to Business grant program, and in 2020 created the Goochland Business Center to support small business and industry. And whereas Ms. Lascalette approved adoption of a 2019 to 2024 Economic Development Strategic Plan and a 2023 to 2028 Tourism Strategic Plan. And whereas Ms. Lascalette and her colleagues, through an extensive search process, hired Vic Carpenter as county administrator in June of 2022. And whereas Ms. Lascalette supported numerous facility improvements, such as the Central High Cultural and Educational Complex, including the Agricultural Center, Hidden Rock Park, Sports Complex, and Space Study renovation implementation. And whereas Ms. Lascalette approved numerous studies, ordinance amendments, resolutions, plans, and policies throughout her tenure, to include a 25-year capital improvement plan, 2040 major thoroughfare plan, long-range transportation plan, rural long-range transportation plan, road service district policy, parks and recreation master plan, salary benchmark study, zoning ordinance rewrite, and adoption of the Courthouse Village Small Area Plan, to name just a few. And whereas Ms. Lascalette worked with the Goochland Sheriff's Office to fund and implement the county's public safety communication project and the construction of Goochland's new Emergency Operations and Community Communication Center and Courthouse Security Building. And whereas Ms. Lascalette supported advancing the revitalization of the old Goochland Middle School into the Central High Cultural and Educational Center, which was recognized by Virginia Commonwealth University's Wilder School of Government with an Excellence in Virginia Government Award. And whereas Ms. Lascalette and her colleagues authorized construction of a new animal shelter in July of 2017, partnering with Goochland Pet Lovers to create a much-needed new facility. And whereas Ms. Lascalette has consistently shown her commitment to enhancing public safety in Goochland County by actively supporting the Goochland County Sheriff's Office. Her efforts have primarily focused on bolstering initiatives such as augmenting salaries, expanding staffing, and procuring necessary equipment. These actions reflect her dedication to fortifying the resources and capabilities of the Sheriff's Office, thereby contributing significantly to the ongoing safety and security of the county and its citizens. And whereas Ms. Lascalette and her colleagues offered unwavering support for fire rescue, making significant increases in public safety staffing, including all county fire stations being staffed 24/7, competitive salaries for career employees, and enhanced incentives for volunteer members, multiple station renovations and improvements, fire apparatus and equipment purchases, property acquisition for 2 new fire rescue sites in West Creek and Sandy Hook, and adopted multiple emergency operation plans and the first continuity of operations plan. And whereas Ms. Lascalette regularly engaged with citizens, including holding town hall meetings for District 1 and 200-plus board meetings and public comment periods. And whereas Ms. Lascalette has spent her time and lent her talents to several boards and commissions, including the Richmond Regional Transportation Planning Organization and Plan RVA Regional Commission. And whereas Ms. Lascalette's insight, leadership, tireless commitment to our community, and presence on the Board of Supervisors will be greatly missed, and the positive impact she made in so many ways upon so many people will long be remembered and felt by the Board of Supervisors and the residents of Goochland County. Now, therefore, be it resolved on this 5th day of December that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors publicly recognizes the Honorable Susan Lascalette and extends sincerest appreciation for 12 years of exemplary public service and best wishes on her future endeavors.
Board, I move that we approve the resolution recognizing the Honorable Susan Lascalette as presented.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations and thank you. Thank you, everyone. Now we'll recognize Mr. Lumpkins. Whereas Mr. John J. Lumpkins was appointed interim Board of Supervisors in April 2018 and then was elected to serve in 2019 representing District 3. And whereas Mr. Lumpkins has served honorably as school board member representing District 3 from January 12th to May 2018, providing his constituents and all the residents of Goochland County with public service marked by integrity and commitment. And whereas Mr. Lumpkins was elected by his peers to serve as chairman of the Board of Supervisors in 2021, and whereas during Mr. Lumpkins' tenure, Goochland County received its first AAA rating from Moody's Investors Service in November 2018, and in October 21 received its initial AAA from Finch Ratings, making it the smallest county in the United States to have earned the highest rating from all 3 credit ratings. And whereas Mr. Lumpkin approved his first county budget as supervisor in April 2019 for $87.5 million, in April 23, he approved his latest county budget of $141.5 million, all while keeping Goochland at a low 53-cent real estate tax rate. And where Mr. Lumpkin supported the issuance of $96 million in general obligation public bond improvements and was approved by the qualified voters of the county at the November 2nd, 2021 election for the financing of school projects, courts, law enforcement, and public safety projects. And whereas Mr. Lumpkins was instrumental in Goochland County establishing its official boundary with Louisa County through the approval of the boundary line agreement, which resolved decades-old issue regarding the shared border and provided hundreds of Goochland County residents the opportunity to vote in the county for which the local elections resided. And whereas Mr. Lumpkins and Goochland County renewed its commitment and investment in broadband internet service across the county by implementing a 10-step to broadband internet initiative, a new engagement by the county to address broadband needs, and through partnership with fiber broadband and regional internet service expansion project, and also with Port 80 internet services. And whereas Mr. Lumpkins and his colleagues led the county through the COVID-19 pandemic to include providing $156,000 of CARES Act funds to businesses throughout Goochland's Back to Business grant program, and in 2020 created the Goochland Business Center to support small businesses and industry. Whereas Mr. Lumpkins approved adoption of the 2019 to 24 Economic Development Strategic Plan and the 2023 to 28 Tourism Strategic Plan. And whereas Mr. Lumpkins and his colleagues, through the extensive search process, hired Vic Carpenter as County Administrator in June 2022. And whereas Mr. Lumpkins approved numerous park and facility improvements such as Phase 1 of the skate park renovation, NAPA field replacement at Central High Complex ball field rehab, Tucker Park pedestrian bridge, Goochland Sports Complex and Central High Complex gymnasium renovations, Reynolds Recreation Amity renovation, Goochland County Agricultural Fair, and Night at Tucker concert series. And whereas Mr. Lumpkins has approved numerous studies, ordinances, amendments, resolutions, plans, and policies throughout his tenure to include a 25-year capital improvement plan, 2040 major thoroughfare plan, long-range transportation plan, rural long-range transportation plan, road service district policy, parks and rec master plan, salary benchmark study, zoning ordinance rewrites, and adoption of the courthouse village plan area, just to name a few. And whereas Mr. Lumpkins has consistently shown his commitment to enhancing public safety in Goochland County by actively supporting the Goochland County Sheriff's Office, his efforts have primarily focused on bolstering initiatives such as augmenting salaries, expanding staffing, and procuring necessary equipment. These actions reflect his dedication to fortifying the resources and capabilities of the Sheriff's Office, thereby contributing significantly to the ongoing safety and security of the county and its citizens. And whereas Mr. Lumpkins and his colleagues offered unwavering support of our fire and rescue, making significant increases in public safety staffing, including all county stations being staffed 24 hours, 7 days a week, competitive salaries for career employees, and enhanced incentives for volunteer members, multiple station renovations and improvements, fire apparatus and equipment purchases, property acquisition for the 2 fire rescue stations at West Creek and Sandy Hook, adopted multiple emergency operations plans in the first continuity of operations plan. And whereas Mr. Lumpkins has spent time and lent his talents to serve on the Richmond Regional Transportation Planning Organization, and whereas Mr. Lumpkins regularly engaged with citizens, including holding town hall meetings for District 3 and over 130 board meetings and public comment periods. Whereas Mr. Lumpkins' insight, leadership, tireless commitment to our community, and presence on the Board of Supervisors will be greatly missed. His caring nature and positive impact he has made in so many ways upon the many people will long be remembered and felt by the Board of Supervisors and the residents of Goochland County. Now, therefore, be resolved on this 5th day of December that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors publicly recognize the Honorable John Lumpkins, Jr., and extends sincerest appreciation for his 5 years of exemplary public service and offers him the best wishes in his new role as Commonwealth's Attorney of Goochland County. Board, I move that we approve the resolution recognizing the Honorable John J. Lumpkins.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Lumpkins. Man of the hour.
Mr. Chairman, whereas Ken Peterson was elected to the Goochland County Board of Supervisors in 2011, 2015, and again in 2019, representing District 5, and whereas during his 3 terms, Mr. Peterson was elected by his peers to serve as Chairman of the Board of Supervisors in 2013 and again in 2018, and whereas Mr. Peterson has served honorably for 12 years, providing his constituents and all the residents of Goochland County with public service marked by integrity and commitment. And whereas during his tenure, the Board of Supervisors were able to successfully refinance a large portion of the 2002 Tuckahoe Creek Service District VRA bonds in November 2012 in order to achieve debt service savings over the next 23 years. And whereas Goochland County received its first AAA credit rating from S&P Rating Services in February 2015, in November 2018 received an initial AAA rating in its first ever attempt from Moody's Investor Services, and in October 2021 received its first AAA rating from Fitch Ratings, Inc., making it the smallest county in the United States to have earned the highest rating from all 3 credit rating agencies. And whereas Goochland County was awarded the Taxpayer Friendly Community Award of 2017 and was recognized as the most taxpayer-friendly in the nation by the American City County Exchange for outstanding performance on taxes, spending, and transparency. And whereas Mr. Peterson approved his first county budget as supervisor in April 2012 of $67.6 million, and in April 2023 approved his last county budget of $141.5 million, all while keeping Goochland County at a low 53 cents real estate tax rate. And whereas under the leadership of Mr. Peterson, the county acquired and built its first county-owned fire station, Company 6, which opened in the spring of 2017, replacing the old Company 6 fire station. And whereas Mr. Peterson supported the issuance of $96 million in general obligation public improvement bonds, as was approved by the qualified voters of the county at the November 2nd, 2021 election for the financing of school projects, courts, law enforcement, and public safety projects. And whereas Mr. Peterson was instrumental in Goochland County establishing its official boundary with Louisa County through the approval of a boundary line agreement, which resolved a decades-old issue regarding the shared border and provided hundreds of Goochland County residents the opportunity to vote in the county for local elections. And whereas Mr. Peterson approved establishment of the Goochland High-Speed Internet Committee. And whereas Mr. Peterson and Goochland County renewed its commitment and investment in broadband internet service across the county by implementing the 10 Steps to Broadband Internet initiatives, a new engagement by the county to address broadband needs, and through partnerships with Firefly Fiber Broadband on the Regional Internet Service Expansion Project, and also with Port 80 Internet Services. And whereas Mr. Peterson and his peers led the county through the COVID-19 pandemic to include providing $156,000 of CARES Act funds to businesses throughout Goochland's Back to Business grant program, and in 2020 created the Goochland Business Center to support small business and industry. And whereas Mr. Peterson approved adoption of a 2019 to 2024 Economic Development Strategic Plan and a 2023 to 2028 Tourism Strategic Plan. And whereas Mr. Peterson and his colleagues, through an extensive search process, hired Victor Vic Carpenter as county administrator in June 2022. And whereas Mr. Peterson worked with the Goochland County Sheriff's Office to fund and implement the county's public safety communication project and the construction of Goochland's new Emergency Operations and Communication Center and Courthouse Security Building. And whereas Mr. Peterson has consistently shown his commitment to enhancing public safety in Goochland County by actively supporting the Goochland County Sheriff's Office, his efforts have primarily focused on bolstering initiatives such as augmenting salaries, expanding staffing, and procuring necessary equipment. These actions reflect his dedication to fortifying the resources and capabilities of the Sheriff's Office, thereby contributing significantly to the ongoing safety and security of the county and its citizens. And whereas Mr. Peterson and his colleagues offered unwavering support for fire and rescue, making significant increases in public safety staffing, including all county fire stations being staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, competitive salaries for career employees, and enhanced initiatives for volunteer members, multiple station renovations and improvements, fire apparatus and equipment purchases, property acquisition for 2 new fire rescue stations sites in West Creek and Sandy Hook, and adopted multiple emergency operation plans and the first continuity of operations plan. And whereas Mr. Peterson and his colleagues authorized construction of a new animal shelter in July 2017, partnering with Goochland Pet Lovers to create a much-needed new facility. And whereas Mr. Peterson approved several new park and facility improvements to include Leaks Mill Park, Tucker Park, Central High Cultural and Educational Complex, including the Agricultural Center, Matthews Park, Hidden Rock Park, and Sports Complex, and Space Study renovation implementation, Napa Field replacement, Central High Complex ball field rehab, Tucker Park pedestrian bridge, Goochland Sports Complex, and Central High Complex gymnasium renovations, Reynolds Recreation amenity renovation, Goochland County Agricultural Fair, and Night at Tucker Concert Series, Ken, you only have to glow for about a minute more. And whereas Mr. Peterson regularly engaged with citizens, including holding town hall meetings for District 5 and 200-plus board meetings and public comment periods. And whereas Mr. Peterson demonstrated leadership in managing the county's financial resources through his service on the county's Audit and Finance Committee, and during his tenure, Goochland County was recognized with a Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for the years 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, and was recognized by the Government Finance Officers Association for distinguished budget presentation for years 2014, 2015, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022. And whereas Mr. Peterson approved numerous studies, ordinance amendments, resolutions, plans, and policies throughout his tenure to include a 25-year capital improvement plan, 2040 major thoroughfare plan, long-range transportation plan, rural long-range transportation plan, road service district policy, parks and recreation master plan, salary benchmark study, zoning ordinance rewrite, and adoption of the Courthouse Village Small Area Plan, to name just a few. That was a lot. And whereas Mr. Peterson spent his time and lent his talents to numerous boards and commissions, to include the Board of Supervisors Audit and Finance Committee and the Richmond Regional Planning District Commission. And whereas Mr. Peterson's insight, leadership, tireless commitment to our community, and presence on the Board of Supervisors will be greatly missed. His caring nature and the positive impact he made in so many ways upon so many people will long be remembered and felt by the Board of Supervisors and the residents of Goochland County, Virginia. Now, therefore, be it resolved on this 5th day of December that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors publicly recognizes the Honorable Ken Peterson and extends sincerest appreciation for 12 years of exemplary public service and best wishes on his future endeavors. Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of this resolution.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries. Congratulations, Mr. Peterson. Thank you. As you take your seats back on the dais for one last time, I would like to invite Sheriff Creasy forward to say a few words.
Good afternoon, Board. I'll tell you, I do have some mixed emotions here, without a doubt. But I just wanted to come before you to mainly single out the three that are leaving this board. From a citizen of Goochland County and as the sheriff, I really do appreciate everything you've done since you took office. It shows throughout this county and beyond, believe me. It really does. And just as you can see in the background here, we have a lot of people from the sheriff's office. We have deputies, we have dispatchers here, and we just wanted to come just to do a quick presentation, short and quick, just a small token of our appreciation for everything that you've done, because we cannot do what we have done the past 4 years and even before then without each one of you and your complete support. It's been amazing. It's been a great ride serving with y'all. So these awards are going to be presented to, and I'll just read it, with our greatest appreciation presented to Susan Lascalette, John Lumpkins, and Ken Peterson, in recognition of your steadfast commitment to public safety of Goochland County. Thank you from Sheriff Stephen Ned Creasy in the Goochland County Sheriff's Office. So thank you very much. And John, I know you have a new job, so Ken, Susan, we're hiring deputies.
As they're taking the picture, I'll go ahead and give my comments now, and then I'm going to actually give an opportunity for each of our outgoing board members to say something. First off, I would like to congratulate all of the candidates who participated this year in the elections. It takes a lot to put yourself out there and run for office. So I look forward to working with those newly elected individuals in all offices, and just very much looking forward to that. The citizens of Goochland County have spoken loudly, and it's our job now to carry through on those commitments that we made as we were campaigning. I do want to say something about this board as they're taking their seats. You know, I've worked on teams my entire life. I've never been a great individual contributor. I really value collaboration and the ability for people to get together and come up with great ideas collaboratively. I could say this was one of the best teams I have ever worked with. Mr. Sharp and I came into an idyllic situation. We came into a great budget. We came into a great team with amazing experience, and this board welcomed us wholeheartely. Do also want to recognize Mr. Sharp's tenure on this board, and Mr. Vaughters stepping up to fill those large shoes and do it very admirably, and carried, I think, Don's mission going forward. So thank you. Thank you for the selflessness, even electing Charlie and I to be chair, to have opportunities that we normally wouldn't, so that, as you have done for the last 8 to 12 years, have put this county first, put egos aside. We've worked together well, disagreed, didn't always have 5-0 votes, but we got the job done for the citizens. And what I really appreciate about this board is we never did the easy thing. We did the hard. There were often times where we could have done the easy thing that may not have been the 100% right thing, but this board, through your leadership, showed us how to do the right thing. So I just thank you for that. And I'm going to miss you all very much, but I look forward to the new board coming on and the next chapter of Goochland County and where we will go into the future. And with that, Ms. Lasklad, if you'd like to say a few words, we'll start off with you.
See if I can do this without choking up here. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this point of personal privilege. New term you just learned the other day, right? Yeah, very good. And I'll keep my comments to 3 minutes or less in honor of all the citizens that we make you do the same thing. So I just remember November the 8th, 2011, when our entire team won, and the exhilaration of that night and how excited we were. And then it didn't take very long to go, we won. Now what are we going to do, right? How do we do this? And fortunately, we had great mentors. We had Ned Creasy, Becky Dixon, Lisa Biskowitz, who always had our back and always watched out for us, and all the staff. But we had a board that was looking to fill the mandate that the citizens had given us. And there was no ego involved, as Neil, what's your name, Neil? As Neil said, we just work for the common good. This 12 years has given me a great appreciation for the diversity and the beauty of this county, and the diversity and the beauty of the people in this county. I've made a lot of great friends. I've met people that I didn't agree with, and probably still don't to this day, but I've learned from you. I've learned from every single person. The staff has been wonderful. They've always tried to help us out. I'd like to thank the rest of the board as well. You've been colleagues, been friends, mentors to me, and especially Ken. Ken's been around since I started, right? So almost 12 years. He's got 3 more weeks. If he can still maintain for 3 more weeks, we will have a good 12-year run here. It's been my personal joy to support the priorities of this county, public safety and education. And I think we've shown that over and over and over again in the thousands of decisions and hundreds of processes that we've gone through to support what this community says they want. And I believe we have worked towards being the kind of community that our citizens want it to be. And that's been a great joy to me. So it's time for a new board. It's time for a new generation to take over. And I truly appreciate the opportunity to serve you. Thank you.
Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I promise there's no whereases in this. As my service on this board draws to a close, it's probably the right time to pause and thank those that helped us out along the way. I want to thank the citizens of Goochland County, first of all, for putting their trust and faith in me, that I would take the job seriously, give it 100%, and do a good job, at least to the best of my ability. I also want to thank my colleagues for their support along the way, and county staff for everything they've done to make us look good up here, put their trust and faith in us as well. And you know, maybe we didn't change the whole world, but I think we did manage to change our corner of it for the better. 12 years ago, the citizens of Goochland decided change was in order, and they asked 10 citizens with no political experience and no political ambitions to step forward as citizen legislators to serve on the Board of Supervisors and School Board and change things for the better in Goochland. And now history turns a page. This month, after fulfilling their commitment and accomplishing their mission, all of the last remaining original members of both boards will exercise self-imposed term limits and leave office voluntarily after less than 12 years in office. So balanced budgets and voluntary term limits are possible. Now, as we depart, I share the other sentiments and want to remember those that served with us but that have passed away, particularly Supervisors Ned Creasy, Supervisor Don Sharp, and County Administrator Becky Dixon. They were so instrumental in taking this county from where it was to where it is and where it could be, and I just wanted to honor their memory. There's a few things, if I have to be honest, there's a few things about this job I will not miss, and I won't mention those. But there are a few things I will miss, and what I will miss most is the people and the relationships that we've established over the years, because we've worked some very long days during some very, very short years that seem to just fly by. It's amazing how that works. Long days turn into short years. But during that journey, we've made history in several respects. We've set very high standards, and I think we've inspired others by demonstrating the art of the possible. If we can do it, then perhaps others can. Now, I want to wish the newly elected team all the best in the world as they take Goochland to the next level, levels that we were not able to achieve during our term. I'm sure they will continue to make us all feel blessed to call Goochland home, because I sure do. Goochland truly is a special place. Last but not least, I want to thank the First Lady of District 5, my lovely wife, Joan. For graciously sharing me with the county and for her unwavering support. You know, when I come home from a really tough meeting and I'm feeling pretty down and pretty low, she lifts me back up. And if I come home from a particularly good meeting, feeling pretty good about myself, she takes me right on back down, right back down to earth where I belong. And I could not have done it without you, sweetheart. Thank you. Thank you for always being there. So one last time, thank you, Goochland County. It has been a true honor and a distinct pleasure to serve you and the people of this county. Good luck to the new team, and may God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Lumpkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really don't need to repeat the sentiments, but I feel the same way. 12, and I had a little different perspective. I've been here since the Goochland Revolution, 12 years, but of course I started on the school board. But I remember it like yesterday. It's been a quick 12 years with some long days. And of course, thank you, Susan and Ken and Manny Alvarez and Bob Minnick, for back in early 2018 when Ned Creasy unfortunately passed, for appointing me and giving me a chance to join you. And it's been quite a privilege and an honor ever since then. And I wish the best to the new school board. I left that with fond memories of joining you all. We worked so well together. We set the example literally for all the counties and cities in the Commonwealth, the way we worked together when I joined on the school board and then joining you all. It's been a privilege to serve alongside all of you. Thank you for this resolution, and thank you, Sheriff, for the recognition. Goochland is a special place. It really is, and I see that all the time. I had the chance to meet with Judge Sanner this morning. He was in court, and I had a chance to go talk to him. And he sits in other jurisdictions, and I hear that with regional folks. I hear that often that they know they can compare Goochland to other places. They know about Goochland, and he shared the sentiment with me that I hear from so many people, that Goochland really is a special place. And I've had a chance to observe it from this perch, and it really is. It's such an honor to have been here and serving with you guys, and likewise I wish the best to the newly elected. I look forward to working with you from my position as Commonwealth's attorney. Good things are ahead, and we've done a lot of good things in the last 12 years. And again, thank you all.
Okay, thank you all so very much for everything. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to our county administrator for his comments.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I would be remiss if I did not throw in my thoughts as well. My heartfelt thanks to all of you, but certainly the 3 board members for the honor you bestowed upon me by allowing me the privilege of serving as your county administrator through this time. And I will always be here when you feel compelled to make that phone call because someone reaches out to you still. I'll still be here to take those calls and to get it to the heart of whatever the issue is that led you to being called, so you can pass it off with good faith and sleeping well that night. Moving on from there, a few items for the board. I wish to kind of close circle. At our last meeting, a citizen requested a follow-up on issue of traffic in Reed Marsh, those related to the construction of new homes. The question whether staff and the board had the correct information in front of them, and the answer to that is yes. Among other data, staff considered the impact of new construction and traffic, as well as traffic analysis studies commissioned for the project. Residents of Reed Marsh were in attendance at that meeting as well. As to whether that decision would be reconsidered, the Board of Supervisors approved a plan weighing all the information doing so at its August 2021 meeting. It was a publicly made decision. It was broadcast and live streamed, and following the meeting, the decision was communicated to print, online, and social media, as is our norm. So the matter is closed. Other items coming up, well, actually, we had this past Friday, those of you who were in attendance at our Christmas tree lighting. Once again, it's just an amazing example of who Goochland is and what Goochland is as a community. If you missed it this year, please come next year. We had a standing room only because everybody's standing, and it was an amazing event. Coming up this week, we have Santa Calling. We've got over 110 kids are going to get a phone call from Santa. If you have children that have not had that day, it's an amazing thing to call and talk to a child and be Santa Claus to them. Yet another example of why we're special and why we're different here. And then finally, members of the board, our holiday schedule is we'll be closing at noon on Friday, the 22nd of December, and Christmas Day itself, but we'll be reopened to the public on the 26th of December, and all garbage convenience centers will also be open on December 26th, which is the busiest garbage day of the year, as you can imagine. So we will be open for business. And Mr. Chairman, that's my report.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Well, Board, as you can see, and have you seen from our agenda, we're not letting you off lightly on your last meeting. We have 11 public hearings and a lot of items. But are there any requests to postpone agenda items and additions, deletions, or changes in the order of presentation?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lumpkins.
Yeah, I would like the board to consider moving item number 10 in our public hearing in the evening session. Item 10 is an amendment to a zoning ordinance and an amendment to a subdivision ordinance regarding access management in part. I ask that be moved to the first item on our evening agenda.
For the public hearings.
Tonight's public hearings, yeah,
Yes.
starting
Okay, so moving item 10 under public hearings to 1.
item number 1
Okay.
in the public hearings tonight.
Thank you.
After citizen comment period.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lumpkins. Any other changes being requested? Okay, do I have a second?
Yeah, second.
Second, first. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, so we've got that changed. Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins. At this time, I will open up the citizen comment period. This is for folks to come and address the board on issues that are not on our agenda this evening, please come to the microphone, give us your name, your address, and if you'd please try to limit your comments to 3 minutes. At this time, I'll open the citizen comment period.
I think I'm on, right? Am I on? Okay, all right, okay, great. Linda Moore, 2164 Prophet Road, Sabbath, Virginia. I had to end on a big, in a big way. The Susan Lasalette and Ken Peterson, the 12 years, have acted as a mentor to many of a citizen to how to come and speak to you in a way in which we're not at each other's throats. I appreciate the numerous amount of hours that have been given to me to help me work through how to properly give that information to the citizens. It's not easy a job for you all to be thrown into a situation where citizens are really overwhelmingly protective of where they live and what's going on in their county. But you have managed to talk to us in a way that reassures us that you have our backs. And that is a rare thing in today's environment that I hope, and I haven't bothered you too much, and I apologize to your spouses when I do call. Sometimes I am long-winded, very long-winded. But through it, once I do talk to you, I usually follow up with what I said I promised to do during that conversations. And I appreciate the emergency medical dispatchers, which was my baby as far as I was concerned. It took an awful long time to get there, but you all listened to me, and you all, as I paraded many of my neighbors in front of you month after month after month, if all anything, I am persistent, as Mr. Hargrove, Delegate Hargrove used to say. I was the most persistent person he ever knew. And I think persistent means probably pesty. You have a beautiful life. I thank you for all that you've done, over the years. And we've got a great lineup to take over. The team is in good shape. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Good afternoon, Board. It would not be a Board of Supervisors meeting without an agricultural update, and I don't want to disappoint. I do have other comments, but time management is something I'm working on, so with 3 minutes or less, I'm going to address agricultural right now, but I will have comments at 6 o'clock because I do so appreciate what you folks have done these last years on behalf of the county. I haven't introduced myself. I'm Jonathan Lau, 1521 Mannequin Road. I'm chairman of the Monacan Soil and Water Conservation District and a Farm Bureau director. My comments are my own. Just this morning, I came back from the State Conservation Directors Conference down in Norfolk. We heard from the Secretary of Natural Resources and the Secretary of Agriculture. There are things under development so far as the state budget is concerned that will have an impact on Goochland County so far as agriculture is concerned. One, the State Association has its legislative agenda, and it is requesting that the General Assembly consider dedicated funding for some of the agricultural natural resources efforts. Right now, much of the funding is done through budget surpluses, and unlike Goochland, the state does not always have budget surpluses. So there is a real give and take or uncertainty as to how some of the BMPs are going to be funded. The cost share best management practices was fully funded at $485 million in the last biennium. Governor Youngkin is working on his current budget. The commitment we heard from both secretariats was that the governor continues to be committed to agriculture as well as conservation. So there is an expectation we'll see a continued commitment to the agricultural and conservation communities. There is a request from the association for increased operational funding, and that's important to Goochland and Powhatan because you have been generous in supporting Monacan District. And part of it is because we're something of an unfunded mandate. We do not receive the adequate funding that the operations of the district requires from the state. We appreciate that you have stepped up and helped us with that. We'll see how that turns out. I also will repeat that there is a one-time financial request from the association that we address the double-horned water chestnut, which is an invasive species that is starting to make its presence known here in the Commonwealth. The Latin name is Trappa bispinosa, and so I'm going to call it the double-horned water chestnut, which creates a big mat across ponds and just really does affect. So we're looking for one-time support from the Commonwealth for that. Monacan District is also continuing to work with the Capital Region Land Conservancy. In my understanding, I don't get the Times Dispatch, but there was a large article on Powhatan County and what it's doing with its agricultural forest regions. That's something that is allowing, I guess we'll say, rural enhancement to continue. But what we are doing with Capital Region Land Conservancy is working with landowners who want to put their land into conservation easements. We've done 3 so far, all in Powhatan, but we are getting inquiries from landowners saying, how can we put our land into conservation easement, which would in perpetuity keep Goochland rural. So thank you very much. I will come back at 6 o'clock and really do share some heartfelt appreciation with you folks. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lyle.
Good evening, Board, Ms. McGee and Ms. Piskewicz. Manny Alvarez, 2960 Willow Trace Lane. I couldn't stay away today because I wanted to thank you, Ken, John, and Susan, for your partnership over the last 12 years. I know I've been gone for a few years now, but I was honored to work with you. I think I agree that we made a perfect team. When we first got elected, it was kind of like drinking from a fire hose. We were able, because we were all 5 new, we were able to meet prior to being appointed or sworn in and plan our next year or so. We didn't agree on all the immediate priorities, but there was one immediate priority, which was fixing the problem with Tuckahoe Creek. And we did that. And in the meantime, it didn't mean we didn't work on the others. We created an agricultural committee. We created the broadband committee. And it was just what they say about doing what you like and it's not work, and that's the way it was. Yeah, there were issues. We had a couple of hearings that were very difficult. We were here until 2 o'clock in the morning one Tuesday night. But overall, it was great. And I think one of the greatest things was, I think, getting the AAA ratings, setting a bar for the future. If those ratings start becoming suspect, the people will know. Today, and even tonight, you're not stopping because the changes to the financial policy that are proposed, that will be coming up, are terrific. And I also thank you for, one of my other goals was to get a fire station in District 2. And tonight, you guys are approving money to continue what's there, which has been terrific, having them so close to us in Sandy Hook. So thank you again. If you need to figure out what to do on your free time, let me know. I'm the chair of the Goochland 250 Celebration Commission, and I could use a lot of help, as well as Goochland Cares Board. So come on down. You don't have to be bored during your off time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing no one, we'll close the citizen comment period. All right, Board, our next item on our agenda is to approval of our meeting minutes. The regular meeting of November 1st, 2023 at 2 p.m. meeting. Hopefully you've had a chance to review them. Entertain a motion.
Chairman, I move that we approve the meeting minutes as presented in the packet.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, we'll move into our reports section of the afternoon. Up first, our partners at VDOT. I thought I saw Mr. Come on up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Carpenter, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Mark Harlow. I'll be giving the report today for VDOT. Hopefully you guys got the chance to review our report this past month. We completed 225 work orders. We had 8 emergency call-outs. We finished our first cycle of primary mow. Our final, not our first, our final cycle. And we conducted a observation at Mannequin Road and 250 today, this morning, early. We had some concerns about the light staying green on 250 and not letting people out on Mannequin Road. There were observations of all ways. They focused on the southbound coming off of Mannequin, where the concern was, and nothing was seen to be working improperly. So everything seems to be working. They said they would periodically check, maybe later in the afternoon, to see if it was working. If we do find something, we'll let you guys know. That's about all I have, other than thanks for working with you guys that are leaving, and look forward to the new board members coming aboard. Hopefully we'll have the same working relationship we did with you fellas and Ms. Lascolette. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Arlo. Any questions for Mr. Arlo this time? Do you have, just for so the public, do you have any update on the roundabout right here and its actual official completion?
I know that they were waiting on some things in the back of the report here. They're waiting on the lighting, something to do with the fuse. They're waiting for the contractor to do that. And once that's done, I think they can move forward. So I'll get you a date.
Do you know if all the irrigation issues and with the flooding of the service station there have been addressed?
I know that they did do some upgrades through there. Now, whether they're all complete or not, I do not know, but I will find out and let you guys know.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda, we have Deputy HR Director Michelle Sutton.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Carpenter. My name is Michelle Sutton. I'm the Human Resources Manager for Goochland County. And on behalf of County Administration, I'm pleased to announce 4 new hires for the month of November for the following departments. If the new hires are here, I would ask that you stand when I read your name. The following departments we hired for were Circuit Court Clerk's Office, County Assessor's Office, Finance Department, and Fire and Rescue. Tiffany Robertson. Tiffany Robertson began working for Goochland County Circuit Court Clerk's Office on November 1st as a Deputy Clerk 1. Ms. Robertson most recently worked for the Office of Attorney General of Virginia, where she provided administrative support for over 4 years. Thank you. Mr. Robinson? Thank you. On November 1st, Mr. Robinson joined the County Administrator's Office as a Real Estate Appraiser 4. He comes to Goochland County from Hanover County, where he worked as a senior appraiser for over 6 years. Mr. Robinson brings a wealth of appraisal, valuation, and assessment knowledge to Goochland County. On November 16th, Janet Fontenot, she was here earlier. I think she may have stepped out. November 16th, Janet Fontenot joined the Goochland Finance Department as an accounting analyst. Ms. Fontenot worked for the Goochland Treasurer's Office for over 8 years as a Deputy Treasurer 3. Ms. Fontenot performed financial activities related to monies flowing into Goochland County. Lastly, Sava Sidorov joined the Fire and Rescue Department as a firefighter EMS on November 1st. Mr. Sidorov began serving as a 12B combat engineer in the Armed Forces in 2019 and continues to serve our country. I would like to thank Mr. Sidorov for his service. Please join us in welcoming our new staff. Thank you. And I would just like to say to Ms. Lascolette, Mr. Peterson, and Mr. Lumpkins, thank you so much for your service and your support throughout the years.
Thank you, Ms. Sutton. Okay, next up, we have our Fire and Rescue.
So good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the conditions had gotten very dry, low humidity, as well as breezy, warm conditions, and we felt the need to go ahead and place a burn ban in effect. Thankfully, that was short-lived, and we got plenty of rain, or at least enough rain to lift the burn ban. We certainly do need more rain to address the drought in the area, but from a fire potential, conditions greatly improved. As the cooler weather approaches, so is the holiday season. I just want to remind everyone for fire safety, please have your heating systems checked. If you burn wood, make sure your chimney has been cleaned and inspected. And certainly, if you do burn wood and you take up ashes, just remember that ashes in a compacted way can hold heat for weeks after they're taken up. And we've already had one fire this year. Fortunately, it was not a structure fire, where ashes had been cold for days that actually kicked up in the warm, breezy conditions and set the field on fire and the woods on fire. So ashes certainly hold heat for long periods of times when they're condensed and compacted. Think about the animals. I know we are an agricultural community. We also enjoy our pets. Heat lamps. We just remind everyone to please be careful with heat lamps in barns and around flammable materials and straw and hay and that type of thing. We don't like to see fires started by heat lamps, and particularly when we lose animals and pets in that situation. Certainly, Christmas trees and holiday decorations. People tend to focus on fires that are started by Christmas trees, but honestly, NFPA says about 170 average house fires are caused by Christmas trees, but about 800 house fires are caused by holiday decorations, not just Christmas trees. Make sure that you have a working smoke alarm in your residence. If you need one, let us know. We have those at no cost at Fire Rescue. You can call 804-556-5304. And certainly, not just a smoke alarm, but if you burn fossil fuels and that type of thing, to heat your home, you need a carbon monoxide detector as well. Fire rescue has been busy. Our call volume is sort of flat compared to last year. We thank goodness and hope we don't have those large weather generator that generates hundreds of calls in a weekend in 2023. But what I can tell you is up our ambulance transports. In 2022, we did 2,253 ambulance transports. Today, we're at 2,229, and last year, the same time, we were at 2,086. So the ambulance transports obviously are on a rise, and that takes the unit out of the county and our staff away from their first due district and getting back in. I know the board always likes to know about holiday activities going on in the fire stations. There was a Santa breakfast last Saturday morning at Company 4 that was well attended, and look forward to December the 16th. There's a Santa breakfast at Company 5 and also one at Company 6, and you can see our websites for that. Santa runs are being planned out, and we have the dates for most of the Santa runs where we come into the communities with Santa Claus on the fire engine for the children, and we'll make sure that all of that is posted on our social media sites so that everyone certainly can be aware of that. And with that, I'm just going to say, like others have, how appreciative I am and how appreciative Fire Rescue is for Ms. Lascolette, Mr. Peterson's, and Mr. Lumpkin's service to the Board of Supervisors. The only thing that comes to mind, many things come to mind, but the thing that I think comes to mind is dedication and commitment. And that's what you all have shown, not just to public safety, but all the business in the county and, of course, this whole board. And certainly want to thank you for that and everything that you've done for Goochland County. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions at this time? Okay.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Chief.
Take care.
All right, next on our agenda for reports, we have our Registrar and Electoral Board representative. I see Mr. Mulligan and Chair Johnson.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. With me today, I have the Chair of the Electoral Board, Pamela Johnson, and Vice Chair Bob Walker. And we would just like to say that we have another successful election under our belt. 12,884 of our 22,328 registered voters turned out to have their voices heard for the November 7th election. That's about a 58% turnout. It would take me some time to go through all the results, and I know time is short, so most were unopposed anyway, but there were quite a few shakeups with a new Commonwealth's attorney, as you know, 3 new Board of Supervisors members out of 5, and 4 new school board members out of 5. So lots of changes. It went pretty smoothly, very few issues throughout the day. We did have some long lines at one of our precincts, precinct 402 Centerville, which is the one with 3,980-ish voters. So that's just more a sign that something really has to be done about that precinct before the presidential election next year. On election day, we were at 3,980, and we're growing fast, so I'm sure we're above that, above that now. Other than that, the only real issues were some pretty unacceptable behaviors by some candidates on election day and the day before while setting up signs and tents and stuff. It just was not a good look for Goochland County, and unfortunately it may cause a certain polling place to not want to be a polling place anymore. I hope that's not the case, but that is a possibility. So yeah, I just hope some corrective action is taken there. Other than that, preparations are already underway for our next election. Absentee voting begins January 19th for the March presidential primary, if you can believe it, and that's the first out of 3 elections next year, ending with the big one, the presidential election in next November. And that's all I have for you. Thanks for the time. Any questions for me? Or them?
Not seeing anything. Thank you for all your hard work
Thank you.
and everything you went through. Okay, Board, the next few reports, the Planning and Development Activity Report, the AP report, and the December 5th Broadband Report are in your packet. We will have a much more in-depth discussion of broadband here in the new business section. We are limited on time, but I do want to open it up for any of our individual board reports.
I'll just say I'll represent us at the last TPO meeting this Thursday.
Thank you so much for doing that.
Yep, if there's anything out of that, I'll pass it along, but don't expect anything.
Okay. Mr. Peterson.
Yep, Mr. Chair, the Finance and Audit Committee met immediately prior to this meeting, and there'll be, looks like about 3 items on this board's agenda today that we'll cover that we talked about during our meeting. One is the annual consolidated financial report, and we have our auditor, PB Mayers, in the House, and they'll present that to the board. Another one was on the consent agenda is some amendments to the financial management policies for the county, and those come forward with a positive recommendation from the committee. And the last but not least is the first quarter of FY24's quarterly financial projections, and that'll be covered under item 12, new business, and that'll be presented by our Director of Finance, Carla Cave. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Just very quickly, we had our CVTA meeting where there's going to be a significant amount of turnover when you work on these regional boards and folks move away. But I did want to take a second to call out specifically a great friend of mine, Patricia Page, supervisor in New Kent County, who passed away after a long, very difficult battle with cancer. She was a force to be reckoned with, and she got to see the shovel go in the ground for 64 widening through New Kent County. So our prayers go to her family and to their county, and she will be very missed at the CVTA. And the TPO, and I think Plan RV alternate too.
Unmatched determination.
Yes.
And quite, I think you said, an ally of ours and an ally in the region.
And a hell of a biker and a wonderful fisherman as well. I got to try some of her catfish. It was wonderful. Okay, thank you. Thanks for adding that, Mr. Lumpkins. All right, we're going to move into our consent agenda now. As always, what we'll do is we'll have Mr. Carpenter go through it, and then I'll entertain a motion to take as a slate, or we pull items out individually. Mr. Carpenter.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, we have 4 items on the consent agenda tonight. The first item, the Finance and Audit Committee has approved a series of updates to the financial management policies for the county last in August of 2020. Based on comparisons with best practices in local government and consistent with the pursuit of a strong credit rating for the county and the positive recognition for our financial reporting and budgeting, we suggested amending the 3 existing policies the following way. Number 1, we suggest the operating budget policy to better define what is meant by a balanced budget and introducing the expectation of producing structurally balanced budgets, which do not allow the use of fund balance in order to create a balanced budget. The second item is the capital improvement budget policy, looking to require the determination of the potential source of future funds necessary to engage in projects identified in the first 5 years of our 25-year CIP. The third item is the fund balance reserve policy. We propose adding a new category of fund balance, that of available fund balance, which are funds, both assigned and unassigned, available for the board to consider its use of. Finally, the fourth one is the revenue stabilization reserve, with a more detail regarding the process for accessing the reserve, as well as better definition of terms within it. Staff reviewed the amendments to these financial management policies with the Audit and Finance Committee at our meeting earlier today and recommends their approval. The next 2 items are item 1 and 2, refer to the Mosaic Section 1 and Mosaic Section 4A sidewalks. They're located outside the right-of-way and are maintained by the Homeowners Association of Mosaic. However, since the sidewalks are required by VDOT subdivision street acceptance requirements as a function of pedestrian connectivity, VDOT is requiring Goochland County enter into this agreement with them to ensure the sidewalks will be maintained in perpetuity to provide pedestrian connectivity remains strong along these roads. These sidewalks will be maintained by Mosaic HOA. And finally, item number 4 is the 2024 holiday schedule. Consistent with actions by the Board of Supervisors at its December 4th, 2012 meeting, Goochland County shall observe any holiday time designated by the governor as a holiday for the Commonwealth of Virginia. The Goochland County holiday calendar for 2024 is attached in your agenda packets. We would note that the governor has amended the calendar from time to time to include additional days. If the board continues to mirror the observance of holiday time granted to the state for county employees, then any additional time granted by the governor would also be granted to holiday staff. Mr. Chairman, those are the 4 items up for consideration.
Board, I'll open up to any questions prior to the motion if anybody want to discuss any of the items, or I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the consent agenda items, but I want to, before I finish my motion, just clarify, were the financial management policies amended from what we have in our printout? Were they amended was the recommendation that came from the audit committee, does it present amendments to what's in our package?
There are slight verbiage changes, nothing of not any substance.
I'll look to our county attorney, but I'd like to make the motion that our consent agenda be adopted as it's presented in our package with the amendments that were recommended from the Finance and Audit Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins.
And that assumes that there's a record that that we have. Okay, thank you, that's my motion.
Second. Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins, Mr. Voters. Any discussion or questions on any of these items? Ms. Lasclette?
Yeah, just one quick question, just so that we're clear. These new policies go into effect January 1, 2024. Is that, that's what I thought. Thank you. So then second.
Okay, Mr. Peterson, any commentary you want to provide?
No, I think the county administrator did a pretty good job of explaining the changes and the rationale behind them. The structurally balanced budget just matches recurring with recurring and doesn't permit non-recurring to fund recurring expenses. And defining available resources is something that the rating agencies like to see. And the CIP, funding it for the first 5 years seems like a good move. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. All right, any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the consent agenda as Mr. Lumpkins has presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, consent agenda is passed. I've got us at about an hour and 15 minutes. Do we need a break, or are we okay to go? Okay, take a break. Let's do 10 minutes, big hand on the 11. earlier, so, but. Okay, we are moving into new business. Our first order of new business is a presentation for the fiscal year 2023 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report by our friends at PB Mares.
Good afternoon. I am disappointed in how many people have left the auditorium. I assumed that they were here for the audit report. It happens to me a lot. The presentations happen, and the Boy Scouts and the Girl Scouts, and they all roll out. And they should be sticking around for this, because this is what's really important. But anyway, thank you for giving me a couple minutes here this afternoon. As we have always done in the past, we did meet with the Finance and Audit Committee before this meeting. And went through, a very high-level overview of the audit and the audit process. I'm pleased to report that you have received an unmodified opinion yet again this year, which means that's a clean opinion. That's the one that you're looking for. We also had no findings when it came to your single audit and your federal dollars that you spent. We also had no recommendations or findings when it came to internal control and compliance. So those are all wonderful things that I get to report. We also had no journal entries. We had no audit entries. Pretty unusual not to have those. Maybe not just here, but a lot of places it would be unusual not to have any audit entries. So we didn't have any of those this year. So kudos to Carla and the finance team here for that. We did implement a new standard this year. That always takes extra time. I know we were pushing up to the wire to get this finished and get in front of you here today. Hopefully the next several years we don't have any new standards coming out that will impact that, and maybe we can move this time frame up a little bit. I know in the past we've always had to have a special meeting just to get this done, but the state has changed that deadline to December 15th. So we are going to make that deadline this year without any problems. So that is fantastic. I don't have much else I really want to go over on the audit itself, but I would be remiss if I didn't jump in on the celebration of the 3 people who are retiring from the board and leaving this year. I never got to work much with Mr. Lumpkins in that Finance and Audit Committee group. Mr. Alvarez is in the audience. He is still here. I know that he and Ms. Lascalette and Mr. Peterson, we've been the audit firm for a lot of those years that you were here. And I have truly enjoyed working with you all in the audit committee capacity. There are many finance and audit committees that I present to. They have no comments, they have no questions. I present and I'm done. I can honestly say every time that I have been with your committee, you have had comments, you have had questions for clarification, for learning, for understanding. And I truly have enjoyed working with all of you all in that Finance and Audit Committee capacity. So for those who had no political aspirations and didn't know this is where you would end up, kudos to how well that you always represented yourselves in Goochland County. Some of the things that were listed in your monstrous whereases, I don't think a lot of the citizens understand how much money the county saves by having a AAA rating. The debt that you issue, the debt you go out for, those rates are lower. How difficult it is to get a AAA rating. It is not something that is handed out easily. I don't know the percentages nationwide, but it is low of how many counties and cities and authorities have a AAA rating. And that process starts at the top. It starts with the board. It starts with the county administrator. It starts with adopting new policies and procedures that make you stronger. And you have done that over the last 12 years without a doubt. And those things help the county of Goochland become better and stay where they are. So congratulations to all of you. Fantastic job. I'm supposed to be independent, but since you're on your way out, I can say that's the 3 of you. Everybody else, you got to keep working hard. But I have enjoyed working with this group in that Finance and Audit Committee. So congratulations and good luck. I will miss being able to have those meetings with you guys next year, but I do look forward to change and in the direction that you're heading. So with that, I will wrap up. Happy to answer any questions you may have on the audit itself or any comments that you'd like me to address.
Thank you, Mr. Garber. Any questions or comments? Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank
Happy
you.
holidays. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have another partner. Looks like Mr. Drumwright's going to kick it off. A presentation for Firefly Broadband. Some exciting new stuff.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Paul Drumwright, Community Affairs Manager, and just would like to thank board members who are departing for your support that you've had over the years for our broadband efforts. I couldn't let you leave without one last broadband update and a in-person update from our partners at Firefly Fiber Broadband. So I'd ask Gary Wood if you can come on up. He's going to give you an update on where we are and also talk about some new exciting opportunities we have to go.
All right, thank you. And thanks for giving me a chance to come up and give a quick update. Let me start by thanking everyone for your service who was here. As I've told my story several times, I was on the Board of Supervisors for 8 years in Nelson, and then I got off for good behavior. Y'all must not have done as well. You had to do 12. But that's work that you will never get the pay or the thank yous that you deserve. And so let me just offer a thank you from a partner who's really appreciated being here and seeing what you're doing for your citizens in terms of the broadband effort as well as everything else. You have a busy meeting, so let's run real quickly. I'm going to give you a quick update, and then I'm going to talk about this year's program, VADI grant program, and I'm going to ask you for something. So you can watch for that as we go. These are the areas that Firefly has broken the county up into in terms of our service. We have service available in the Shannon Hill area. In Rappahannock, we have an Interstate 64 crossing that we've got to complete to get to a few areas in Goochland still. We have light to the other side of 64 coming into Goochland, and we're working on the connections in that what we call copper line circuit out of Mount Hope. So those folks should be connected pretty soon. We also have the little piece where we come across from Cartersville that's in the CVC area that has service. We are working with Dominion on their middle mile program for a big part of VADI. They are actively building, and I believe they've got about 120 miles of construction on their piece of the project. They build on their lines, and then we take off from there and go down laterals and connect the ones that are close to the road where they have fiber, just with service drops. They have completed about 50 or a little over 50 miles, maybe close to 60 miles of that, and have released even more than that they're working on. They cannot lease that to us until they get final approval from the State Corporation Commission, which will probably happen in April of next year. So we're doing some things so that we can be prepared, so as soon as they can lease it, we can try to get started with some connections. So we're working in some of the areas that they're working in. Then we also have some funding from USDA for a Reconnect grant. And in that work, we've got some planning going on. We're finalizing a site for our communication hut, and then that work will take off. So working in many different areas, overhead and underground. You should see lots of vehicles around, and that'll continue for the next couple of years. On our website, we keep everything up to date as far as when we expect to make connections. We do have a little area along Payne Road and Slippery Rock that we've released for construction. That'll be underground. That'll be tied back into the CVC system. That work we expect to get done fairly quickly and have people connected before spring. The Goochland Reconnect, we're targeting getting to connections by summer. And the winter 3 square, that's one of the first areas of the Dominion Middle Mile where they've completed the work. Being able to connect really is dependent on when we get that approval from the State Corporation Commission in that area. So those are quick highlights. Now I want to talk about what that project was and what we've already done and what some opportunities are. So all of the dark blue areas here are areas that are either in the Central Virginia electric footprint, the Rappahannock electric footprint, or were part of our VADI grant or part of the Reconnect grant. Altogether, that covers over 5,000 households. We attempted with the last big body grant to get all known large unserved areas, which was mainly those western areas where there was no service of any type available. And we thought we did a pretty good job. We knew that there were a few spots where there were long driveways that Comcast did not reach because their extension policy doesn't go very far, and sometimes it can be really costly to extend. So we assumed there were a few hundred of those around the county. Last year, we did an application for a grant and didn't include Goochland because we didn't have any good information about exactly where those were, and we didn't think there were that many. This year, more information is available, and in fact, the most recent information was just posted on the federal broadband map about 2 weeks ago. The red dots you see are locations that are defined as unserved today. So all those little freckles, we've built into another project to reach all of the red ones. That doesn't necessarily reach every single unserved area. There may still be 30 or 40 that are in the really hard to reach areas, but we've come up with a plan to reach all of these. Now, if you're looking and you know Goochland County, you know that there's a lot more homes than those red dots. That's because, and I think I have a better picture here, these are those hard to reach areas. Comcast, on their most recent filing with the FCC, added about 800 to 1,000 locations in Goochland County that they no longer say they can serve, that they've been claiming service to. Those are the red dots. That's a lot of the red dots. So since they say they can't serve them and they're eligible, we're going to ask you to let us go serve them as part of this project this year, putting it in. So this is a little more of a close-up, and you can see how they're kind of spotted around in different areas. It's not every house. And I think I have one more that shows another area. I don't know if I have one with the green dots. So these are the different portions. There's the one with the green. So you can see on this one, the red dots are the ones that are unserved. The green dots are homes that have service at least 100 megabit per second download and 20 megabit per second upload, which is generally cable service. So you see that it's kind of intermingled. So when we run through there with this project, we're looking at what it costs to run fiber, pick up the unserved, and then what benefit we would get from being able to sell any service to those others. And we use that to help justify the expense because it gets pretty expensive when you're running to pick up a few that are interspersed like that. So I'm going through these fairly quickly. I'll be glad to go back and look at any particular area, but there's some larger areas where they, down in Dover and Miller area, they had claimed 90% coverage down there, and now they claim 10% coverage. So we're going back and picking those up. There's areas in a number of places that they did the same thing, and in other areas where they just added, there were maybe 2 or 3 in a mile, and now there are 10 in a mile, and that are unserved. So we're looking at we have a plan that will get to every one of these red dots again, and we're going to ask you to support it both with a letter of support and with a little bit of money. So this would take us by another 981 total locations that are unserved. It's 112 miles of fiber that would be built in the county, represents $10 million plus investment. We're going to be asking for state grants of just under $2.5 million for this, and we're going to ask the county for $250,000, which represents about $260 per passing, and gets us to the point where we will be break even if and I'm pretty transparent with our numbers, always have been. We assume that if we can get 60% of the unserved people signed up, and we get 30% of the people who have service signed up. And we've typically seen when we go into new areas, 30 to 40% if we overlap an existing cable carrier, and around 60% or a little better of people who don't have other options. So when we hit those numbers, we hit break even with this project. So we're going to ask you if you would. We realize that the board's changing. I realize I've got a couple of new folks who will be back. We're going to ask you if you'd give us a letter of support, and we've already talked to the state and asked, can we ask for contingent support? We would ask the new board early next year to decide if they want to continue. If they don't, we'll rescope and take some areas out so we can fit into the budget we have without county support. But if we can get county support, we can reach this entire area. And that really does, other than some areas that maybe you can use the state long extension program for to pick up in some really, really sparsely populated areas, this will go back and, as best we can tell, get every remaining one of those unserved areas. And we were surprised it was this high. As I say, that the information that Comcast reported to the FCC in June was released to the public the 14th of November. So we just saw some of these areas. We were planning it and didn't have nearly as big a project until Thanksgiving week. Guess what I did Thanksgiving weekend? So I'll be glad to answer any questions. I don't want to go back and forth too much, but we'll end up with fiber on most major roads. We're coming all the way down to the bypass. We're going in most every location where we can find it. We're not in the densest neighborhoods or subdivisions in most cases because Comcast has those covered. But there are some subdivisions where they left a number out, and we're assuming we'll go in there in order to pick those up as well. So I'll be glad to answer any questions. That's a lot of information and some big maps in a short period.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Mr. Vars?
I just have one clarification question. You mentioned 60, 30, 10 in terms of percentages. 30 that have it, those are those Comcast people that have been dropped? Or what are the 30% who already have service you're trying to
Oh,
convert?
no, okay, yeah. So
Yeah.
when I'm doing my math,
Yeah.
yeah, so I assume if we're going to an unserved home, 60% of those will sign up for our service.
Yeah.
30% of what are served would be they have Comcast, they have some form of internet option today. They do not qualify for grant funds. So we won't get additional grant funds, but I'm counting that potential revenue in helping us justify our extension out to them.
Thank you for the clarification.
Mr. Lundquist?
Yeah, so just my own education, when you were talking about that break even, I was closely paying attention. If you meet your numbers, you said you're a little higher than 60%
Right.
on the unserved. So if you hit 60 and then you hit 30 of where you're serving, you said you break even at that point.
Right.
Is that, so I'm assuming the way you phrased that, that's operational break even?
Yes, yes. That's with the grant funds that we've requested. At that point, operationally, we need to be able to afford our capital investment off about $25 a month from our the revenue from customers. Our base package is $50 for 100 gigabit service, so it's about half of that just goes to pay for the fiber. So yes, with our mix of customers, and that actually assumes we're getting a little more than the base from everybody, but that's where the break even is, operation break even.
So thank you. So, and I should know this from all, but I always want to make sure what's define unserved? Because when you showed that map with all the green in there, the green interspersed with the red,
Right.
I'm assuming that now somebody that's red, even though they're near green, that's telling me they're unserved because the carrier there is refusing to do any extension, or it's just prohibitively expensive, or which is it?
So, well, let me go back just a little bit. Our big body project, the definition of unserved was if you did not have access to a carrier, could provide you 25 megabit per second download and 3 megabit per second upload. So that's what that big blue blob. This year, the definition is if you don't have 100 megabit per second download and 20 megabit per second upload.
Moving the goalpost.
So it's a faster speed that's required to be considered as having adequate service.
Is that, so we don't talk about underserved, we just talk about,
The federal government recognizes unserved and underserved using 25.3 and 120. The state doesn't. The state just uses unserved or served. And they use the 100/20 for their grant program. So
Mr. Wood, there was an interesting, when we spoke, there was a definition that you used regarding how quickly Comcast could actually hook someone up.
Right.
That might be
So
helpful.
to be served, you have to have access to 100 megabit per second download, 20 megabit per second
and
upload.
it's, these are all hardwired. I don't even know if you have that capacity
You
on.
can do it by licensed fixed wireless, not unlicensed. We're getting in
Okay,
way
yeah,
into the
way
weeds
too-
here.
Too into the weeds, okay.
And then you have to be able to be connected within 10 days and without a significant extension cost beyond your normal sign-up fee. That has turned some of these that used to be served into unserved.
So for example, my neighborhood where we got it, but people opted out and not in, for Comcast to come in, they'd have to dig the lines and do all that. Now they're eligible for this program where they,
Okay, yeah, this is interesting, because I am trying to stay focused on what our thing is, you know, you've asked for the grant money. So I'm thinking though, looking at that, if these folks, I mean, I guess green means that they now have that new speed that you're talking about.
Well, green means those are folks who have access to someone who can provide 100/20 within 10 days. They may be connected, they may not, but they meet the requirement that they could be without an extensive, a long extension charge.
Again, I mean, your ask is not huge relative to what we're doing here. Your ask of the local government, but
Right.
I just find it interesting to see, are your assumptions about take rates, are those the same when, because is somebody going to say, I have 25 megabit now? So, I mean, why would they
Why
sign
would
up?
they switch to us? And I'm going based on our historical numbers.
So you've
That's
had,
the
you've
30
had similar situations where people can get this, but now you come through and you offer
The
100.
30% overlap, and we're in a few areas, not with grant funding, but Central Virginia Electric made service available to every one of our members, the electric side. We are in Spring Creek up at Zion Crossroads. They have a cable option. We've got about 40% take rate there now after 2 years. We're in Lake Monticello in Fluvanna County that has about 5,000 homes. We're at about 30 to 40% take rate there, where we're overlapping Comcast. Or-
Okay.
I hate to pick on Comcast, they happen to be a provider, but generally that's what we see. So we're comfortable, I'm taking that risk, we're taking the risk that we'll get there.
You have some fair comparisons, because I'm just wondering why are those reds and is it?
They're red because they can't get access without either a long extension charge or, well, they're red because no provider today has reported to the FCC that they can provide that service.
Within 10 days and all this other
Within
stuff?
10 days, 100/20. There were providers who were claiming it. There are no longer providers. So they are now eligible for funding.
It's interesting. Thank you, Mr.
So,
Chairman.
yeah.
Mr. Peterson?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, so as I understand, I guess the ask is this letter of support. The
Right.
2024 FADI grant is due, the application is
On the
due
19th of December,
on 19th, and that's when you,
I
like
need
to
the letter
have-
of support. And again, we're going to ask for the funding from the county, and that's in the letter, and it's contingent upon the next board. And we will have a chance to rescope and remove some areas if the future board decides they don't want to continue with that funding.
by rescope and remove and adjust the local,
Yeah, what we would have to do is just using those numbers I just gave you,
yeah,
wind back a little bit and take the hardest to reach areas and and pull them back a little bit.
Okay. Okay, the 250 is based on assumptions,
It's based on those numbers I just gave you.
and if your uptake is wildly more profitable and you're rolling in dough, what happens to that 250?
Well, first I'll have to see that. But we're asking for that, for us to come in and build this out and make it available. And I'll be glad to show you what those numbers are based on.
Yeah.
If, I will tell you that if we get to 75%, we're making about a 5% margin.
Okay.
So it's for us to be rolling in dough, I'm not sure I can get there with fiber in a rural area.
Taken the other way, if the uptake is half what you expect, you're not going to darken our doorway again, are you, or?
We will not come back and ask for more money.
Okay,
More
that's
money.
just-
We will not. I trust our projections, based on our history, even though it's short. And we're willing to take that risk. And our bankers, who I also have to keep happy, are comfortable with these. They've gotten comfortable with them. They didn't start very comfortable, but we're there.
All right, well, thank you for that, and thank you for indulgence. I really just wanted to understand what the ask is, and then what variability around that ask, how that might trigger things. So thank you.
That's good questions.
Ms. Lasclette?
Ready for a motion?
Right.
Okay, so, I move that the board approve of the county administrator to sign a letter of support for the 2024 VADI broadband grant application, which is due on December 19th, 2023.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries.
All right. Well, I will be glad to come back in early part of the year and review this with the new board. The one other thing I should have mentioned is the earliest this will be announced is probably next April. By the time they sign contracts, it'll be the end of summer. But we're going to ask to build it in 18 to 24 months so that it'll overlap kind of the project we already have going on.
The one thing I did want to be cognizant of is because I think there are some interesting reasons why folks are red dots, is that this wouldn't delay those in the previous grants that have nothing at this time. Like this, they should be the priority.
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. And we're continuing to work full speed every day to get people connected as fast as we can. Thank you.
Sure. Ms. Lasclette?
Thank you.
Mr. Wood, if you don't mind, I just wanted to thank you. I think you're very well aware of what this board, Mr. Alvarez was a big part of it when we were trying to search for broadband solutions, how many companies we went through, how many possibilities. And I personally feel like this is the best partnership Goochland County could ever possibly wish for. You're an awesome company, easy to work with. You're producing, not as fast as everybody wants, okay? But the folks that do have the service are over the moon about it. So thank you very much, and I really have enjoyed working with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Merry Christmas. Okay, the last part of our new business is our first quarter general fund projection. Ms. Cave.
Good afternoon. You got it? Thank you. Okay, while today is December 5th, I'm coming to you with the first quarter projections, which cover through September 30th. I did take into account when this was submitted some things we knew after that. I'm projecting that we bring in about $700,000 higher than we budgeted in total revenues, and that is primarily due to an increase in real estate taxes and an increase in interest. Our assessor, when we're preparing for the FY25 budget, has provided us with some preliminary assessment figures that are well, I wouldn't say drastically, but significantly higher than the figures we use to budget for the second half of collections. So that will help us on our revenues, and our interest, while we increased it for our FY24 budget, it was still on the more conservative side, and we're still seeing a strong interest rate coming in, so that'll contribute to higher revenues as well. On the expenses, I'm projecting that departments will turn in around $1 million, and that's based on conservative estimates. I'm looking at vacancies that we have up to this point, or about a month ago, and the prior year 3-year trend of what departments typically turn in. But I will say, when I come back in February, all of this will be a lot clearer because our taxes will have come in. There was a very long line all day outside the treasurer's office today, so we'll have a lot closer figure there. So we're looking at an operating surplus of about $10.7 million. And then after our transfers out to cover our CIP projects and our children's services, I'm looking at right now, $200,000 return to surplus. So pretty conservative, like we like to do beginning of the year. And if you have any questions, I can take those now.
Thank you, Ms. Cave. Board?
Your $1 million that you said turn back, that's just county departments, that's not schools, right?
Right, schools turn back is included in that for $351,000, but yeah, that's all departments and schools combined.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Ms. Cave, I have a question real quick. I'm guessing you're not going to have the answer now, but I think in the future, for updates, it might be helpful, I know it would be helpful for me, when we say the increase is due to real estate and interest. What would be of interest to me is how much is new real estate versus how much is an increase in assessments.
Okay, I do have that, but not with me today.
Okay, yeah, that.
But yes, I follow.
We're approving these projects, to increase revenues and, make Goochland a great place to live. But what is the impact of our decisions happening on the revenues? That'd be great.
Okay.
Anyone else? Well, all right.
Thank you.
And I will also add, thank you to the three of you leaving the board. I honestly, I came from a different county, and coming here to work in Goochland has been pretty awesome. This has been a great board, and I really appreciate the three of you and the other two for everything you've done. You've made life very easy.
You get a chance to.
So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cave.
Thank you, Ms. Cash.
All right. I think that's all we have for our new presentation. So we'll continue this Love Fest at 6 o'clock after our dinner break. Thank you. We are in recess. Good evening, everybody. Welcome. It is my pleasure to call back to order the Goochland County Board of Supervisors December 5th meeting. Have a great packed agenda for some of us this will be our last time up on this dais. So we have a lot to get through. Just want to let the public know that there was an action taken earlier in the day to reorder our presentations for our public hearings. Item number 10, I believe it is, will now be our first item, and everything will shift down one. So item 10, the amendment to zoning ordinance of subdivision ordinance to improve access management will be the first item that we're here this evening for a public hearing, and then after that. So in case you don't have an agenda, what we're going to be going through is very excited to have the folks from Troop 710 here. We had some amazing young folks that have earned their rank of Eagle, and we want to recognize them, as well as the troop for a significant milestone for Goochland County. So we are very excited about that. Then we'll move into the citizen comment period, which is a time for people to address the board on anything that's not on our agenda this evening, and then the slate of public hearings. So with that, Mr. Carpenter, I'm going to ask for your help. I'd love the Eagles to meet me down. Sorry? I'm sorry, no. That is.
Item 1 are the public hearings.
Okay. Okay, so if you could help me by going through the resolution, and if the Eagles could meet me down front here, that would be great.
So if Eagle Scout August Kowalski, Luca Gardner, Rainer Schmitz, and Noah Wenzel can come forward. The Boy Scouts of America was incorporated 113 years ago with the goal of building character, providing citizenship training, and promoting physical fitness in America's youth. One of the ways that Scouting accomplishes this is by holding Scouts accountable to the 12 points of the Scout Law. Those who know it know that a Scout is trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent. Tonight we recognize 4 Scouts that have earned the rank of Eagle Scout, the highest honor that a Scout can attain, and one accomplished by less than 6% of all Scouts. A significant part of the process involved in earning the rank of Eagle is the completion of an Eagle Scout project. This project requires a Scout to display leadership and organizational skills while providing a significant community benefit from the project. The Scouts and their projects are as follows. Eagle Scout August Kowalski led a team that built a privacy fence for Trinity Evangelical Lutheran Church and preschool and earned at least 25 merit badges. Eagle Scout Luca Gardner led a team that built doghouses for Goochland Animal Shelter to make available to Goochland families in need and earned at least 22 merit badges. Eagle Scout Rainer Schmitz led a team to build a new softball batting cage for Goochland High School, earned at least 22 merit badges. And then, not here tonight, but Eagle Scout Noah Wenzel led a team to build a shed for Goochland Cares and earned 26 merit badges.
Well, congratulations, gentlemen. This is a huge accomplishment, and now it's my honor. We're going to go through each individual one, and we will officially approve these resolutions acknowledging this great accomplishment. So, Board, can I please get a motion to approve the resolution recognizing Eagle Scout August Kowalski?
Well, if I get.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Don't go anywhere. I think we're going to do a photo walk. Okay, Board, can I get a resolution recognizing the 97th Eagle Scout, Luca Gardner?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the board approve the resolution of recognition for 97th Eagle Scout Luca Gardner.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations. Well done. Board, can I get a motion to recognize the 98th Eagle of Troop 107, Eagle Scout Rainer Schmitz?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Lascolette. Mr. Peterson? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay? And then, board, can I get a resolution to recognize the 100th Eagle Scout, Noah Wenzel?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Waters.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We wanted to give each of you one of these as a little token of our appreciation, and these are important. I don't know if you've ever, you might want to look at them. So these are challenge coins. When folks do things that are worth recognizing, and it's a way to honor folks that have contributed to the county in many ways. So we hope that you will take these and enjoy them as you go off to do great things as you go forward. So we get a good picture over here, real quick.
No. But you can use mine. I don't make it. Yeah.
All right, we have a very special resolution. Mr. Carpenter?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, resolution of recognition by the Goochland County Board of Supervisors honoring Boy Scouts of America Troop 710 on the occasion of its 100th Eagle Scout. Whereas the Boy Scouts of America was incorporated by Chicago publisher William Boyce on February 8, 1910, and was chartered by Congress in 1916, and whereas the purpose of the Boy Scouts of America is to build character, self-reliance, ethical decision-making, provide citizenship training, and promote physical fitness. And whereas by 1912, Scouts were enrolled in every state, and whereas the first Eagle Scout Award was earned in 1912, and nearly 2.8 million youth have earned the Eagle Scout Award since, whereas only 6% of all Scouts ever received the rank of Eagle, and whereas becoming an Eagle Scout is a valuable experience that will lead to many benefits for the recipient, including lifelong friendships, increased confidence, and leadership experience. And whereas each individual Scout must commit a mission of service, which includes the completion of a project of significant community benefit, and whereas the rank of Eagle is attained as a result of the commitment of its adult volunteer leaders who dedicate their time and talent to serve young people in their communities through religious, civic, and other organizations chartered by the Boy Scouts of America. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors wishes to recognize and applaud the efforts of Troop 710 on installing its 100th Eagle Scout, an outstanding achievement.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Yeah, let's give it up for the troop. Board, can I have a motion?
So moved.
Seconded.
Okay. All those in favor of approving the resolution in recognition of the Goochland County Board of Supervisors Boy Scouts Troop America 710? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you so much. Thank you. Would you like to say a few words?
I would, that would be great. Noah has arrived, if we can give him his as well. Thank you, Noah, for coming tonight. It is a special moment that we're having on Sunday when this past year we hit, and I should say, sorry, I'm Dan Gardner, committee chair for Scouts, and I'm here with Jim Dick, who is our Scoutmaster for a long while, and very appreciative that you're able to be here this evening. But it is this year that we hit 100. It was quite amazing. Last year in 2022, we put in the paper a record-setting number of Eagles in 1 year, and then this year we had several more, some of which are here tonight. We therefore, on this Court of Honor that is coming up on Sunday, we have been putting it out there to invite as many of the 100 Eagles back since 1983. And I got to speak with Buck Berryhill,
who spoke very highly of the Board of Supervisors, the schools. He was naming how important it was that this community came together, the schools chartering the organizations, but he gave stories of working with Toastmasters in public speaking and having the boys come before the Board of Supervisors, and how amazing the Board of Supervisors was in order to expect high things out of the gentlemen, but then also really stand behind them and help support it as a community back in 1983. When I spoke to him, he now lives down in Florida. He was getting choked up over the stories, and we're going to share a couple of those audio clips on Sunday at 3 o'clock when we invite, I think, 29 of the 100 Eagles are able to make it and be there with us. So super excited to celebrate that. And again, I can't thank you enough as a Board of Supervisors, the schools, all those that it has taken to support these 100 Eagle men and now women. We have several women in the last couple of years that have come through scouting. And we just appreciate your support. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good to see you. Thank you all. Okay, excellent. Okay, at this point now, after that, excellent recognition, let's open our citizen comment period. Again, this is for folks to be able to address the board on items that are not on our agenda. Please come to the microphone, give us your name and address, and please try to limit your comments to 3 minutes. I'll open the citizen comment period.
All right, Lisa, does that kind of gets my time? No. Jonathan Lau, 1521 Mannequin Road. If I had known there was going to be this size crowd, I'd give them my agriculture report at 6 o'clock and not at 2. But I would be remiss if I did not say thank you to this board, particularly Mr. Lumpkins, Ms. Lascalette, and Mr. Peterson. You folks have set an example for those of us who will be joining the board. It just is disappointing that there can't be more of us up there to take the leadership and the mentoring that you folks have provided the county. I'm going to miss being able to share agricultural information with you. If you feel a need for it, I can leave you my phone number. I'll be happy to share that. But you really have done tremendous things for this county. And I appreciate Ms. Lascalette's advice to me, don't screw it up. It's a high bar, quite frankly, because you folks really have been the gold standard of county governance. I think it's been recognized. As Mr. Peterson said, I don't have any whereases here to share with you, but really what you folks have accomplished is recognized as really to the benefit of the county. So thank you personally. And I still would welcome anybody who wants to come to a Monacan Board of Directors meeting. We always welcome visitors. So thank you, guys. We so appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Lyle. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the citizen comment period. All right, folks, moving to our long list of public hearings. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we will start with the 10th one in our packet, but we will go through that tonight. So I think, Mr. Cash, you're up.
Make sure I announce my presence with that. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Carpenter. For the record, I am Ray Cash, Assistant Director of Community Development. The first item that's on the agenda tonight has been moved forward is a zoning ordinance amendment. Staff at this point would like to ask the board that we defer this item for 60 days. It's something we were really hoping to bring forward before this board. I know your interest not only and improving our neighborhoods, our public roads, but also improving public safety. Since the Planning Commission, staff has been working hard with the development community to try to bring forward updates right up until, I would say, this morning. But I think we recognize that we'd like to have a little bit more opportunity to make sure that everyone absorbs what the proposal is and make sure that we get it right when it comes forward to this next board or those of you who are still serving as you go forward. I'm disappointed in that I wish we could have got it done and be prepared, and we feel like everybody is versed in it and comfortable. But staff would request that we defer this for 60 days.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. Mr. Lumpkins.
Is it ready to entertain a motion?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Cash. I move that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors defer this matter to our February 2024 hearing, regular meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins.
Seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Waters. Any discussion? I would just like to say I appreciate staff. Where are you guys? I know the bullpen. When we tackle these things, and I appreciate the willingness to hear from the public and to ensure that we do everything we can to avoid unintended consequences. So thank you very much. I know this is a heavy lift, and we look forward to bringing it up in about 60 days. Okay. Seeing no other requests for comments, roll call vote.
Mr. Lumpkins.
Aye.
Mr. Waters.
Aye.
Ms. Laskellette.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Ms. Spoonhour.
Aye. Thank you. Okay. Now back to our regular program, already in progress. Okay, so now we are looking at a resolution amending the fiscal year 2024 county budget. I'll turn it over to Ms. Cave.
Hi, good evening. So while typically we can do budget amendments as a non-formal, no public hearing required, I wanted to point out the reason we're up here tonight for 3 separate public hearings is because by code, Virginia law states that if we are going to amend our adopted budget by more than 1% of total expenditures, we need to have public hearings for those amendments. Our adopted budget is 1.4 million, and these 3 total 2.3 million tonight, which does exceed that limit. So I will just go one by one. I'm gonna describe the first, we can have the public hearing, come back for the second public hearing, and the third. So our first amendment is for $589,058. This is to be funded through general fund assigned fund balance. This is a transportation project related to Fairground Road Extension. This is a project we've been funding for 4 or 5 years at this point. Originally, the sidewalk was proposed on one side, but as a recommendation for economic development and an attempt to attract potential businesses and ensure a pedestrian-friendly facility, we're looking to expand that to sidewalk on the other side. That'll bring Goochland's total local commitment to $5.9 million.
Thank you, Ms. Cave. Any questions for Ms. Cave at this time? Okay, with that, I will open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak for or against the amending this appropriation? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Figured these would be quick.
Do we want to vote now? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors adopt this Capital Improvement Fund budget amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins.
Seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Waters. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Mr. Lumpkins.
Aye.
Mr. Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Ms. Laskellette.
Yes.
Mrs. Spoonhour.
Aye. All right. Continuing on, Ms. Cave.
All right, budget amendment number 2 is another transportation-related project. This is the Hockett Road realignment. We are requesting $774,860. This can be totally funded by proffers dedicated to the East End Road projects. This is just basically the initial projection of cost has increased due to inflation and market unit prices, just like everything else we're seeing. So we're asking the board for $774,860 to come from proffers to cover the shortage.
Thank you, Ms. Cave. Any questions for Ms. Cave? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
No,
Oh, sorry, public hearing. It's right there. All right, I'll open the public hearing. Sensing a trend. Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, I move that the board approve this resolution amending the fiscal year 2023 Goochland County budget by budgeting and appropriating $774,860 in the capital improvement fund for the Hockett Road realignment project.
Thank you.
second.
Thank you. Motion and a second. I did have a question regarding this project. Mr. Goen? Mr. Goen? Would you be able?
Probably be best if you answer.
Wanted to see if you can clarify something for me. Last year, some citizens brought up concerns with the potential, sort of a drawing got out of a signal that that was being proposed to be deleted in a right turn only. Can you give us any update on conversations that you've had regarding that?
So yeah, as part of the original funding application for this project, it was initially thought that that signal would have to be removed. Through the further analysis of that signal, it's currently anticipated that signal will remain as is in the existing condition today.
Thank you, Mr. Goen. Okay, any other questions for staff? Roll call vote?
Mr. Valdez?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes,
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Lasclette?
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes.
All right, our last amendment request is for our fire rescue department. It is for $1 million even. We have a Sandy Hook Fire Station operating right now at the intersection of Whitehall Road and Dogtown Road. It's proving to be extremely valuable. It's cutting down on response times drastically. We've been funding it in this budget, even though we did not budget funds for it because it's a high need. And we're looking to eventually build a permanent fire station in that area. But in the meantime, we are hoping that you will grant us $1 million from general fund assigned fund balance to construct a 40 by 60 metal building to hold a fire engine, an ambulance, and some logistics supply. This is something that won't be removed when we finally do get around to building the fire station. It'll be operating at the rear of the site. We will continue the use in the future. So the county is also working with Timmons Group to make sure that all of that flows together nicely for future planning.
Thank you, Ms. Cave. Any questions for staff at this time?
real quickly, Ms. Cave, it's coming from assigned fund balance?
Yes.
What is the nature of the existing assignment on this money,
Capital projects,
in general?
yes.
Not-
We
not
just
any
put
more-
about $9 million towards general
So
capital
it's coming from that
projects.
9 million in general capital project?
Correct,
Okay,
yes.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Anybody else?
Any idea of the useful life of this particular structure? Does it coincide with the larger project?
And if I may, Ms. Valdez, Timmons Group is designing it to be part of the larger project, so it'll be the first constructed, but it'll be part of an overall complex there of a fire station. This building will complement not just the station, but in future years, when the station is built, it can be used to serve the entire needs of the district.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vic.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? All right, seeing none, I will open the public hearing. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing, and as this is in my district, I move that the board approve the resolution amending fiscal year 2024 Goochland County budget by budgeting appropriating $1 million in the county capital improvement fund for site improvements for the future Sandy Hook Fire Station.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Lasclette. Any discussion? I'll wrestle you for it. All right, roll call vote.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes.
Ms. Lasclette?
Oh, yes.
Mr.
I'm sorry, I was
Peterson?
laughing at you.
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Valdez?
Yes.
Thank you, and thank you, Chief Ferguson, for outside the box thinking when the roundabout got closed down and we added 4 to 5 minutes to response times are already in the 12-minute range, and to the staff that is working there overtime hours to staff that, and the response times that we're seeing have been just amazing. So thank you so much for your team thinking strategically around that. Okay, moving right along. Our fifth case, and I think this is Ms. Sherry.
It is my turn, correct? Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Jamie Sherry, Director of Community Development. I will be presenting the next 4 cases for a public hearing for your consideration. The first case is a request for a renewal of a conditional use permit for a public assembly place for a wedding and event center, specifically Running Mare, which is located on Shepherdtown Road. The property is located just east of the Courthouse Village. And as you can see from the aerial, Shepherdtown Road runs right in front of the frontage of the property. What is unique is that there is a 2-acre lot in the middle of, not in the middle, but within the boundaries of the subject property. This is the dwelling where the applicants actually reside. So it is not subject to the CUP conditions. In the surrounding area, as you can see, there are lots of large lot residential and farmland. So the subject property is zoned A2, agricultural general, and the comprehensive plan recommends rural enhancement area for both the zoning, and the comprehensive plan is consistent with all the adjacent properties. So just a little bit about the event center versus what's not part of the conditional use permit. I did mention the residential parcel. As part of the event-related activities, the CUP activities, there are 2 barns, one that is 2,400 square feet and one that's 1,200 square feet. There is a parking area that has 72 spaces and then a pond. Just a little bit of history of this case. Back in 2018, it was originally approved. We're now in 2013. They are recommending no CUP changes to their activities. However, they did make a request to the Planning Commission for a 15-year renewal as opposed to the traditional 10-year renewal that you would get on your first time getting renewed for a conditional use permit of this type. So here is kind of what I described on the last slide. In that yellow area is where a majority of the event activities occur, with the exception of the parking. This is a blow up of that area. You see the little 2-acre parcel with the red, again, not subject to the CUP. There's the wedding area that has the view of the water, and then there's the 2 horse barns. The parking is down on the southern part of the screen, and that is, or the bottom part of the screen, that is a former horse paddock that they have gravelled and used for parking. And this is a POD that was approved for the site when it originally came through. It basically shows the same thing: the parking, the activity, and the parcel where the applicants live. So just a little bit about this particular request. Currently, they have most of their activities take place either outdoors or within the barns. They can have no more than 200 people at any one event. They are limited to 1 event a weekend. However, they can have an accessory event that is related to the large event and can only be 2 hours or less. The intent is so that they could have a rehearsal dinner perhaps prior to a wedding the next day, or a wedding followed by a brunch afterwards, all with the same user, 2-hour limit. They do have hours of operation, so they're allowed to operate noon to 10:30 on Friday, Saturday 9 to 10:30 with music ceasing at, or amplified sound ceasing at 10 o'clock. Sunday 11 to 9 p.m. and no events Monday through Thursday. They're not proposing any new buildings, they're not proposing any activities to change with the CUP. However, they are requesting the renewal date to go to 15 years. So the comprehensive plan, this type of use is considered generally consistent with comprehensive plan because of the conditions that regulate the impact that it would have on the surrounding communities. There was a community meeting held back in September. 5 people attended. The attendees were supportive of the renewal, and in fact, we did receive 1 letter of support for this application. In November, the Planning Commission held a public hearing, and this was recommended for approval with a 5-0 vote. They did vote with the request for the 15 years. So that was a revision, that was an amendment that was made to their request. And nobody spoke at the public hearing. So I have summarized the conditions. Essentially, there's no substantive change to the conditions. This was back in 2018 when they were originally approved, so we have brought them up to our standard conditions. But so essentially, they're allowed, number 1, allowed to have a public assembly place. The plan of development that's already been approved, they need to maintain all the improvements that were made based on that plan of development. They did get a parking waiver. They are required to have 50 spaces. As I mentioned in the presentation, they have 72. But they did get a waiver for in order to have it gravelled and not paved. That was done. Staff usually supports that, so it does retain some of the rural integrity of the area. No parking on Shepherdtown Road, and they must put up signs, which they have. And then any internal road or the internal road must be consistent with what was shown on the POD, as well as maintained for fire access. They are allowed to have 1 sign, no more than 12 square feet in area. Any lighting would be required to have a lighting plan and would be required to be dark sky compliant, as our ordinance does say. I mentioned the limit on guests is 200 at any one time, and the weekly limit was the accessory event that could be no more than 2 hours. I already mentioned the hours of operations. Amplified sound, music, and the use of sound woofers are prohibited. They are required to have at least 1 uniformed security officer present at any event that they are charging admission for, or it includes music, alcohol, and more than 100 guests. And then it gives us specifics of what qualifies to be what that security offer is. It can be a Goochland County Sheriff, a security guard employed by a security company that is licensed by the state of Virginia. Alcohol consumption must be licensed by the Department of Alcohol and Beverage Control. Fireworks are prohibited. They need to give annual notice to the zoning administrator in my office, basically saying this is what our plans are for the year. And as things change during the year, they need to give monthly updates to our office. The expiration date, I put the December 2038 in there. That was what was approved, recommended approval by the Planning Commission, but of course that is at your, your discretion. And lastly is the standard transfer or lease, meaning if they sell or lease the property to someone else, they need to be aware of the conditions and they need to notify the county. That was kind of quick, but that is the summary of my presentation. I can answer your questions, and the applicant is also in.
Thank you, Ms. Sherry.
Quick question.
Yes.
On the amplified sound, I thought one of your earlier slides said no amplified sound after 10. But reading the conditions, amplified sound, it says no sound or music, amplified or acoustic, shall be plainly audible beyond any exterior boundary of the property. And then B, and I'm looking at page 159 of our packet, then B is subwoofers are prohibited.
Correct.
Is that?
Yeah, so the outdoor sound is the one that is limited. There's no amplified woofers or amplified sound outside, but you can have it interior, and that's when they're also, even at that point in time, supposed to stop it at 10 p.m. Does that help?
I think so. So there's 2 measurements of sound. One is if they're inside a tent area. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I remember this case when it came before us years ago, and they've not been any complaints.
No, sir.
In fact, is this the same case when we had the meeting that neighbors were actually saying that we turn the music up a little bit so we can hear it?
That is correct. That's correct.
Okay. So, see,
Ms. Lasclette?
I think Mr. Lumpkin's answered, we're a complaint-driven process, no complaints,
No,
correct?
ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, just want to
Mr.
confirm.
Mr. Waters?
You said the applicant's here?
Yes.
I just have one quick question.
We'll get to them.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Oh, is it not time? I'm sorry.
That's okay.
My apologies.
That's okay.
I was like, okay.
Ms. Sherry, just before the applicant comes up, you had said that these were the conditions from 2018 and these were standard. I don't, the one that, you're right there, actually, number 15.
Oh, it's because I have the actual one, the black line, if you want to look
The
at that.
number 15 of the annual notice, is that standard with all of our venues?
Yeah, for
Okay.
the most part,
I just,
we, if they aren't in the CUP, we bring it up to current standards when the time comes. Doesn't affect their actual activities, but it does, we would add that.
okay, I just wasn't, I think that maybe the first time I noticed that. Thank you.
And I just want to check to make sure I understood the conversation. I might have gotten a little lost, but amplified sound is mentioned in 2 of the conditions. So under hours of operation, it says all amplified sound shall cease at 10 p.m. So,
Indoor.
and then under the conditions specific to amplified sound, it says you can't have sound or music beyond the property line. Doesn't
that's
mean you
true.
can't have it. You just can't be heard outside the property. So they could have outdoor amplified sound, as long as it can't be heard beyond their property. And then the amplified sound ceases at 10, that's just part of the hours of operation. So that's the 2 different ways.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Anything else for staff before we ask the applicant if they'd like to say anything? Thank you, Ms. Sherry. Would the applicant like to say anything? Okay.
I just have one quick question/request.
Yes, please come up to and give us your
Sorry,
name and
thank you.
your name and your address. Thanks.
I'm Austin Lee. I live at 2200 Shepherdtown Road.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the conscientiousness of condition 12 of having uniform security.
Yes.
Would you be open to, always reaching out to Goochland County Sheriff's Department
Yes.
first, so we can keep as much business in Goochland as
Oh, yeah.
possible?
Yep.
Okay, that would be a simple amendment, I would hope, and just something that we could give our off-duty officers a chance to do.
You requested that be an amendment to the proffers conditions, excuse me?
I think we're going to be uncomfortable, but I think you've made it known.
Okay, they're in good faith effort then. Please do that, and I'm not going to hold it up. for that.
Anything else for the applicant at this time? Okay, thank you.
All right.
Don't go too far. All right, at this time, I will open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak in favor or against, please come up. Same rules apply. Okay, seeing none. Closing the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman,
Sir.
I move that the board approve, I move that the board grant conditional use permit CU 2023-0015 for a public assembly place at 2192 Shepherdtown Road, subject to the imposed conditions as presented, along with granting it as a 15-year CUP,
That actually is how it is presented, your
And-
resolution.
as presented.
Thank
Second.
you, Mr. Lumpkins. Thank you, Ms. Lasclette. Any discussion? Okay, roll call vote.
Mr. Lumpkins,
Yes.
Ms. Lascalette,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
Mr. Waters,
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour.
Yes. Congratulations.
All right.
Oh, waiting for me? I know, I'm usually waiting for our next is, okay. Again, for the record, Jamie Sherry, Director of Community Development. The next application is by Andrew Swift. This is another renewal for a conditional use permit. The request is for automobile repair, automobile sales, and farm equipment farm equipment sales and service. The property is located in the Oilville Village, and it is located south of Broad Street Road. As you can see in the aerial photograph, it is the businesses right along Broad Street, and there's actually some additional property in the rear as well. As you can see by the labels, there is the Autumn Breeze subdivision that is to the just to the west and to the south. There's additional businesses over here, as well as farmland and large lot subdivisions in the area. The property is zoned Business General B1. The property to the north is Agricultural General, and as I mentioned, the Autumn Breeze subdivision is zoned residentially with R1. The comprehensive plan does recommend single-family residential low density, which is a residential designation. There is a variety north of Broad Street Road, the flexible with residential, which is a more intensive combination of residential and different types of housing style, commercial, and then even some industrial. So a little bit about the existing site. There are two buildings. The number one building, the primary building, which you see in the photograph, is the garage. It's about 3,500 square feet. There's also an unfinished shed, which is 1,700 square feet. The site itself has been used for commercial for many decades. I think 1950, we did some research, and Swift Tractor Company was in existence back then. So just a little bit of history about this application. In 2008, it was approved for a conditional use permit was approved for automobile sales and service. Back in 2018, they came back and made a request to add the farm equipment sales and service. And then now they are back for the renewal. It was a 5-year renewal, and they're requesting no changes to their CUP activity. There was a meeting held back in August. There were 5 attendees, including Planning Commissioner Mr. Myers. The attendees did express support for the application. In November, at the public hearing at the Planning Commission, they recommended approval with a 5-0 vote, and once again, nobody spoke at that meeting. This is the 2008 approved plan of development. So you have Broad Street Road running just to the north and east of the property. This is the shop, the main building, the primary building that I talked about. Over here is the shed. There are 2 areas that are identified as automobile sales. The repairs of the vehicles and the farming equipment need to happen outside of view of Broad Street Road. So they occur either in the building, or there is some areas that are behind the building that potentially repairs could also occur. So as I mentioned, this is a residential designation for the comprehensive plan, so business is not consistent. I did also mention that this has been a use that has been there for many, many years, and that there are similar uses that are around there. I mentioned there's a couple right, actually, I guess, adjacent on both sides of the property. There are commercial uses. So again, a summary of the conditions, and as with the last case, they were they're not requesting anything new. The conditions have been brought up to our standard conditions. So number 1 allows for automobile repair, automobile sales, farm equipment sales, service, or and equipment. Plan of development, I mentioned it needs to be consistent with what has been approved in the past. Anything new, they would have to amend their they would have to amend their POD. I did want to mention this is in the overlay district for Oilville. All of the improvements have been made prior to adoption of that ordinance that regulates the overlay district, but any new structure that they put up would have to comply with the ordinance for overlay districts. Automobile display, as I mentioned, the display for sale, those 2 areas. Legal compliance, clear they need to apply by all the state and federal regulation, particularly as it pertains to gas and things along the lines that would, that go along with automobile repairs, disposing of oil, things along those lines. No outside storage would be allowed. Any lighting would be allowed to be security lighting. It needed to be shielded downward, similar to the other case where it had to be dark sky compliance. And if they do any new lighting, it would have to go through a approval process for a lighting plan. They are allowed only one commercial entrance, which has already been constructed. Hours of operation, again, no change to the request. Their operating hours currently are 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Let me restate that. That's what they are allowed to do. I don't know what their actual hours are. Monday through Saturday, and then closed on Sunday. This is a 10-year renewal, so they would be up for renewal in 2033. And as all of our conditional use permits, the transfer or lease condition is number 11 or 12. So that is my presentation. I can answer your questions, and I believe the applicant is here as well.
Thank you, Ms. Sherry. Any questions for staff at this time? Okay. Would the applicant like to come forward and add anything? You're fine if you don't have anything to. If you don't have anything you'd like to add, if you think Ms. Sherry handled it, we'll invite you up after the public comment period if anybody has anything you want to talk about. Yep. Okay. All right. With that, I will open up the public hearing. Okay. Seeing no one coming forward, we'll close the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Lumpkins.
I move that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors grant conditional use permit CU 2023-0016 for automobile repair, automobile sales, and farm equipment sales and service at 1269 Broad Street Road, subject to the imposed conditions as presented.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion, board? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Lumpkins.
Yes.
Ms. Lascolette.
Yes.
Mr. Waters.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour.
Yes. Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Sherry? Yeah, I'm guessing our streak of lack of comments might be ending now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next application is a zoning application. It is a request for a rezoning of 3 acres from agricultural to R3 residential general with proffers to create a 3-lot subdivision. The property is in the southern portion of the county, the eastern part of the southern part of the county. You can see from the aerial, it's a little bit more specific here. We have Patterson Avenue to the north. And then running perpendicular, we have Blair Road. The subject property is this red 3-acre lot that is facing Blair Road. As you can see, there are some residential development right there. We have Blair Estates. This is a subdivision, a 10-lot subdivision that was approved by this board back in 2021. We also have West Oaks just to the south of Blair Estates. There is a single-family, an individual single-family house that is adjacent, and then these properties are vacant. So as you can see, the subject property is zoned agricultural general, as are the properties to the north, south, and across the street, across Blair Road. R3 is what was approved for Blair Estates. Our PUD is what West Oaks is zoned, and just for your recollection, this is the case that was approved by the board, I believe it was last month, for the auto body shop, and then we have Hope Church right here, and then a variety of commercial uses along Patterson Avenue. So the comprehensive plan does designate this property as single-family residential medium, and it is within the River Road community. So just a little summary. As I mentioned, this is a 3-lot subdivision. The applicant, through the proffers, has this as an extension of Blair Road Estates, the 10-lot subdivision I mentioned earlier. So they have proffered basically the same conditions as for Blair Road. There is a perimeter buffer of 35 feet, which is similar. The lot sizes are similar. The house size and appearance, including elevations and building materials are similar. The site is not located within the TCSD, the Tuckahoe Service Creek District. However, it will be served by public water and sewer. So here is a markup of the conceptual plan that was presented with the application. So the 3 lots will be in this currently 1 lot here along Blair Road. This is the subdivision in blue that already has been approved. So what you will see here, the 3 lots will be accessing Blair Estates Court. So that will minimize one of the accesses onto Blair Road. So they will be coming off that way. They are proffering the 35-foot buffer to the south. And then they are also proffering a 100-foot buffer along Blair Road. They also have right-of-way on there. I just didn't mark it up. It's actually the little writing that's right there to improve Blair Road in the event it is improved in the future. So the comprehensive plan designates this property as single-family residential medium density. What that means is the average lot size of 1 acre is a recommendation from the planning commission, not the planning commission, the comprehensive plan, excuse me. So this application is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. However, it is a smaller recommendation than that what the plan recommends. The lot sizes, however, are consistent with the 10 lots that this board approved back in 2021, approximately 3/4 of an acre, and larger than the lots that were approved just to the south at West Oaks. So by having the density be in the lots, it does allow for private lots so that we can have buffers and the roads. It kind of accounts for those when you do it as density as opposed to an average. So these are the elevations that the applicant has proffered. The proffers say that there will be a minimum of 2,500 square feet of floor area for each of the dwellings. The homes will be similar in architecture treatment, as I mentioned, with the approved Blair Estates. A little bit about transportation. Blair Estates is classified as a major collector. Speed limit is 35 miles an hour. There is an existing dwelling on there, and the driveway is on Blair Road, so this would remove that access to Blair Road. Those would be all coming off the existing Blair Estate Court. Blair Estate Court has 3 lots fronting them. I mentioned the elimination, and then the right-of-way. The right-of-way is significant in the event that the road is widened. They would have the necessary right-of-way. So there was a community meeting held back in September. There were 2 attendees present. Questions included the buffer on the south side of the property, which the applicant has provided the same buffer as the 10 lots, and the type of housing that were proposed. In November, at the Planning Commission public hearing, the Planning Commission recommended approval for this application with a 5-0 vote, and nobody spoke at the public hearing. This is just a summary of the proffers. The conceptual plan, which I showed you, my version was marked up, but that also showed the 100-foot buffer along Blair Road. That would be there is an existing tree stand there, I believe. I'll have to go back and look. The tree stand, I was going to say, so that I don't think that I'm actually doubting myself on that. There's a lot of cases in front of me, so I will verify that in just a moment. A limit of 3 lots, the cash proffer of $9,809, which would mitigate the capital impact. Right of way, as I mentioned, on Blair Road. Proffers consistent with Blair Estates include they will be sharing the same HOA, so it will not be an individual HOA. Building elevations, materials. They are providing street trees in similarity, as well as a 35-foot southern boundary. So those are my questions, but I'm going to forward a little bit to see what the buffer says. Buffer materials and plan. The buffer shall at minimum be supplemented or, it's at the B, a natural and landscape buffer. So I guess it will be a combination of using the existing tree stand as well as supplementing where necessary. Thank you for indulging my clarification.
Thank you, Ms. Sherry. Any questions for staff at this time?
Quickly,
Mr. Lumpkins.
So it's not perfectly clear, but it's pretty close to, but I want to just verify. Protective covenants, number 6, in the proffers. A document amending the Blair Estates Homeowners Association, Inc. covenants, conditions, and easements and restrictions annexing the property into the Blair Estates Homeowners Association, Inc. shall be recorded in the clerk's office, setting forth controls on the development and maintenance of property and establishing an owners association. That association is already established, is it?
It has been established. There is nobody in the applicant may be able to clarify
That
this
might be
for
an
me.
applicant question.
Yeah, because
So
I don't
can-
think that there's been anybody
I can
that's
wait for it, but
actually moved.
when I saw this, I went looking for this because I want to make sure that this is clear. They're not that there is an association, and then it goes on, association shall establish uniform rules relating to the standards for approval of any improvements, et cetera. There are no minimum, and I didn't see them unless I missed them. There are no like minimum, no, here it is. Any new home shall at least 2,500, you said that, yep, floor area. And I'm assuming that's consistent with the rest.
Yes, sir, that's it. That's the same size that was proffered with the 2021
So
case.
the proffers are consistent.
Yes,
And
sir.
you've obviously, staff has looked at the consistency of the proffers. And
I
I'll ask
have.
the applicant if, this says it's establishing association, but we'll just confirm they're actually just folding these into an existing association. I'll ask that to the applicant. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Of course.
You're welcome. Board, any other questions for staff? Ms. Lascolette?
The original property next to it, the 10 homes, I think, or 10 lots, how many of those homes have been built?
That's what I was just trying to clarify. I know that
Okay.
this case, I've been dealing with the applicant, and last I heard that there is I guess, a model home under construction, but I think that might actually be a better question for
Okay,
Mr. Brody.
That goes into Mr. Lumpkin's question. Thank you.
Okay. Would the applicant like to come forward and answer? I guess we got some questions for you.
Thank you.
You just give us your name and address, please?
Sure. Good evening. My name is Mitchell Bodie. I'm president of Boone Homes. We are celebrating our 35th anniversary this year, and we're very proud to be headquartered in Goochland County at 62 Broad Street Road in Centerville. I would like to thank Jamie Sherry, Tom Coleman, Ray Cash, and all the other county staff members that have worked hard to get this case ready for presentation to you. Several months ago, we were contacted by Mr. Harfs and Ms. Shepard about potentially purchasing their property. They have been extremely accommodative during the development of Blair Estates, and we wanted to make something work for them in their request. We therefore had the necessary pre-application meeting, community meeting, and filed our rezoning case for the 3 acres that is currently under consideration. I believe this is a reasonable request for an addition to a high-quality neighborhood. With that said, I would ask the board to approve this case. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Your question specifically, the HOA has been formed. There is actually one homeowner that has closed on his house in the neighborhood. We have 4 or 5 under construction right now. We have sold 7 of the houses in the neighborhood, so there's 3 left to sell. One of those houses is being spec'd out as a speculative build, but the other 2 are available for purchase. Happy to answer any other questions.
So are you still running the association as the?
We are.
And is what you're putting in here and the plans for these front lots, just folding it in and having the same?
Exactly the same restrictions and everything else, and same architectural requirements and everything else. It's 4 sides brick is what we're putting in this neighborhood. We're actually, we're starting at 3,500 square feet, but we do allow full custom builds, so we gave us some flexibility with that 2,500 square feet.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Holland. Anything else before we open the public hearing? Okay, thank you, Mr. Bodie. All right, with that, I will open up the public hearing. Okay, seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Board, any further discussions, questions for staff, or a motion?
Mr. Chair, if you're prepared to receive a motion
Yes, sir.
or entertain one, I move that the board approve rezoning RZ 2023, number 13, for 3 acres at 471 Blair Road from agricultural limited A2 to residential general R3 with proffered conditions as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughns. Motion is discussion. The only thing I'll say on this one is interesting to me is we've talked about smart growth and putting growth in designated areas. While this is not consistent with the comp plan, I think an attractive thing of this is the water and sewer that will be available. So I think it falls more in line than some of the other projects that we've had going on. Thank you. Roll call vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Vaughns?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Ms. Laskellette?
Yes.
Mrs. Spoonhour?
Yes. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Sherry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next application is a request for a rezoning by Raymond Moore. This is a request from an agricultural zoning district, agricultural limited, to a R1 zoning district with proffers for a 6-lot subdivision. The property is located just south of I-64 and along Rockford Road. The aerial, I think, shows a better depiction of it. So we have Rockford Road that runs right here. You have I-64. This is the subject property. The property is surrounded by residential, so we have larger lot residential across the street, as well as the Wheatland subdivision to the west and Ford subdivision to the east and to the south. The comprehensive plan does designate this property as rural enhancement area. And the zoning for the subject property, as I mentioned, is A2, as is the property to the north and to the east. Wheatlands is zoned residential, rural residential. So here's just a quick summary of the overall request. The applicant is proposing a 6-lot subdivision. The minimum lot size would be 2 acres. Some of them are a little bit above that. There is a minimum 100-foot wide buffer along Rockford Road, and a minimum 25-foot perimeter natural and landscape buffer along the property line. They did proffer the elevations that are before you. Just to kind of bring you up to speed as to what the applicant could do by right through the parent track process, there is one split left to the property, so they could create a 2-lot subdivision on this property by right. Before you, I guess I probably should have mentioned this, Ms. Biskiewicz did pass down some amended proffers that we received this evening from the applicant. This presentation will reflect those changes, and I'll explain what was and what is as I go through the presentation. There should be some extra copies of that. Tom, did you put some copies in the back? They're in the back, yes. So for those in attendance, there's a few copies that they want to look at the proffers. There are 2 changes, one to proffer 1 and one to proffer 5. So in front of you is the revised conceptual plan. As I mentioned before, the conceptual plan does show 6 lots, residential lots for the development dwelling development. There is a private road, a 100-foot buffer along Rockford Road. Along the boundary line, there is a 25-foot buffer. It will be a landscape buffer that includes both existing and supplemental landscaping. So I did want to mention the changes that occurred today. So now in common area, the buffer and the wetlands will now be within the common area. It's no longer on a private lot, as well as the two BMPs or stormwater management ponds. Those have been moved to individual lots and will be maintained by the HOA. So a little bit about stormwater. I mentioned the two stormwater ponds that are on the exhibit. So any stormwater, well, let me talk a little bit about the existing before I move into what the requirements are by DEQ. So as you can see, a drainage way transverses, it goes across 64 and down through the lots within wetlands, the wheatlands. It outfalls into there. So between the proximity to 64 there and that waterway, there are stormwater issues and there is flooding, particularly in the Wheatland subdivision. So I did want to point that out as I go through the rest of the presentation when I talk about some of the concerns that we had heard from the citizens. This was one of the concerns that we heard. So back when 64 was constructed, there weren't the same regulations. They were not nearly as stringent as they are now as far as stormwater goes. So we believe that is in part some of the problems that add to the flooding within the subdivision. I mentioned rain events do cause the drainage way to overflow and impact the lots. What I do want to point out, it should be noted that current stormwater management regulations, they require that the site be designed in a manner that they cannot make off-site stormwater issues any worse than they currently are. So having this development here will not make them worse by law. And I think the applicant can probably talk a little bit more about that. There's some question as to whether or not this might improve the current situation, but there's no guarantee to that as far as I know. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the comprehensive plan. So this application is generally consistent with the comprehensive plan recommendation. That is within the rural enhancement area recommendation. And forgive me, I'm going to go ahead and just read this because this is important as we go through the explanation as to why we consider generally consistent with the comp plan. So rural enhancement, as defined or explained through the comprehensive plan, exhibit a rural character with low-density residential, agricultural, forest, or other uses which are not planned for public utilities, public or central utilities, excuse me. Residential uses should include significant amount of open space, limit the amount of graded and native plant removal, create minimal visual and other impacts. Sorry, this is a little bit hard to read, but see if you're just looking at it from the audience, I apologize. I will read through it. Rural enhancement areas do not provide a recommendation on lot size. As you heard in our previous, the two previous rezoning cases I talked about, average lot size is often said in 1 acre lot, 2 acre lots, and for the low density. Then you have our RPUD, which has like a 2.5, and there's actually recommendations within the comp plan for the suburban residential that actually points to that zoning district. So there is no recommendation on a size for the rural enhancement area. So that was in part why staff has identified this as being generally consistent. I did want to talk a little about how we got there. A1 and A2 zoning districts do allow for 2 and 3 acre lots right now today. Lots that are on secondary roads can be 2 acres. If it's on a primary road, they need to be a minimum of 3 acres. That is what is allowed per the zoning ordinance today. So looking at what's in the area, we have the subject property is zoned, a request to be zoned R1. The Wheatlands is zoned RR, which is the residential rural. This was rezoned back in 1986. And then the Fords subdivision, which was done in 1981, is A2. Each of them have, varying areas, approximately 16 acres for the subject property. Wheatlands, approximately 123 acres. Fords, approximately 147. Lot size, total lots, 6 for the subject property, 50 for Wheatlands, and 42 for Fords. All 3 of the 2 surrounding have a minimum lot size, and that is the request of 2 acres, and that is the request of the applicant. Sizes range, currently, the subject property, what I have on the screen, actually 2.2 to 4.3, that was prior to what was received by the board this evening. I did not make that change. Forgive me, it's approximately 2 acres, a little over 2 acres for the lots now, because all of that extra land was put into the common space. That did reduce that. Acres per lot is 2.68, and there are no open space requirements. For the Wheatlands, they have a larger range, 2 acres to 6.7 acre size lots, and their density is 2.46. And again, no requirement back in 1986 for open space in the RR zoning district. Things have changed, but back then there was no requirement. In Fords, which was developed or approved by the Planning Commission for a final plat back in 1981, with no rezoning, it is A2. They have a total of 42 lots, minimum lot size also 2, and their range is from 2 acres all the way up to 10 plus acres, and a higher a higher average of 3.51. They do have open space. Again, I don't know, I think that was just what they decided to do at the time because there was no rezoning, so it was not required in a by right subdivision. Speaking of by right splits, I did want to mention again that the applicant does have the right to have 1 additional split per the parent tract, so that would allow them to develop today a 2-lot subdivision. So in looking at the comprehensive plan evaluation, generally consistent, I had mentioned 2-acre lots are allowed in the A2 zoning district today. The designation of rural enhancement area does not give a specific. The density lot size is comparable to neighboring, so the impact would be consistent with what is there currently. Not planned for public utilities, again mentioned in the rural enhancement definition or paragraph. They are providing a 100-foot buffer along Rockford Road, which would protect the view sheds along Rockford Road, again going back to the language from that designation. The proposal does not seek any transportation-related waivers or meet access management requirements, and development cannot make off-site stormwater issues worse and may reduce actually the off-site impacts. But again, I cannot guarantee that. There was a community meeting held. There was actually 2 community meetings held. The first one was held back in April. There were approximately 28 attendees. There were a number of concerns that included rural character impacts and sprawl from the more developed areas. Removal of existing internal road, that's in reference to an internal road that's on the subject property. Stormwater drainage and the wetlands impacts to the Wheatland subdivision. R1 zoning in the area, the limited R1 zoning in the area, and no by right lots, number of by right lots, as well as number of RR lots. The need for larger setbacks, the fact that there are 2 providers of electricity in the area, impacts on wells, the potential of sprinkler systems impacting the water supply, wildlife impacts, and tree removal and farming. In the county's ACRES initiative, that is something that was done several years ago that evaluated, how we currently deal with our farmland, and actually included some of the language from our existing comp plan that talks about how to preserve the rural character of our rural areas. At the April meeting, overall, attendees expressed opposition. There was a second community meeting held. This was last month in November. There were approximately 40 attendees. Very similar concerns: stormwater, wetlands, the by right, the size of the lots, buffers, potential tree removal, impacts on the water supply, road impact, rural character, and again the sprawl, and the application and development process. They were just asking questions like how many times can they defer, things along those lines. Several attendees did express concern with this application. At the July Planning Commission meeting, at their public hearing, the Planning Commission recommended approval on a 3-2 vote. Mr. Myers and Mr. Rockacharlie voted against the recommendation for approval. 9 people did speak in opposition to this request and expressed concerns with stormwater, rural character, comprehensive plan consistency, access, as well as buffers. We did receive 5 additional emails in opposition to this request. Those concerns included that, the R1 zoning itself is not appropriate, environmental concerns, consistency with the comprehensive plan, lack of significant open space, construction, noise, traffic, housing values, impact to the wetlands and to wildlife. Since the Planning Commission meeting back in July, the applicant did request 2 deferrals from August to deferrals from the Board of Supervisors public hearing from August to September, and then in September they made the request to have their hearing tonight in December. So I do have the proffer amendment. So I'd mentioned, I'm following my own ideas here. We had that, the proffer amendment come in twice today. So there was originally earlier this morning, the applicant did, actually that's not true. Well, anyway, the applicant did proffer a 25-foot natural landscape. Actually read this I guess, landscaped and natural tree area will be on all the property lines that abut the residential. So what I have in front of you today is, since the agenda packet was published. So they have placed the BMPs into separate lots in order to meet DEQ regulations. The wetlands were removed from Lot 6, and that also includes the 100-foot buffer on Rockford Road that now is within a common area. And the HOA will maintain both the buffer as well as the property buffer. That is how the applicant is intending. I do know that we have we just received the proffers this evening, and I know Ms. McGee has reviewed them. She may have some comment on that. So just a proffer summary. I'm going to be kind of repeating a lot of what I already said, but just to make sure that you all understand what is being proffered. A conceptual plan that limits 6 residential lots, a minimum size lot of 2 acres, elevation and building materials. There'll be brick or stone foundations, roofing materials that have a minimum 25-year warranty. 2 possible building size minimums. A 1-story will be a minimum of 1,800 square feet floor area. A 2-story minimum will be 2,500 square feet minimum floor area. I mentioned the buffer, 100-foot buffer along Rockford Road. the 25 natural and landscape buffer along the property line. They will be providing a cash offer of $9,809 per residential lot to help mitigate the capital impacts. They have the protective covenants as well as construction, limitation on construction hours, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday. And they will be putting in underground utilities if approved. And in front of you are the two proffer changes that we did receive this evening. This is what is in front of the board on the dais, as well as what is available for a couple copies for the citizenry as well. The conceptual plan basically shows, change the date on there, that's the only thing that's different on the actual proffer itself, but it did show the buffer as well as the 2 stormwater ponds outside of the individual residential lots. The protective covenants, they added some language to ensure that it did cover these common lots, buffer easements, and open spaces. And again, Ms. McGee may have some legal weigh-in on these as well. And that really concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any of your questions. And then the applicant is here. He has a presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Sherry. Board, anything before the applicant gets their presentation?
Quickly, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Sherry,
Yes, sir.
if we had adopted, we deferred earlier the access management subdivision ordinance. First thing, we deferred that to February. If we had adopted that tonight, and let me back up, they're proposing a private road.
They are proposing a private road,
If we had
correct?
adopted the ordinance this evening, they would not be allowed to do this, correct?
It would depend on the order upon which I guess the hearing would be. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. McGee, if
okay,
they were on the calendar, I mean, on the agenda prior. Yeah.
Under the, if we adopt that ordinance and then they come to us.
Yes,
with
sir.
This would have to be a public road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you emphasized several times, and I appreciate, and I'm not trying to pick on you, but I just want to be clear about something. You said you're emphasizing this is consistent with A2 agricultural minimum lot size.
Correct.
But in this context, I want to phrase this in a way, again, I understand your statement, but they have only one more by right subdivision, family type subdivision here, correct?
That is
Split.
correct. Through the parent track, they are allowed
Parent
one
track.
more by right split.
And so that means that they could do a 2-acre lot in that context.
They could.
But that minimum lot doesn't mean you can have 5 2-acre lots in A2.
So their request, the comprehensive plan and the parent track were kind of evaluated individually. I mean, they have their by right, but even if they didn't have their by right and that request came in, we evaluated it upon those
So by right,
circumstances.
they could do, by right, no questions asked, they could do 2
Correct.
lots. They also, there's another interim zoning classification where they could get how many lots?
So there is the RR zoning district. We don't know exactly because we don't know how it's actually made up. We think that they potentially could get 3.
Okay.
That
So
the
it's-
applicant might be able to answer that a little better. He may have actually worked the scenario.
But again, you weren't asked to evaluate that, so I understand you're not holding you to that.
I thought about it.
But on your scenario, we know 2 by right, 3 possibly, and they're asking for 6.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you showed us the revised, make sure I'm looking at the revised, the BMPs were moved.
Yeah, I have the original as well in my presentation. Oh, that's it right there. So this is the 1114, which came out with the packet. As you can see, it's a little hard to actually see, but that is not the actual lots. The lots actually are down the middle of the private road all the way to the property line. So that's why this has a 4+, or what is that, like 6+? I can't see that far, forgive me.
4.2.
Yeah, so that is one lot according to what came
Is that
before.
like, I guess, I'm cautious to use, but is that the building envelope? Is that?
I would say that, it's hard to say, I thought the same thing. I don't know, that might be a question for the applicant. I mean, that's typically what we call it, but there's no measurements on it, so I'm not sure. Like, there's no setbacks, I don't think.
Okay, that's, and yeah, can you flip to the revised conceptual plan?
Absolutely.
Okay. I think I have a question for the applicant on that, but the BMPs are on property that's outside of the individual lot.
That is
owners.
correct. And the intent, I believe, is for the HOA to maintain them. Not, I know that is the intent. I don't know how the proffer, if it's what the proffer is appropriate or not.
Well, I'll go, if you can go to the protective covenants number 5, and again, it's not a question for you, but it's,
Yep, no
I'm
problem.
going to give the applicant a quick heads up on a concern. Number 5. Nowhere in here does it say what I think it should say, and it's, in my opinion. The association shall own and maintain the common areas and shall maintain the buffer easements. Most of the time, I think we see that, and that's not clear in here. So that's not asking for you to opine or respond. I think it's just something that the applicant can anticipate coming their way. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Ms. Lumpkins. Okay, would the applicant like to come forward?
Oh, thank you. We are picking the heaviest agenda for staff to now be doing the control of the slideshow, so forgive me, we're still clunking along. There you are, and you know how to use it.
Maybe. Good evening, Andrew Browning, Youngblood Tyler and Associates, representing the owner, Mr. Ray Moore. I have a short presentation to go through tonight. So I'm going to skip to this plan first. So what we're proposing is R1 on zoning, 6 lots on 16 acres for a density of about 0.38 units per acre, minimum of 2-acre lots, accessed by one private road onto Rockford Road, 100-foot buffer, common area buffer along Rockford Road. We have 25-foot landscape buffers around the entire residual property lines. We're protecting the existing wetlands that exist along Rockford Road. What we're proposing is compatible with the surrounding area. I think this is the pointer. So completely surrounded on 3 sides of us are 2 to 3 acre lots. And we're also proposing 2 to 3 acre lots. The plan is also consistent with the comprehensive plan as indicated by staff. Want to apologize for some last second changes or last minute changes here. We thought we had this plan pretty ironed out, and staff came to us late yesterday evening with a request to take the stormwater basins outside of the lots. So today we were kind of scrambling, trying to get this plan back together to make some changes to the plan to remove those basins. The intent initially was the entire site, there would be no common area owned by the association. All the area would be owned by the lot owners. So there would be a private road, so there would be a road or right-of-way easement, and you would own to the center of the road. And those stormwater basins would be on your lot within an easement as well, maintained by the association. That is not uncommon. I guess it depends on the locality. DEQ allows that. Some localities want them out of the lots. Some, it's not an issue to be in the lots. So at the last minute, we were kind of scrambling to get these changes made to pull those out of the lots. The intent is the HOA will own the common area 100-foot buffer along Rockford Road. It will own these areas where the stormwater basins are. There will be some easement or a way to get the runoff from the road into those basins. So it'll be an easement over the lot potentially to get to the basin, to get the runoff to those. The orangish color is the buildable area, so the building setbacks, that'd be the area you would be able to build within. The buffers we propose along the perimeter, the majority of those are wooded now. There's some areas in here that are not fully wooded, and maybe some along the northern property line. We're going to supplement those buffers with additional plantings to a requirement that we proffered in order to provide a visual screen from the neighbors. These buffers were buffer easements within the lots. We've done that in the past with a project called Carver Oaks in Oilville. That project had buffer easements within the lots and was allowed. Skip forward real quick.
Mr. Brown, how long ago was that you did Carver Oaks?
That project was probably 5 years ago, maybe.
Okay.
So the proposed homes in the development will be a mix of style, craftsman, arts and crafts, farmhouse traditional. We proffered in the elevations, proffered a minimum square footage of 1,800 square feet for single story and 2,500 for two-story. We're anticipating home prices to be in the vicinity of $600,000 to $800,000. These were the elevations that we proffered. We have been diligent to try to address all the concerns of their neighbors and staff. We conducted 2 community meetings. The first was back in April, and the latest one was in November. The latest one was well attended, maybe 35 or 40 residents. In my opinion, it went quite well. There was questions asked, but I think we addressed most of the concerns. I think a lot of people came to see what was going on. As a result of those community meetings, the very first time we came up with a project, we had 7 lots, and we were going to do a public road, and there was open space requirements for that. Listening to the concerns of the neighbors, we reduced it down to 6 lots, and then that made the lots bigger, increased them to 2 acres in size. We added the buffers along the entire perimeter, and the additional planning requirements based on concerns from the neighbors. Added quality standards for the homes, and as I mentioned just recently, we changed for staff and added those stormwater basins back into within the common area, took them out of the lots and put them in common area. There were a bunch of questions about drainage at some of the community meetings. This map kind of shows what the drainage areas are now. It wasn't as much drainage as I thought would be to the locations. There's a stream here that kind of runs through the Wheatlands subdivision, almost right in the middle of the lots almost. There's a large wetland area along Rockford Road. There's a driveway, existing road, right along the property line that comes into this field. And when they dammed up for the driveway, they didn't put a pipe in. And so it created like a pond essentially, and it dammed that area up and wetlands formed. Some point later, the owner, I think, came in and put a small pipe in. The pipe's still undersized, and it's not low enough, so still it holds water when in the rainy season, wet season possibly now, it probably has water in it. And so there's a wetland area, but that's mainly how that formed. But it's only about 15 acres draining to that location. It's not any water coming from the other side of I-64. There's also another area, depressed area within the site that drains down out to these areas, ultimately ends in that same stream in Wheatlands, but it's a little lower on the site. And so in those 2 locations, that's where we're proposing those 2 stormwater basins to catch the runoff before it leaves our site. And with the requirements of the stormwater regulations, we will be releasing less water after the development than what is running off of it today. Those are the requirements of the stormwater regulations in place. So we'd have to release 80% of the, if that whole site were wooded, we're only allowed to release 80% of what the runoff from that site would be if it was all in trees, and a lot of it is in a field today. So our development should improve the drainage concerns of the neighbors downstream. That was my short presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Browning. Any questions for the applicant before I open the public hearing?
Real quickly, Mr. Browning, on my question, private road, you did to the middle of the lot, so they own. So did that, in your view, does that just remove, or in your plans, does that remove any need for a RMA or a road maintenance agreement, or is there a plan to have a road maintenance?
Still would have a road maintenance agreement, yes, sir.
Is that in the proffers somewhere?
I don't think that's proffered. Staff would require that. Yeah, they're requiring that now with private roads, yes.
It's just a requirement that doesn't have to be proffered? So it's that in an ordinance? I mean, you required as part of the POD review, is that?
Correct,
is
yeah,
that-
that's correct.
okay, so
And
it's a
it's
policy.
probably, well, I believe it's part of the subdivision ordinance. I can look in here to verify for when it's platted.
'Cause it seems to me that should be something that's not so much discretionary, but anyway, that's a
Agreed,
debate for the
I
next
agree.
board.
I'll look, I'm pretty sure we do
Yeah,
have a
we did a project called West Castle that was just 4 lots and had a private road, and staff required us to have a maintenance agreement recorded prior to recordation of the plat. that
So,
has been
so
the
you're pretty
standard.
much, you're gonna have a road maintenance agreement whether you shift the lot lines away from the center. So what was your purpose of putting, was it to get a lot size? Did you try to do-
So there wouldn't be any property owned by the association initially. It would all be owned by a lot owner, and there would just be,
So that's what I thought, but now that you're putting the BMPs in the association, what's the, why would you not want to just go ahead and allow the road to be into the association as well? What would be the consequences of doing that?
so I mean, we could possibly put that in as well. We scrambled to put together the lot lines to make sure, because we proffered 2-acre lots, and we're trying to make sure we had the lot acreage.
Well, that's
I don't-
kind of what, that's
yeah.
kind of what I'm going at. Are you getting your acreage by taking the property line up to the middle of the road?
Possibly some of that is within those acres, but it may be able to still obtain the same density if you pull it out. I haven't studied that thoroughly to see if I calculate the areas outside of that easement.
And you said the buffers around at the back of each lot is also now in the lots? It's not separate?
The buffers in the rear of the lots were in the lots, yes.
Okay.
The 100-foot buffer along Rockford Road would be common area. So that was not part of the lot.
I think we've had this recently too, where if you have private owners owning the buffer, it becomes a little more difficult for neighbors in the county to say, you got to maintain the buffers, because we're now looking at an individual versus the association. So, okay.
So that the proffer that we had for the restrictive covenants, that was the exact proffer we had at the Village of Hidden Rock. That's essentially the same proffer that was approved with that case. That's where that came, Fairgrounds Road, Village of Hidden Rock, recently.
But I seem to remember we did talk about ownership of that, like that easement
I think I took
you
that
were
word for word from that case.
Well, that may be the case. Andrew, I'm sure you have a better recollection of your cases than we do up here.
Right.
But
We don't have any-
It should still state, and I think it's your intention.
Yes,
So it should
that's not a
state,
problem, yeah,
right,
that's
that
the
the
intent is they
homeowners
own and maintain, yes,
own and maintain.
yes, that's not a problem.
So will you be able to meet the minimum 2 acres then?
If I take out the easements, I'm not sure. I haven't done that
If you
calculation.
take out the buffer and the road,
If
you're
I
not.
take out, yes, I'd have to do some math to verify if I took the buffer easements and the road out, if I could still maintain 2-acre lots for 6 lots. I know if you take the 100-foot common area along Rockford Road is not included in that acreage that we had. But it did include that 25-foot buffer easement.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Any questions for the applicant at this time? All right, folks, we're going to do this, we've been at this a little over an hour and a half. We're going to take a 10-minute recess, so we'll be prepared. We'll figure out how many people want to talk, and we'll talk about that when the big hand is on the 9.
For the Truitt case, those buffers were outside of, that's the difference.
Right.
So, I mean, because, trust me,
Yeah,
I thought
some
about
of
it.
the ownership or something, I mean, I took the same language.
Yeah, and so the two of us, and Austin and I, we try to figure out if you could do it. I don't know if the numbers will work.
Yeah, it's tight. I mean,
Yeah.
if they want me to take the road easement out and the buffer easements out, I probably can't get 6 lots.
That's kind of cool. I'm going to miss that gavel. All right, so can I go ahead and start our public hearings? There's some new faces in the room, so just so you understand how these go. You have 3 minutes to speak. Please come to the microphone. You can secede up 2 minutes of your time to someone else. So if you come up and say, I want to succeed, my time, the 2 minutes goes for a maximum of 10 minutes to any presenter. We ask that you come up. If you're going to speak, I don't know how many people are here for this case or the other, but if it really helps if you're going to speak, if you could come and fill in the first row. So this way we're not waiting for people to walk over each other. It just kind of helps us get everybody home a little quicker and get everybody heard a little quicker. So with that, I will open the public hearing.
Press the red button there, turn the mic on.
On the bottom.
Doug Knapp, 2337 Wheatlands Drive.
John Mason, 2323 Wheatlands Drive, and I'm going to cede my minutes to Doug.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm Pamela Pack, 2354 Wheatlands Drive, and I also cede my time to Doug.
Okay, thank you.
In my time tonight, I hope to provide information and images of 3 areas of concern. An overview of the neighborhoods affected by this planned development, Rockford Road and the dangers it presents for residents and visitors if this planned development is approved, and how this planned development affects overall quality of life for residents, impact on wildlife, and disruption of natural habitat. This is Mannequin Road, running up from Broad Street, passing Sycamore Creek, Tuckahoe Bridge, and wonderful, wonderful farmland up to our particular area here. The proposed development is right here. Ford's subdivision here, Wheatlands here, and often left out of presentations, and the staff did not mention this, but one of the areas very much affected by Rockford Road is Windy Run. Rockford Road is a dead end at Windy Run. There are 80 households for which Rockford Road is the only outlet to Mannequin Road. There's only one way in and one way out. Rockford Road is a narrow 2-lane country road with some small hills and blind curves. To enter our neighborhood, you enter off of Rockford Road and you hit a blind turn right here. You go a little bit further and you hit a hill right before the proposed development, and then a sharp, another blind curve right there. And I'm going to show you some more of that blind curve. Not working. Rockford Road is a very narrow country road, only 20 feet wide. It can't be widened because of I-64 on one side and our precious wetlands on the other. Many of my neighbors walk on Rockford Road. There is no room for walkers if cars or trucks are coming in both directions. This shows a hill that is immediately before the proposed driveway for the development as you head west on Rockford Road. This is a very potential problem. This is the blind curve heading east. This is the blind curve that frightens me if the proposed development is approved, and here's why. The blind curve that I'm talking about is right in this area here. And that's heading east. I hope you can visualize the danger that this presents. This is a photo of the blind curve heading east. You can see that there is no way to see on the other side of this curve as you're heading down this area. And you've probably heard of sun delays. When traveling east toward Richmond on I-64 or even Broad Street in Eastern Standard Time during rush hour. As you approach this curve, just around the curve where the proposed development entrance and exit will be, the sun hits you right in the eye. I've experienced this hundreds of times as I've commuted to Richmond in the morning. This is another accident waiting to happen. I worry about a school bus being around this blind curve, picking up children from a new development. When my daughter was in high school, she was rounding this curve one morning and was blinded by the sun. My neighbor who was taking his son to daycare also had difficulty seeing through his windshield and had pulled partially onto the grass, clean his windshield. My daughter didn't see his car, smashed into the rear end and careened into the center of Rockford Road, blocking both lanes of traffic. Thank God no one was hurt, but it could have been much worse. And by the way, my daughter could have received a reckless driving citation that day, but the Goochland Sheriff's deputy agreed that because of the sun, no one could see what was in front of them. No ticket was issued. So there are many problems with Rockford Road, which will be magnified if this development is approved. The blind curves, the hills, the speed, the lack of space for walkers, no space for road widening, and the sun delays. If this proposed development is approved, I wonder what consequences will occur when Rockford Road is blocked by an accident. What if at the same time a neighbor's house catches fire and fire trucks can't get access to the fire? What happens if a neighbor has a medical emergency and fire and rescue can't get access to the home? Remember, there is only one way in and one way out. The consequences could be tragic and they can't be ignored. Imagine for a moment that we remove all this development and we return to how the property is today. There are the precious wetlands and trees surrounding the area, but the vast majority of the property is an open field, which is the habitat for hundreds of animals in peaceful setting for neighbors whose property abuts the area. I expect it has been this way for many, many decades. One local resident is a white buck, and in this meadow right there, that is not a dog, that is not a goat, that is a white deer. That's a photo that I took of that white deer in the backyard of my house. Quality of life for residents in our rural enhancement area is extremely important. The proposed development will change the beauty and peaceful nature of our neighborhood forever and do irreparable damage to wildlife that shares our space. Can we change to the video real quickly?
You're almost out of time.
Well,
My apologies. Sorry,
Okay.
don't count this against him because I'm a little bit awkward.
Dear video.
There it is, the top one. Thank you.
One of our more famous residents. I ask that you consider the permanent consequences that approving this development will bring. I ask that you vote no on this zoning change and not upset our rural enhancement area.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp.
Is Ms. Mason's there? Oh, sorry. There. Oh, Wait. Oh, hold off. No, I saved it. Saved the day.
Susan Mason, 2323 Wheatlands Drive. I'm going to show you a video I took at our daughter's house in August of 2020. After a summer storm, their house is located at 2355 Wheatlands Drive, which is 9 houses down Wheatlands on the left.
Drive slow.
I'll just.
All right, slow. It doesn't matter. They can go around you. Wave them around. You can drive. You're on the other side of the road. I am. They're doing good at it. Where everybody's looking. Stop. They coming in. Stop. Wait a minute. Stop.
This has happened at least twice in the 5 years we have lived in the Wheatlands subdivision. The applicant stated this development won't make things worse, and it might improve the flooding issues. What happens if it does make it worse? The Rockford property is currently by-righted for 2 houses. Changing the zoning could make the flooding worse, and it could affect numerous homes in the Wheatlands and Windy Run subdivisions. When that water was doing that, it was going through the entire Wheatland subdivision. They were on vacation, so we just took that video to send them going, hey, this is your house. Therefore, I oppose this zoning request. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mason.
We'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Jamie.
Gentlemen, ladies. Nathan Schneider, 2409 Wheatlands Drive, second piece of property as you come off Rockwood Road into Wheatlands. The flooding that was described in the video was the flooding that I was introduced to upon arrival. Retired from the Navy after 40 years, showed up at my new property, and that's what I got, okay? Very disturbing. The property behind us is a beautiful field. It's been there for years. They may or may not improve it. I hear discussion about whether the runoff is really from 64 or not. I mean, there's a lot of discussion about that, whether it's dammed up or not. But I don't hear anybody really doing any research via the Department of Transportation to figure out if it is or isn't. So we're going to suffer regardless, and with no promises of how it's going to be. I recommend disapproval, and I give my remainder of my time to Mr. Allison.
I'm sorry, it doesn't, you're not able to give
okay.
comments. And then give time, sorry. So you have 3 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Hi,
Thank you,
Bryce
Mr.
Allison.
Snyder.
Bryce Allison, 2379 Wheatlands Drive. I'm a little concerned tonight hearing changes already coming in at the last minute. You know, that should raise some flags right there. you know, that there's been 2 delays to the Board of Supervisors already, and then you're just getting some changes tonight. So, well said. I've got two reasons that I'm against this proposal. One's personal, one's public. You've seen the video. My neighbors are the beneficiaries of that. I'm the 5th lot in. So not only is there problems coming from 64, but there's problems coming from the field itself. And it comes down into my backyard, into that drainage ditch, and then downstream to my neighbors. 10 years ago, I took pictures of that same thing and successfully fought real estate land assessment and won that because I said, I can't use that property behind that drainage ditch. So the county agreed that there was a problem then. And then I've heard back and forth, the drainage ponds may or may not take care of it. I don't like may or may not, you know, I would like yes. So downhill, you know, the neighbors, you know, many more of them will attest to that same problem. It seems a significant request that this is the public one, you know, to go from A2 to R1. You know, had it stayed A2, it could have split to 2. Had it been rural residential, possibly could have got 3 lots, you know, out of that. But I think it sets a bad precedent to jump from A2 to R1 in a rural enhancement area, because this will then set the precedent for the next big piece of property that comes in, and then they'll be able to put 1.5 acres, because that's what you can do with R1. I think Mr. Lumpkins mentioned it, that it looks like they're gaining that minimum of 2 acres by going into the middle of that road. What happens in the future if that road then becomes public? They're no longer 2-acre lots. I understand this is my closing statement. I understand the risk in purchasing property and developing property. I took a risk 20 years ago when I purchased my property and I hoped that it would remain rural. The owners of the property took a risk in purchasing it with the hope maybe one day of having it rezoned and developing it and making some retirement money. There are no guarantees either way, but at least with this forum, I get to voice my opinion. I think we need to take a stand if we truly believe the intent of the 2035 comprehensive plan regarding rural enhancement areas. Approving R1 directly from A2 would set that bad precedent. As such, I stand opposed to this proposed rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allison.
Scott Kalbrenner, 711 Rockford Road. And I think I'm one of 2 people represented here on Rockford Road, is that right? Yeah, okay. So I'm coming a little bit later. Rockford Road is, Windy Run is the development that we're in on the first lot, right next to Wheatlands. But our area is 5 to 16 acres. And I don't recall, Ms. Sherry, if it's RR or R1 or A2 or what, but it doesn't matter. It is what it is. And if that's the case, we are a development that is there, and there's no reason for it to go to, in my mind, to go to something that's outside of what's already presented to the community as a 16-acre lot or 2 8-acre lots. If it wants to develop to something other than that, I would oppose that. That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Kalbrenner.
Dennis Pack, 2354 Wheatlands Drive. I've got 3 main areas that I wanted to bring up. One was the road, which has already been brought up. It is dangerous now. Adding more cars to it, it's more dangerous, and as accidents occur, we've had trees that have gone over. Getting emergency vehicles in and out is already difficult. So anything done with additional houses, and we've had several additional houses already built out on Windy Run. One of the other concerns that I have is the water table. Last meeting that we had, we asked, okay, well, what is that going to do to our wells? And they said, well, there's no way of testing that. We don't think it's going to have any issue. So I think your wells will be fine. Well, I hate that I have a very expensive house and there's a chance that putting in more houses and subtracting water from the water table there could just completely leave me without any water for a period of time in the summer or whenever. So that really bothers me, that there is no true answer to that, and I may end up losing my water and the value of my house. I've put a lot of money into that house, and I hate to have that impact my house within the Wheatland subdivision. And then also, yeah, where he talked about they put a road in there and they blocked it back, that basically was a retention pond. Then they put in the small pipe, which regulated the water coming out of that. And then tonight what I hear is we're going to take that out and allow all that water from that watershed area to hit that creek and to come into the Wheatland subdivision. There's already been a retention pond there, and you see what happens. If you're going to take that out and all the water from the Wheatland, or from that water retention area is going to come and hit Wheatlands, it is going to make things worse. So I don't see how in the world he said, yeah, from the field, they may be able to restrict some of it, but from the wetlands area there, it's going to make things worse opening that up and not allowing the water to spread out into that area. So I am definitely against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peck.
I'm Ronald Martin. I live at 2403 Wheatlands Drive. That is lots 1 through 7 of Section A of Wheatlands Drive is the adjoining property line to this 16-acre parcel. I live almost dead center of it. My company, American Realty Investors, previously owned this property. And when I purchased the property, I intended to do exactly what Mr. Moore has proposed doing. However, due to age and health, I decided to let someone else pursue this development, and Mr. Moore made me an acceptable offer, and I sold it to him in 2022, and I'd owned it about 7 years. I no longer have any financial interest in this property. That's not why I'm saying this. I'm simply here because I would love to see the property developed with good quality homes that would enhance the Wheatlands Farms community. My wife and I live on Lot 3A, which is, as I said, near the middle of the property line that we share with the 16-acre parcel. Wheatland Farms only has 7 lots, again, that are actually adjoining the 16-acre parcel. And we occupy about 14% of that frontage. As for water draining from the 16 acres, I have been there 23 years. The film that you saw happened one time in 23 years. I expect water to come through our property, but it's because there is an easement. There's a 16-foot drainage easement through lots 1 through 9 of Wheatland Farms. So anyone that developed a lot on Wheatland Farms knew that that water was going to come through there. They knew that drainage easement was through there. Given the shortness of time, I'll shorten this up, excuse me. But my whole career has been in real estate from 1966 to 2018. And based on my experience, which is considerate, that I think that this property development is totally consistent with what is already there. That whole area is surrounded with 2-acre lots, completely on all 3 sides, the other side being Rockford Road. Rockford Road is not a dangerous road. I don't know where these people are getting that. I would believe that it's totally unfair to require Mr. Moore to develop his subdivision with lots that are larger than all the lots that are surrounding his property.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Hey, I'm Justin. I'm at 800 Rockford Road.
Your last name, please?
Lingerfeld.
Thank you.
I think everybody else did a good job, neighbors. I come from a family of developers. I'm capitalist through and through. It's the only moral economic system because it's the only voluntary economic system. That said, there has to be a moral foundation for it. I mean, there has to be some kind of mutual beneficial arrangement. You know, that's cutting 10 acres off a 500-acre farm to put a small town on the map, you know, drop a Amazon, FedEx, UPS, something like that, and, you know, expedite commerce. What we're doing here is we're squeezing a small amount of acreage into a spot that's already developed, and it's been developed for, what, some 40, 50 years. I guess my question would be to the owner is why, other than it's sort of a, you know, unwritten crime of opportunity here, why come in somewhere where 99%, probably 100% of the people, neighbors and neighboring areas are against it? Why are we coming in here? You're not going to live there, and so some, you know, high-income folks can come in and have their piece of country that's not so far out in the country, but they still get a little bit of country. And you're gonna pave a cul-de-sac dead in the middle of our subdivision. To me, it's just it's the wisdom of the decision. It seems a little unethical and immoral from a capitalistic standpoint. Where are you? I love you, brother. Like any
I'm
of the
sorry,
rest
Mr.
of my brothers
Lingerfield.
and
This is to address the board.
Okay,
Thank you very
sorry
much.
about
That's okay.
And I wish everybody well. I wish you well somewhere else. I oppose. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lingerfeld. Anyone else?
For listening to me. My name is Pat Hendy, and I live at 2337 Wheatlands Drive. I wasn't prepared to speak tonight, but I heard a few things, and one is what caused the wetlands to occur there. And I've asked that of Ron Nanny, the Monacan Soil Water, engineers who actually have researched if there's any pipes under the highway system that drain there. And all the answers I've gotten and the time I've spent, everybody's told me, we really don't know. And so the answer is, the only way they can figure out what's going on with the water is to go in there and disturb the soil and look and do investigations, and nobody's done that. So we're here to protect the wetlands and the James River purity and the watershed. And all the water that comes down into that meadow perks down to Rockford Road and created that little wildlife habitat we call the wetlands. Now, when you put in 6 houses, you're going to have impervious surfaces, and that's going to shed the rainfall. It won't be distributed in that same way that it's feeding the natural habitat down there, which is necessary. It's necessary to have that flooding for your wetlands. When they pave the road, when they put rooftops in, make driveways, people do landscaping, it's all going to disrupt what's happening now in our naturalized area. With all the vegetation that's grown there naturally, the wildlife is feeding on it. It's a Virginia native plants. It's not Leland cypress from the landscaping nursery. And it's going to disrupt the whole thing. So what I want to ask one more thing is to define the word generally, because the staff has said it generally complies with the comprehensive plan. Well, we have been following the comprehensive plan for many, many, many years. The word generally, it means maybe there's some good in there, but there's something else that's not right, and that means it's not compliant with our comprehensive plan. It can be generally one way or another, but we're saying we've been held to what the comprehensive plan states, and we've operated that way as a neighborhood and as a county, as a rural county, all these years. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Ms. Handy.
Linda Moore, 2164 Prophet Road, Mannequin-Sappet, Virginia. I have listened to the presentation by Mr. Moore, or his proxy, and I have little bit of concern over the fact that we're talking about when Wheatlands was developed, was in 1986. We're talking about when Ford's was developed in 1981, I believe. My memory's not that great. We talk about they're not having the same standards as they do now. We have spent a remarkable amount of time and effort and energy to redefine our rewrite of our zoning ordinances. What they're asking for is R1. What the definition of the statement of intent for R1 is not for a rural enhancement area. It is for a residential use. That's why there is no, in A2 and in RR, there wasn't really a lot size, wasn't part of it, because there was supposed to be a significant amount of open space. There's no open space here at all. They're talking about only looking at the one item, and that's the adjoining properties have, some of them have 2-acre lots, but that's not the painting the full picture. The full picture is Ford's has got lots of open space. They've got ponds, they've got all kinds of stuff, and then only a very few of them, and they were part of a parent track. A parent track is necessary to preserve our agricultural parts. What's going to happen when all the agricultural properties are eaten up? How are we going to sustain our lives? You know, our wildlife is real important. Our water is very important, and so is our agricultural character. I'm asking you to please deny this one, because R1 has defined in the rewrite that just took place in 2020 does not say that it belongs in a rural enhancement area. I'm sorry, my brain is going deaf. Anyways, you have a good evening. I love you all, and I hope you will make the right decision.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Corinne Leist, 2359 Wheatlands Drive. I would like to state my opposition to the rezoning of this property. As has been mentioned by some of the others, my biggest concern is with the precedent that this would set for other developers to come in buying in to A2 properties with the intent of rezoning to R1, which would eventually turn our whole beautiful area into what we fear the most, short pump. So that's obviously my biggest concern. But beyond that, if it does go through, I'm hoping that there will be clearer direction with how the road is going to be handled, Rockford Road, with the construction, because obviously he can build some houses as is, so construction is a concern with vehicles on that road. As people have mentioned, it's the only way in and out. If there are a line of construction trucks, am I going to have to wait 20 minutes to pull into my neighborhood every day? Who knows, because that's not really been stated how they're going to handle that. And also the construction hours, Monday to Saturday, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. I have a toddler and a newborn on the way. 8 p.m., trees getting chomped up in my backyard. That sounds like a rough bedtime to me. So as I said, I oppose the rezoning. Obviously, no one's trying to stop this person from building houses. He has the right to. But I think the zoning should match what is surrounding, which is RR and A2. So if it could stay that way or be rezoned to RR, I think that would be ideal, and I think most people here would agree. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Leist. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Would the applicant like to come forward and speak to anything that they heard.
Again, Andrew Browning, Youngblood Tyler and Associates. I'll try to hit some of the bigger points. So with the issues regarding flooding, state law will require that we have to allow less water to run off of that site after it's developed than it is today. So we will be improving the flooding situation within the wetlands. The wetlands that are there, we are protecting those wetlands. The plan is not to impact those wetlands. They will be protected. That pipe under that road is kind of acting like a detention basin. I agree with that statement. The plan is to leave that there. We're not going to go in and make any changes to that because that is kind of detaining the runoff before it gets to that site. There's an easement on the Wheatlands property. There's not a drainage easement across this property. The water didn't come from 64 to get to the Wheatlands. The subdivision ordinance requires that if there's an open channel within the development, they have to put a drainage easement over that. So that's why that drainage easement was within that neighborhood. That it does not extend up to 64. The location of that entrance, we've had to study the sight line, sight distance. We will meet sight distance along Rockford Road at that entrance location based on the speed limit of Rockford Road. There will be substantial open space in the development. I think what we have proposed now to be in common area is 2.5 acres, which is roughly 16%. And that was not including those buffer easements, which are probably another acre or so there. So quite a bit of it will be preserved in open space. As far as setting a rezoning precedent, I've heard many times that rezonings don't set a precedent, that each case is looked at on an individual basis. So I don't believe it'll set a rezoning precedent. And concerning the well water, that is a difficult thing to measure, how much groundwater, how much water is in the aquifers below us for wells. I did speak to a friend of mine who's owns a local well drilling company and asked, I knew they had probably drilled wells in the neighborhoods or worked there in the past, and he indicated that there was substantial water in that area, and most of those wells weren't that deep to get to the water table, and it didn't think there would be any issue with 6 additional wells in that location on lots, 2-acre lots is what's surrounding there. I think that's a lot of the major concerns. Be happy to answer any additional questions that you all have.
Thank you, Mr. Browning. Anything at this time before we go to work? Okay. Wait, don't go too far.
Wanted to clarify, since they're proffers, have you made any changes since your remarks tonight that are different? So for instance, you just said, and that 1 acre from buffer easements, but right now there's nothing in this case that says those buffers around the lots will be owned by the homeowners. So is that, are you making, I just want to clarify, whatever it is you're doing is fine.
The easements will be on the lot and they would be maintained by the association, but that common area the area along Rockford Road was a common area, would be owned by the association.
Okay, so
And the areas where the BMPs would be common area that owned by the association.
and then the buffers in the back of the lots are owned by the homeowners and maintained by the HOA.
That's what the conceptual plan shows, that's what we were proposing.
I just
Yes,
wanted to
ma'am.
check to make sure that what they were considering was consistent with what's before them now after, some changes. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, all right. What's your pleasure, board? Mr. Potters.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a few comments based on all the opinions we've heard and the information we've gotten. There is a slide in the presentation, slide 9, that talks about consistency with the area. The applicant used the term compatible. However, I just thought that was numbers-based, in my opinion. We have to be able to see numbers and conditions and assess and analyze as a board. And I don't see the compatibility and consistency that is being proposed by the applicant. It's not located within the TCSD. Previous application that was approved 5-0 has public water and sewer, which is a huge difference. more attendees to the public meeting the second time. You actually got 40 people versus the original 28. PC only recommended this 3-2, and that's not a resounding yes. A private road proposed versus a public road in the previous yes that the board came to. I don't like the threshold that's being used for the water runoff. 80% versus if all wooded is not a very high threshold in my opinion. If all wooded is much different than clear cut with development done at a even medium density in my opinion. So sometimes we can disagree with state standards and national standards. And let me see if anything else, but I mean, there's just, I believe in fairness and capitalism, as Mr. Lingerfeld said, but I just don't see the that this is comparable to other things we've approved in the past. And we don't want to, we're not a no to every application, but we've got to see the reason and the rationale behind all these projects and not just the numbers. So, I mean, we're not taking away current opportunities from this applicant. They bought a property with by right provisions. So you might see two properties, two lots on that. That's a reality. That's not something the board can interfere with. But for all the reasons I listed, I tend to lean with the opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Waters. Did you want to make a motion?
If I get my right paper, I'm happy to make a motion. Based on the information, wait, let me make sure I'm on the right one. Based on the information, staff report, and from the public hearing, I move that the board deny rezoning case RZ 2023-6 for 16.059 acres on tax map number 46-1-0-111-A from A2 to R1 with proffered conditions on the grounds that it is not keeping with public necessity, convenience, general welfare, and good zoning practices.
Thank you, Mr. Waters.
Second.
Ms. Lesclett. Discussion board. Comments? I usually go last, so. Well, all right, so this is an interesting case in that I drove out there, walked the property. It fits everything that's out there. It's plopped down, it's right there. The challenge I have is the message that we have been sending for the 4 years that I've been on this board, which is we are going to listen to our constituents to grow gracefully, keep Goochland rural, and our strategy to this point, and you can argue the strategy needs to be updated. I think we know that. We try to do it with the Centerville plan, and that we need to be able to say, right now, growth is concentrated in our growth areas. This is not in our growth area. And while I do feel like, I think the lot sizes are completely appropriate. I think the road is fine. I think I think the folks in Wheatland should be supportive of this because it would make the drainage better. Your properties would be in better shape without this, or with this project. However, based on where our constituents just reelected us to, which is grow gracefully, keep Goochland rural, we need to, at some point, we're gonna have to say no, and it's not appropriate at this time. We have 1,000 lots that could be built on tomorrow. They're already approved in this county. 1,000 lots, that's 10% that we could potentially grow on. So we need to be focusing on those that previous boards from decades ago have approved, and take those into consideration as we move forward. Those are my comments. Mr. Peterson.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. Yeah, this is a little bit of a tricky one for a lot of the reasons you just mentioned. We talk about road safety. VDOT, to a certain extent, is the ones in charge of road safety for line of sight, making sure trees are removed, shrubs removed, people can see, keep people can come and go safely. There's not much VDOT can do about the sun. If sun was the issue, I think we'd have to close down half the roads, including I-64, River Road. I've traveled those mornings and evenings, and it is very hard to see. And I just encourage everybody to drive carefully when those conditions are out there, because it is dangerous, but it's not something we can do a whole lot about. But anyway, so back to road safety, I turn to VDOT, the experts for that. The water, we've heard by state law, the runoff has to be equal to or less than the current. And to assume that they were not going to comply with state law assumes that an applicant is going to ignore or violate state law in coming forward for the application. And you don't want to presume the worst in people. You want to presume that people are going to comply with state law and do the right things. So the water runoff, again, it's not a straightforward issue that's going to be worse because state law says it shouldn't be. So some of these are a little bit tricky. The 2 acres per, we looked at the map, the satellite view, if it's 2 acres all around. If you took all the acronyms out and the R's and A's and all that, and just looked at a satellite view and you see 2 acres all around, you say, okay, well, what's wrong with this picture? Well, I don't know, they're all 2 acres. But, so it is a little tricky from that standpoint. But this board does listen to the citizens, and the easy part is to hear what the 50 people here tonight said. The harder part is what do the other 24,000 think that aren't here, and we have to try to balance that a little bit. But I do echo the chair's comments about growing gracefully and focusing economic development where it belongs, where the higher densities are, and so it becomes a little more problematic. I'm not sure I fully understood that there is that water easement across the existing properties, so that there is, what was it, a 16-foot easement where if you've got existing water draining across the properties, it's already there. And then, so again, I guess it's, when you try to balance these things out, it's a little more tricky and not as straightforward as some of the ones that we've had come before us. So those will be my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Waters?
I just have one additional comment. But we've part of what we are tasked with as a board is growing our own decision-making gracefully as well, not just the county. And I would say zoning is the key example of that, is making sure that we change as we see fit. And so I just point to, a decision made in the 1980s and the 1990s might not be what we should be doing in the 2020s. So I stress that because that doesn't just apply to this case. I think that's something that should apply to every case. And, I think we sometimes rely on precedent when we just had, the precedent is the election we just had where the citizens spoke. So that's just a point I didn't make earlier. I think it's critically important.
Thank you, Mr. Waters.
So
Okay.
this is a difficult one, and I would like to find a way to get to yes. I like the changes. I like lowering the BMPs off the lots. I understand the applicant's focus on 2 acres. And Mr. Spoonhour, you were talking about, we said we're going to grow in the designated areas. When this first came to us, before we deferred it, with the village plan, we were still facing that. And so I had a harder time before that, thinking that, right at the same time we're putting this plan together to focus on growth in the villages, that, we were also at the same time looking at growth outside the villages. So that's tough. But I think the village plan, I hope it's a priority for the community. I mean, this board represents a community. So I hope the village plan adopting a plan becomes a community priority, because growth is coming. And having a plan is a way to make it a little less haphazard, I suppose. So with the plan not getting approved, I was more inclined to get to yes on this, but I know why the applicant did the 2 acres, but that sticking to the 2 acres puts you in a position of where you're now doing some things that we don't like, that I've noticed has been approved in the past, and ever since I've kind of figured it out, I'm like, I want to avoid buffer areas in the back of a neighborhood owned by the individuals. They should be association, particularly when you have the association owning wetlands, BMTs. Why not? But But I think you didn't do it because you wanted to say, we're doing 2-acre lots. But 2 acres is 2 acres, whether the back little part is owned by the association. But that's the easier thing for the neighbors, and for the county. If we get involved and you're not maintaining your buffers, we're going to be able to talk to an association versus taking after, 6 or 7 individuals saying, you need to, follow your the proffers. So I think the effort to fit this in has created some problems. And then, of course, I know the timing was very interesting on the access management ordinance. This is a tough one, and the motion before us is a denial. We've deferred it before. We'd have to defer it again to maybe make some changes, but certainly the community doesn't, the neighboring community doesn't want this. This, on my last board meeting, to have this tough of a case is kind of an unpleasant feeling, because I hate to, Mr. Lingerfeld, you talked about capitalism, and I was trying to follow you, but an element in that is that people should have the right to do, with their land. And this is pretty close to consistent. It just has some problems with it, but it's pretty close to consistent. And I'm with Mr. Spoonhour. When I walked this neighborhood when I was campaigning in the fall, nobody wanted to talk about the Commonwealth Attorney's race. They wanted to talk about this property and other things going on the Board of Supervisors. And so it ended up being to my benefit that I focused on it, and I walked the neighborhood, and you can see the problems when you walk, and you see the low points. And my thought in talking to the applicant over the times that they've been before us, I was hopeful that we would find something that I think would ameliorate some of the problems. But this has other issues that make it problematic, that I don't like it. But it's tough to do a denial, because that means a year of nothing, no chance to address it. So I'm struggling.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins. Any further comments? Okay, Board, then I'm going to call for the roll call vote. As Mr. Lumpkins reminded us, the motion. I'm sorry? Yes. Yep. Susan said, Ms. Lascolette seconded. So the motion is for denial, so an aye is to vote to decline. Mr. Carpenter, roll call vote.
Ms. Lascolette?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkin?
Yes.
Mr. Valders?
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes. Thank you. All right, moving on to our 9th case of the night, which is number 8 in your packet. Yeah, we'll give folks 5 minutes to, we'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Just when it's getting ready to get good.
All right, thank you, everyone. Looks like we are on our ninth case, but number 8 in our packet and on the agenda. And I will turn it over to Mr. Cash.
Good evening again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Carpenter. For the record, my name is Ray Cash. I'm the Assistant Director of Community Development. So this case before you tonight is by Town and Country Realty Partners. It's a request for rezoning, single-family residential of 55.207 acres to RPUD. The comprehensive plan does call for a combination of different uses for this area. We'll talk about that as we go through the presentation. The map on the left reveals the area of the county this is located, and again, this is really the eastern portion of the county, adjacent to Hockett and Goins Road. Hockett Road is the one that runs really north-south through here. Goins Road is a small road that sort of runs parallel to Hockett Road. To Hockett Road in this area. Majority of that road is actually within the future right-of-way of Hockett Road. What I've done here is show you a little red triangle. This piece to the south, the only portion of that that's going to be rezoned with this property is really that red triangle there. It's only a small portion, and we'll talk about it as we do the presentation further. The areas in this here, the RR is shifted over for some reason, but the property is currently A2. To the north of this area and over across Hockett Road from this property is our PUD. There's also, it's located across the street from the West Creek development, and that zoning is M1, really for a business park, so there's limited proffers for the uses for that. The comprehensive plan does call for this area. The property generally that's being discussed here is single-family medium-density residential. There's a semi-public use here. That is because there is the existing church use that's on the property. And we've already talked about prime economic development across the street. And this was the higher density single-family category. So we'll talk about some of the designations that are with the property. Semi-public, as we mentioned, is for the church that's there. That church will remain. It will now have its access through this proposed neighborhood road, not having another cut out into Hockett Road. As mentioned, the land use category affected here is single-family residential medium density. That does call for an average lot size of 1 acre. We've had this conversation before the board a couple times related to that, how that density in that language goes forward. And really, from a development standpoint, how impact upon land use, impact on public services and the like, we think about really what's the total number of units that are produced under that category. That would be essentially 1 unit an acre. What's proposed here is 0.92 units per acre. And again, with this, we consider consistent with the plan because under the plan, it has provision of open space, amenities, buffers, and additionally, as we've talked about with the other case tonight and with the ordinance we had proposed, they are from public roads. East and west of this property, as we mentioned, are things designated suburban residential. Those are 2.5 units an acre. The neighboring uses under that designation is the park at Centerville that already exists. That's 1.92, and Reader's Branch directly across the street at 1.98. And in addition, across the street is our prime economic development area, an area we expect higher development. This is within our designated growth area. This is the area we anticipate growth to occur. It's the area of the county that we've planned for growth to occur as a county. We anticipate and hope that our infrastructure will be utilized in this area to maximize its potential. To include with this application that you'll hear following this case is there is the applicant's proposal and application to join the TCSD, which this property would utilize. So staff, again, feeling that this is located within Centerville Village. It's also within designated growth area that by its density, it does meet the expectations of lot density that's expected out of a single-family residential medium density, and is consistent with other developments that are in the immediate area, to include internal sidewalks, buffers, public roads, and some open space. There was a community meeting held back in June. 38 citizens attended. The comments are what we've all come to expect when you attend a meeting about new development in this county, especially in the Centerville Village area. Question about buffers, Question about how it affects property values, the value of the homes, whether or not the TCSD was being utilized, which it is, impacts on natural features. While there is a lack of connection between the two neighborhood sections, it was recognized at the time that by the definition of the law, it's a contiguous piece of property by adding the small triangle we talked about, but there is no connection between the two separate sections other than that connection. The traffic onto Hockett Road and the Hockett Road improvements are, of course, questioned. And then asking staff and the attendees, Mr. Peterson, what's the intended future use of that county-owned property to which the stub road connects? This is the conceptual plan that's been submitted by the applicant. Again, Hockett Road here along the northern, the upper portion. Again, this is inverted. North is to the left in this image. For that, this is Goins Road, as you can see, that connects here. So what the applicant proposes is a 100-foot buffer along this area with some green space. So it probably pushes the initial house probably about almost 400 feet off of Hockett Road in that area. Over here, again, is the Goins Road right-of-way. The buffer is reduced in this area, but continues to be larger when you get past the second entrance to this. There is what was referenced before. There is a stub road that goes into the county-owned property at this point, at the very lower corner here. That's inclusive of an area that where open space is. As you know, familiar with, VDOT does require a stub road provision to provide for future connectivity. And it also is dependent upon the land use category that comes forward. Should the county determine in the future we're going to have a use that is incompatible with the residential, then that wouldn't be an appropriate stub road. It could be utilized for pedestrian access, should be another type of use that comes forward in the future. But also, it allows the opportunity that should in the future this property be transferred, something else, potentially allow for other type of residential uses or other more compatible uses to occur. The applicant is proposing to shut off Goins Road right here, and there'll be a temporary turnaround installed. I mean, not temporary, but a permanent turnaround installed there so that the road no longer will access back here onto Hockett Road, complete the circuit. But that's also a benefit, and staff working with the developer and with VDOT is to look at now we still have maintained a good access point that'll be updated and improved onto Hockett Road versus the one that's already there and not creating any other additional accesses on the Hockett. So there was the Planning Commission hearing in November. The Planning Commission did forward a recommendation of approval. One person spoke at the hearing in support of the application, but did have suggestions concerning turn lanes and walkability, particularly perhaps a walkability opportunity along Hockett Road. We did receive one email of objection, and that was prior to the PC hearing that cited concern with any development in this area, potential impact on Hockett Road traffic. So the applicant has submitted proffers, and in fact, there are some amended proffers placed up on the dais for you, but I will walk through what those are. I show the exact wording in my presentation to understand what the changes are. The applicant limits it to 51 lots. The conceptual plan is proffered. There are the two buffer locations. There are proffered road improvements that we'll walk through. There are recreational amenities, a limitation on construction hours, which become pretty common we see for areas that are surrounded by other development. They are paying the full cash proffer. This is not proposed to be a 55 and older community, but a standard residential development. And what we've seen that you have today, and we've been working with the applicant to do that, is to really amend the proffer to provide left and right turns at each entrances. So proffer 2 was amended, really related to the turn lanes. If you recall, I think in our 2x2s, we talked about the opportunity and what was approved by the Planning Commission did have a potential that the applicant would do a speed study and ask to seek to reduce the speed by VDOT. And if that came about, then they would seek to get relief to the left turn lane under our ordinance, and as the turn lanes are required, left and right turn lanes. The applicant, understanding the concern and working with us, VDOT, and understanding some of the concerns that came up from the meetings in public we're hearing, they've removed that speed study request and the request for a waiver to the left turn lane for the southern entrance. So both will have the left and right turn lanes that we'd expect. The other thing that was changed is in regards to their covenants of their open space. And really, this is a cleanup of the language to help be a little bit more clear as to notify people or people are aware of what this is. An area you're across the street, and you're across from the West Creek Business Park, as they already have before. But they've also referenced including the TCSD membership and the fact that people do need to pay a tax for that assessment. You know, there's something that's often disclosed, but it's also better to make sure that it's written down somewhere. So that is the proposal, and staff, of course, will be happy to answer any questions, and the applicant's representative has a presentation as well.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. Board, any questions for staff before? Mrs. Lascolette?
Okay, so Mr. Cash, thank you very much. I'm really glad to see the change in proffers on the turn lanes. That makes a lot of sense to me, and that was one thing I was gonna kind of ask for. So, any issues that I have with this all has to do with traffic transportation. So, just so we're clear, the stub road would only be activated if it goes to more residential.
Residential or other compatible use, but the only thing I can think of is really compatible is other residential.
Okay.
You know, if it was utilized for open space of some kind or something like that, that's something that the county could consider to do that, to consider the stub road. Residential is the most likely scenario where the stub road would have to be utilized. I don't want to say never, but
yeah,
under most circumstances, for instance, if it was another higher intensity commercial use or another use that the county may utilize it for that's not compatible, offices or some other type of thing in the future, that wouldn't be appropriate location for a stub. I mean, a connection rather.
And that's a VDOT?
It's a VDOT decision. We also, from being a locality and our own ability to determine compatibility. If, for instance, if it was an office or some other type of heavier use or more intense use, such as a convenience center or something like that, staff would say, no, the stub road's not appropriate, and VDOT, knowing the standards they follow, would agree.
So, follow up. So, if a stub road is not utilized from that property, how is that property accessed?
So the property, we'll back it up.
Yep.
So the property we're talking about is this blue area.
Yes.
Here.
Mm-hmm.
The map doesn't go far enough south in this area. If you recall, when the board approved Songbird development about 2 years ago, there is a road that runs parallel along Songbird's development and that county-owned property. In addition, the property also has other frontage, a large amount of frontage on Hockett Road. So there is the potential for access to the property, for it to be viable for other types of, for instance, in the future residential use or some other type of thing, the stub would be a valuable asset to have. Additionally, it may also serve, depending upon the use there, that's also may serve as a good location for perhaps that emergency access or some other type of thing we may need, or a future developer may need. But at this point, there is sufficient access for that property to generally develop on its own for a county use.
Okay, so that's not an issue. So you mentioned somewhere along the line it might be in the proffers about the wider roads within the subdivision.
Mm-hmm.
Can you define that?
So this neighborhood itself has wider roads. It's proffered. In fact, they matched what their proposal was tonight for public roads.
Okay, that's
So
what
the
I wanted to
applicant
hear.
has done that, along with sidewalks.
Okay,
internal.
so that's a good answer on that. And that road that's a part of Songbird or right beside Songbird, is that a private road?
That road, I'd have to confirm, is Songbird private? It's currently private, but if we utilized it, it would be switched to public, and I think with the development is there becoming public, right?
Public?
With the Songbird development.
With
It's
what?
part of their, I had it here, but the applicant could probably explain a little bit better, but isn't the the road that runs parallel will become a public road.
So all of the, if the question is this, the roads within the Songbird development, is that the question?
Well, the road that's adjacent to this blue piece of property.
So that is one of the Songbird roads. That is intended to be a VDOT maintained road, so it will be public.
Okay, it will be public.
Yes.
Okay. And one more question, last question.
One
So
second,
how many homes in this subdivision and is 51, is that correct?
51.
And they all have access, is one access to Hockett Road?
Well, there's two accesses, but each section will have an access
Okay,
for
so,
that. So they will have an access
Gotcha.
directly to Hockett from this section and from the other.
gotcha. Okay, just want to check on that. All right, thank you. Good answers.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Chair, if I can follow up on this, could you go back to the property map?
Sure. The area map? Is that-
Yeah, so
Okay.
you mentioned it's stubbed, but they wouldn't punch through unless it made sense with compatible uses.
Correct.
One of the things we're discussing now is, let's say that the compatible use was single-family throughout that adjacent property. One of the things we're discussing now is this concept of spine roads. Maybe this is more for Austin, but the idea of spine roads, if you have a certain number of total single families in a development, should one or more of those roads not have access to driveways so that you don't have so many driveways on one road?
Right, and what it would come down to is really the volume potential and the traffic distribution. So when we talked about the potential of 200 lots, or actually a 2,000 vehicle per day access going through that portion of the road, that would be part of the consideration of how the property is developed to ensure that traffic distribution doesn't rise to that level. So we don't force those people now to have a
So you
thoroughfare
see where
road.
I'm going with this, you do 50 now, another 50 later, another 50 later, and all of a sudden you're at that 200, you didn't do the spine road.
Yeah, so in this particular instance, and the goal of the spine road, part of the access management proposals that staff was going to come forward with tonight is looking at the current comprehensive plan. And the current comprehensive plan doesn't recommend residential for that particular piece of property, so we can't speculate as to if it does transfer and become single family, we should have had a spine road there. That's unfortunately kind of a can that will have to be kicked down the road on that particular spine conversation for this proposal.
And that would be a consideration that we would have to undertake, and then hopefully the accesses will be maintained, so not everybody has to access through this one road.
Okay, that ends my spine road discussion. Thank you for that. I just wanted to make sure that we don't do things one bite at a time and you find yourself in a place you didn't really want to be in the first place. The second was you mentioned this is probably not for transportation, but you can hang out if you like. You mentioned disclosing that there's M1 across the street, prime economic development, and some high density around it. The public uses haven't been, let me just make this very clear. That blue section, there's been absolutely no decision, no discussions about anything that's going to go there.
Right.
But we can also contemplate what types of things we might do in the East End, and it could be anything from a convenience center, because the two that we have are not convenient to the East End.
Right. Hard to meet that
But
term
they're
here.
convenience centers. And would these potential residents care if there's a convenience center next door? I don't know. School, we talked about that. Would that be considered a compatible use where school buses would go through this development, or would that be where they have to do a U-turn and go back out the other way, or how would that work?
Right, and that would be a determination that we would have to consider as a staff and as a board, should we determine that's the use there, but also VDOT's discussion. And I will say there are certain circumstances, I've seen school buses where you have internal neighborhoods, roads, that may occur. I would say most likely if this was a school site, judging by the road types that we're looking at, it's probably most likely this would serve better as a pedestrian sort of access than it serves as a primary access into a school.
Okay,
You know,
well, here
most of
again,
the time,
just envisioning what could
you'd
possibly
end up making
happen.
this a loop road through there, which would get back to our concern about traffic.
And you go back out. I mean, obviously, there's ways to engineer around it, but again, with a little prior planning, you can envision things that may or may not come and try to not have unintended consequences down the road, if you will, for
Right.
other boards to worry about. I mean, those are my questions about access and potential uses in Spine Road and what may or may not go there. But back to the disclosure, there is no disclosure that there may be some public use facility next door, but
Right, if the county had a better idea what we knew that was planned for that, otherwise I would have to say, other than saying it's a county-owned property or placing a question mark in the disclosure, to be fair, it's a hard, you know,
understand. All right,
condition
so
to
just to
ask for.
just-
What the applicant did is, so what we looked for is those were kind of the two things that were of concern to staff, at least addressing the existing conditions.
the known evils as opposed to the unknown evils.
That's right.
All right, well, thank you, and I appreciate that. I'll yield back the rest of my time, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cash, can you, I just want to make sure I'm doing the math right. If I think about each entrance, we've got the two main entrances off Hockett. You get 400 feet on two sides and for two separate entrances. So I'm thinking 1,600 feet, a quarter mile of additional width on Hockett Road. Is my math correct there?
Pretty much you have to do the alterations to cut for the taper and the storage for each of those turn lanes that are being talked about for that. We had this conversation sort of when we talked about some of the developments along Fairground Roads. This becomes the place where improvements sort of occur within this area. What will occur here is generally what you sort of in this area further north where Reader's Branch is and Park at Centerville. So there'll be a lot of road improvements associated with this.
Okay. But the distance I'm
It's-
calculating
it's-
is
you're
roughly.
about 16,
Right.
about right.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, board, anything else before we hear from the applicant's presentation? Okay, would the applicant like to come forward?
So it works for you. It does it the same thing before. Would that work for you? We'll do. If you have a better idea.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Jennifer Mullen with Roth Jackson here on behalf of the applicant. Before you this evening, and Mr. Cash did a great job of walking through the whole presentation, so I will touch on the highlights and then again be happy to answer any questions that you may have. This just gives you the overall site context, you know, as Mr. Cash noted, but just gives you a little bit of better view, and I might need to zoom in here for my glasses to work better. But this gives the whole Goochland property down here. Ms. Lasselette.
Does the button to the right of the plus sign expand the screen? To the right of the plus sign.
This one.
There we go.
Nope, did not.
What about the?
I know, I clicked.
I didn't do my dance earlier. That was my problem.
Do you see it?
The three dots to the right of the printer, there's a present.
Okay. There we go.
There it is. Okay.
All
It
right.
said present, not present.
We are all present. Well, thank you very much. Again, just to highlight where the property is, so we've overlaid the proposed development here, just within the context, so you can see the adjacent uses that were walked through. This just again highlights the comprehensive plan designation, which again has multiple designations based on the gray here as the church property, but tying in, we're all within the designated growth area. This just shows again the overall context. With the M1 uses across the street, the RPUD uses just adjacent to the north as well as to the south here. And as Mr. Cash noted, there will be a companion paper after this for a request to be included within the TCSD. These properties were identified previously. The purple shows the properties that are within the TCSD currently, and so our development is requesting to be included within that. This just shows a black and white, just so you can see the lots themselves. I think important also to note, again, the components of the comprehensive plan also talk about preserving wetlands, which I know was discussed earlier this evening, but you'll see that the wetlands are located along the sides. There are wetlands down here as well as up on the sides that are all being preserved, and those are within the common area outside of the lots themselves. So this just shows you an overall of the development, which Mr. Cash had, but you can see here that, again, as discussed, our traffic study did not require the turn lanes, but we are proffering both the left and right turn lanes with the tapers. Thank you for doing the math for me. Lawyer math is never a good thing, particularly at a podium, so appreciate that. And so those pieces were revised, as Mr. Cash noted, so there is no qualification on those turn lanes. The development here, again, we have approximately 370 feet to that first lot, so this is a significant area. You have the buffer and then the stormwater pond here. But again, using the existing is the dark green, those are the existing trees, and then supplementing with street trees throughout the development. The stormwater ponds will be a feature of the development. And then you have, again, a central area, which I'll walk you through in a moment as well. We have street trees, again, every 50 feet along the development. The yellow identifies the trail system, which connects in through the sidewalk component. And one quick piece from Mr. Cash's development, this portion has been added to this property here, so it is one property. So we do have 3 different property owners that have been that come together to make up this development, which is also consistent with the county policy of aggregating properties together to make for a cohesive development. Again, here you have the site area at the entrance, so this is the 100-foot buffer. Behind that, you have the stormwater pond, which will be a feature. We also have proffers with respect to the open space amenities that would be included. This is the existing church here, and so this would be their new property. They will have a new access point here so that they are also able to walk over and enjoy that space there. There'll be a new entrance. Access will be maintained throughout so that they can access their property. And then here you have just the existing trees coming in. This shows the Goins Road entrance. This is what we call the southern entrance in a little bit better detail. So while it is a proffer of a minimum of 50 feet, you still have the additional portion that is Goins Road is all within the Hockett right-of-way. So this is all significantly treed within the Hockett right-of-way. And then it's 100 feet to the south because that Goins Road existing condition does not exist. This section here just gives you the detail of the overall, this is the central green space. So again, the benefit of the RPUD allows us to have the lots with the open space both at the entrances as well as centrally here. So you have some passive open space areas as well as the trail walking through. So these will make for not only very nice backdrops for these lots, but nice open space for the community as a whole. This just shows some images of the walking trail. We have sidewalks, a nice entrance feature, again, having a water feature with the stormwater pond, a gazebo and a patio area, just to show you some examples. The houses will all be compatible with the surrounding communities. They will have high-quality materials. These are expected with upgrades to start in the $1 million range, so these will increase the property values overall. And as was noted, we do have a number of proffers that Mr. Cash went through. Just to highlight, we have the full cash proffer being paid. We do have the association maintaining the common areas and enforcing the tree preservation components that were part of the neighborhood meeting. That was an outgrowth of the neighborhood meeting. The existing power lines will be put underground, so there is an existing power line that runs through the middle of the property, so that will be put underground. Would be happy to answer any questions, would respectfully request your approval this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Mullins. Any questions for the applicant at this time before I open the public hearing? Sure.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, what's the significance of that triangle?
It's just a piece that was a boundary line adjustment from an adjacent property, so it has been added to this parcel here. So it is. This.
To make it technically one
Yes.
application?
That's correct.
As far as,
Otherwise, there's not enough acreage to do an RPUD.
Well,
So
there's
it has
enough
to- has
acreage,
to
but
be
it meets the
contiguous.
the contiguous requirement. So the RPUD, it's not, I mean, I appreciate that, but it is contiguous. So it does, this is a portion of this
yeah, it looked
property
like
now.
two separate developments, but I guess that, okay. Fair enough, thank you.
Well, it does meet the requirements of the RPUD itself, but I do appreciate that. But that also allows, those are some wetlands within there that will be preserved as part of this development.
Mr. Butters?
Is there any potential to, you mentioned wetlands, but is there any potential to make a path connection of some sort in that triangle or thereabouts? So you've got that much more walking space, that much more biking space? things
Sure,
like
there
that?
could be. So there's a couple components of wetlands, and there's some waters of the U.S. that run through there. So we'd need to run through that mitigation. So with wetlands, typically it's to avoid impacting them and then to mitigate. So if there were to be a road that comes through, but getting back to the question earlier on a stub road, that could be a better location for that. But that would be part of a discussion of impacting those wetlands.
Got it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak for or against this case, please come to the microphone, give us your name, address, and please try to limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Linda Moore, 2164 Prophet Road, Mannequin-Sabbath, Virginia. I am in full support of this applicant. He has been very open with us to listen to what the community has said. It is refreshing to be invited to the community meeting where I was told that it was going to comply with the comp plan and we were going to be happy. I was very happy. It's been, it takes that kind of commitment to make the changes based on public comment from the Planning Commission and incorporate those aspects that makes us Goochland, makes us special. So thank you very much. I hope you will approve it. I think it's what we need. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Moore.
Yeah, my name is Chris Weber. I live at 12239 Gallup Lane. I am a member of the small church that is represented in this plan, and we have been participating with the developers in what was going on. We're very keen on how they're presenting the plan and their properties. It should really enhance our little church that's there. We expect to have some growth in our church because of this area, and we're looking forward to it. Everything that we have requested of the developers in maintaining the integrity of the properties has been addressed, and we've been very happy with that. We're selling to them a portion of this area up front that is undeveloped and will not be developed by us. And they have maintained the look that we were hoping for. So in all, we're very happy to be partnering with this developer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Anyone else wishing to speak? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Did the applicant want to rebut anything they heard? All right. Usually doesn't go that way, so. All right, board, what's your pleasure? Mr. Waters?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the board approve rezoning RZ 2023-9 for 55.207 acres on tax map numbers 58-1-0-73-0, comma, 58-1-0-79-0, and portions of 58-1-0-79-A and 58-1.0.72.T, people working together, from A2 to residential planned unit development, also known as RPUD, with proffered conditions as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Lisbeth. Point of order, Ms. McGee. These changes that were presented to us, would they need to be addressed, and does it need to be as amended?
Yes, because what Ray presented is different from what's in your packet.
Correct.
And so the written record is what's in your packet. So it is amended from your agenda packet.
Mr. Waters, would you,
So-
friendly,
Yes, a friendly amendment
as
was
amended?
as amended, based on the documents presented to the board earlier this evening. Do I need to reference it?
Ms. Lescott, do you accept the friendly amendment? For those that couldn't hear, that's an absolutely. All right, so we have that's okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Mr. Fodders?
Yes.
Ms. Laskellette?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes. All right, thank you. Moving right into the next case, which is a
I would say a companion case that may be
Companion case. I couldn't
essential
think-
for
I couldn't
everything we
think of the
just
word.
talked about.
Go ahead, Mr.
Go ahead. Okay. This is a public hearing for an amendment to ordinance chapter 14, section 251, also known as Tuckahoe Creek Service District. I'm not really going to go into a lot of detail to this. The history lesson, there's 2,500 parcels currently in the district. This, as was demonstrated in the previous map by the applicant, for this area is generally surrounded by parcels that are within the district, and this applicant, based on the case you just heard, is applying, seeking to be part of that. The parcels involved are demonstrated here in the outline in red. As shown originally around it, there's a lot of parcels that are developed for residential uses that are inside the TCSD. So what the proposed change is to add these tax IDs into the district. And of course, staff's available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. Any questions before I open the public hearing? Ms. Lescott?
Okay, so real quick, sorry, Mr. Cash.
That's okay.
So the case that we just approved, the RPUD was 55.207 acres.
Correct.
And this is now for the Tuckahoe Creek inclusion.
Right.
Just lost my
the
place.
additional acreage, my understanding is where the Episcopal Church is on that portion of the property. So let's. Right.
Gotcha. That's what I need to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, surprise.
Okay. I'm gonna do. All right, at that, I'll open the public hearing. Okay, seeing none, I'm gonna close the public hearing. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that the board approve this ordinance amending Goochland County Code Section 14-251 to add these 3 tax parcels into the Tuckahoe Creek Service District.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Waters, Ms. Lescott. Any further discussion? Roll call vote?
Mr. Fodders?
Yes.
Ms. Laskellette?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkin?
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes. Okay. Moving right on, congratulations. Now we move to our last public hearing of the evening. And Mr. Cash, you're up again. Give it just 2 minutes.
My presentations combined before.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and start this before 11 o'clock, so.
Senator Standing.
All right, Mr. Cash.
I said I banged the podium.
Go ahead, take it away.
Good evening again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Carpenter. This item before you tonight is an ordinance amendment specifically to sections of the Appendix B of our, otherwise known as our subdivision ordinance. It is really done to what we call amendments to subdivision plat requirements. The idea is encourage consistency between our plat types, update necessary information that's needed for staff review, promote some accuracy in our plats, improve our GIS system. We also want to be consistent with what we see in the industry and regional standards. And then another is to make ourselves more consistent with state code regarding the tentative plat process. As the board's heard often enough from staff over the last couple of years, and I know that's been a priority to the board, is our subdivision ordinance is out of date. It's in dire need of amendments. We've done some minor amendments the last couple of years to try to bring things up to date to address what we see as the development trend we have in this county, which is a lot more larger subdivision developments, a lot more property divisions and the like. So part of that is we want to also make sure we have consistent information between the plat types and consistent submissions. Those consistent submissions actually make plat process and review go quicker. We've also included within a checklist of requirements that are good for both the designer and for staff intake to help speed that process. People should have the expectation. We should provide them the information they need to provide. Expectation is that we should get that information to help improve reviews. Part of this that really drove one of the reasons to initiate this amendment to begin with was really a concern about our GIS mapping information. GIS is currently a system that's utilized through all sorts of different systems out there, public, private, that's done for a lot of different reasons. Some of it is for property or property sales. Other parts of it is really for information to make sure that we have the proper right-of-ways, we have the proper easements, we have the proper drainage areas that are mapped. So information is needed. What we're proposing with this plat is that there be proposed 4 field-located GPS points on a plat. That would exclude vacation plats, which aren't included within this ordinance because they're not part of the minor plat process. And then for certain minor subdivisions. The reason those have been included is we do recognize certain points may be sufficient that can utilize that. We put a date of 2013 on that. Part of that reasoning is something that's within the recent past. Also something when that was becoming more of a regional trend as far as seeking the GPS points, with the caveat that we can evaluate those points to make sure of their accuracy and how they connect to other points and other system and other data. We've also set ourselves up for what we consider electronic submittals to the GIS department to make sure they have the proper software utilized or the proper program, proper submission that comes in that easily translate to our system. But those are common formats that are used already within the industry and the region. And also prepare ourselves for future electronic submission of plats and plat types. We've slowly been starting to bring those in on the POD side, but we hope to start getting more plat and plat data be submitted electronically for us to review. You need to make sure you have a proper format to do that. The next is changes to tentative subdivision. Currently, our tentative process and our tentative approval terms are out of line with state code. The state currently now provides that once you've received a tentative plat approval, you have a 5-year approval. Our ordinance is less than that, currently 3 years. It also has provision that within a year, you have to come forward and try to diligently pursue, is the word, that's to try to get your final plat done. So in other words, get your tentative approval, the expectation is you're ready to develop, and you have a year. What we have proposed is instead of the state code, we're proposing that we give a 2-year time to be consistent with our previous approval terms. We've also updated what the review times are to be consistent with state code. Previously, staff had pretty much like a 10-day review time or 30 before we get there. That's not sufficient for VDOT to get even comments to us or staff to really evaluate what is necessary to evaluate with the tentative plat. A tentative plat is really the first part of the process of residential development, where we get to really evaluate the application is, the road connections, the drainage areas and those type things. We get different type of information with that, and that's how we condition and are sure that we've got, when we get to the plan development process, we kind of know what's happening. And also, we'll still stick with the same process that this would go before the Planning Commission for approval. We also extend terms to make sure that your tentative is valid at the time you record your plat. That should be sufficient for the 5 years, because once you, under state code, once you record that final plat underneath that tentative, then that's renewed automatically. The tentative is renewed additional 5 years. So it's continue. If you think of a larger neighborhood, that tentative plat could be renewed for years in the future, past all of us. Also require the plan of development to be valid at the time of final plat recordation. That is, of course, because that plat is based upon what that POD shows. That's your construction. That's where we get the bonding and all those type things that come forward with the plat recordation. At the Planning Commission, they did forward a recommendation of approval by a vote of 5-0. One person spoke at the hearing and requested to meet with staff to discuss changes to the proposal, and that was Representative H-Bar. They had sent an email before that meeting saying, hey, you know, we understand that we'd like to have a chance to talk with staff and go over this and as the other ordinance we deferred earlier tonight, so we could get some things straight, make sure we understand that. We did meet with them. We have received comments in regards to this. So staff did make changes based upon the comments that we received. They're included within your packet, and they're listed herein. There was some language in there being very specific about how the GPS system would work. Information that really is often, you know, I wouldn't say it's not of value. It is of value, but it's inconsistent with what we've seen with other localities. And that talks about device type, certain number of satellite signals, time stamp. We went into a little bit more detail than we felt was necessary, and the comment received felt was necessary. Remove the need for on-site disposal location to be shown on final plats. They're good to have, but those locations change. It's more important if it's something where you already have existing drain fields, but we removed the requirement that all plats had to show that. We also was a small problem where one of the approval stamp areas was 3x6, when it should have been 3x4 like all the rest of them. Change the size of the final platform. Our ordinance currently says 16x24, but industry standard it's about 18x24, and it was what the clerk's office is accepting. And also we clarified how you would demonstrate your lot size on a plat. It should be square footage for lots if you're under an acre, and if it's more than acres, it should start being acres or parts thereof. So really some changes that were brought to us that are you know, pretty fixes. As with the other things, there were other stuff that we thought we needed to do. I don't know why I have this duplicated here, but we were able to address some of the concerns, some of the questions, really address questions, things that were already in the existing ordinance. And this is an ordinance that is much larger than some of the substance that's in there because you have to involve so many different sections. But we felt like these were necessary changes and sort of help keep us in place as we, this next year, hopefully we're able to work through the full rewrite. We also think that, you know, getting these GPS points there, we feel like it's a value for the people who are splitting their property or purchasing their property. You get better accuracy. You know, you spend the money to purchase that property, you want to make sure your accuracy is there. We shared with you other stories in 2x2s of where we've seen that inaccuracies have led to problems, not only for our system, but people not owning what they think they do, and paying additional taxes on land more than they have. Is that staff feels and brought this forward because we feel it's of enough value as an asset, not just to the county and the records and the things we're responsible for, but also to the citizens and purchasers of property. So, any questions for staff?
Thank you, Mr. Cash. There's going to be several. Go ahead.
Just real quick, one question. So it's always bugged the heck out of me when we measure a lot in square feet. makes me think of being in California. So why is that some kind of an industry stand? Why don't we do it 0.3 acres or 0.1 acres, or why?
I would say it's, for that, it's most ordinances come down to zoning ordinances is square footage. If you think of our R1 district or R3 district and what we do for our PUDs, you typically, from a zoning standpoint, you say, oh, well, your maximum lot size is 24, your minimum lot size is 20,000 or 24,000.
Right.
And when you start getting smaller in the areas, the square footage just become the common. It does, you do recognize that, sure, that's there, it's just a different calculation, but my experience and what I see in other ordinances, square footage for smaller
than an
lots
acre.
is pretty common.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Cash.
But it is easier when you get to larger acreages, you know, and again, I've seen ordinances and plats that are over an acre that still had square footage until you got to like larger acreages, and there's still acreage, they get acreage.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. Looks like we're good for now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to open the public hearing. Can you turn on the, Mr. Parrish, can you turn on the mic on, just on the very bottom where the red button, there you go, thank you.
Mike Parrish, 3825 Whitehall Road, Goodson County, Virginia. I appreciate the comments that I made on the ordinances. Most of them look like they've been taken care of, but the major one is the GPS coordinates required on plats. Some changes had been made, but it's not defined which plats we need GPS coordinates on. All major subdivision, yes, but it says certain minor subdivisions. Well, which ones are certain? And it discludes line adjustments, which is fine. But how about regular boundary surveys? How about division of one lot, 2 lots? Okay, so that's not, so we need to know up front, you need GPS coordinates on it or not. And the cost to Goodson citizens for this is going to be additional $1,000 to $1,500 on the survey. So what's going to happen is you got a 2-acre survey, you got to put coordinates on it. Now the price is not $700, it's $2,000. So they're not going to get it surveyed. Now they have houses built too close to the property lines, wells on other properties because it's not surveyed. So we need to define which plots we need GPS coordinates on. And the cost to those is extremely high. And I would like us to postpone this ordinance and to take it up the same time we take access management to give me and other people in my field a time to talk with staff to work these things out. And it's a real major concern. And I think it's a disservice to the citizens of Goodson County to have to pay that additional cost, especially in the far west end of the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parrish. Anybody else wishing to speak? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Would the applicant like to speak to what he heard?
I would say that as a locality, Goodson's not asking anything different than what's become industry standard, and our surrounding peer localities have this provision and requirement. We're putting in additional provision to allow the continuation of certain combined plats where you can use those for those within the past 10 years. Staff originally talked as a 10-year window. We locked it in at 2013, so that would carry forward the next couple of years.
Can you explain that a little bit more? You mentioned that, but it's not really, it's getting late. It's
So,
not landing what that is.
well, when we were originally working with our GIS department and working on this proposal and doing considerations of, okay, we recognize that we got to find a way that you can allow certain exceptions for plats to continue. Part of the evaluation was determining, well, what's a good start point based upon information that you have. 10-year window was what was thought. Staff felt it was, planning staff of, that's, if it's a 10-year window, we'd rather have an ordinance-based start point rather than say the 10-year window moves every month. If you don't get your plat in by this date, now your plat's void or invalid. Part of that was based upon the information that we've seen, the use of a GIS system in the county, the commonality of GPS within our peer localities around that same time and an industry standard of what we're seeing for more modern plats. What you often see in compiled plats is information that are based upon surveys that were done long years ago that often reference markers that aren't around anymore. And so what staff found is, in the GIS particular staff, is parcels don't close, properties don't close. So you don't have proper boundaries established. Where something is incorrect on one plat, it carries forward in the future into other systems. You know, the opportunity to utilize information where there is valid, verified points that we see on there. They also include, they tie into on our system to other valid points through there, was the ability to, you know, there are certain circumstances where you're moving lines around internally to a property or that are established boundaries and the like, that you don't need to have potentially the GPS system. But, you know, for the direction that we feel like as the staff and our GIS department wants to move forward, we felt like the GPS point system, which has become so common, seemed to be a necessary improvement.
Okay, Mr. Cash. Mr. Waters?
I understand the thinking for the eastern part, even up, you know, of the county, even all the way west to courthouse. But I mean, I'm thinking of the more rural areas where average parcel size is probably 10x of some places in the east. Are there too many exceptions to add to the zoning ordinance? I mean, would it just be too cumbersome, or can we, if we've already got number 10, which we pushed to the first point, and being deferred till February, not trying to, on the fly, maybe have an amended verbiage, but making sure over the next, 2 months, it all ticks and ties and it's clean.
I mean, this one does tick and tie and is clean. And it sounds like it's because you're thinking about.
I'm thinking of the price element in
Well,
particular. that
and
Mr.
again,
Parrish mentioned.
this does not apply if you want to sell me 10 acres, Charlie. What you and I do has nothing to do with this ordinance. It does not apply to individual transfers at all. What it applies to is if you want to take 20 acres and subdivide it. And so you are subdividing that property presumably for development.
Yeah.
And so it's really a developer cost, much more than an individual cost. Though developers do run their costs down to individual lots,
Well,
that's true.
And this is what I'd like you to sort of address and piggyback to Mr. Bartos. Even in the presentation, it didn't clearly state, what do I need to get GPS coordinates for it, to Mr. Parrish's point. So I would feel a lot better about moving forward at answering that question. In these, I get very worried when there's subjectivity involved and somebody in government telling somebody how they can bill or what they need to do. So can we definitively answer? And when I was looking at the ordinance over the weekend, I wasn't sure that it really dawned on me, which is a second point that I'll bring up later, what the answer to that was. So I think I saw something, it was vacating boundaries, you didn't need it. Family subdivision, you didn't need it. Minor subdivision, like, do we know what that is?
Well, I mean, a family subdivision is a minor subdivision, so it would still be subject to the same requirements. It is a division of property. And this locality, there's no restrictions on when that gets transferred to somebody else for that. That's another fix the county has to be proposed to protect family subdivisions here. So a division of property automatically would be something that's required to utilize the GPS coordinates system. The reason we provided the provision in their exception was for minor subdivisions where you already had those type of uses, that you wouldn't have to do that additional thing. And typically that would be something, you've got your outside square points already determined, and where you're connected, you've got other data that helps you determine that, just a traditional survey. Where you've got more valid information from minor subdivisions, and that'll be the under 5 lots scenario. Vacation plats, what we talked about, those are ones typically where you're removing a line for the scenario, so your other boundaries, things stay the same. Vacation plats in general, under our ordinance, need to be fixed. They're really out of line with some of the state code provisions and standards that you do. But we felt like that was something that shouldn't be approached with this ordinance.
So then is the accurate statement, anytime I go to subdivide my land, I need GPS coordinates, unless I get a waiver or.
Right, unless you fall under that minor category, the minor
So
founding category.
where is that minor category in the ordinance? I'm looking at Article 6.
Under-
Because, you know, obviously, Mr. Parrish's complaint is that there's,
Does it start on page 410? Is that the right?
yeah, well, that's where Article 6 minor subdivision starts, and it says, Section 1, 2, and 3 of subdivision ordinance are hereby amended as follows.
It's on page 411, which references that. Did you have something to say?
No, just bring it.
Right. So page 411, it talks about the coordinate points that are needed and for the terms of accuracy. And then surveys using only corner points are permitted if the corner points are established by a plat
Where are you reading,
recorded.
in the middle of the page?
Middle of the page, right.
Okay, the data of all curves along certain are required. Okay,
Right.
keep going, all right.
Right.
That's-
And so, right, and that's it. I mean, that's where it talks about, that's where you're done that, and that's under the minor plat portion of the ordinance.
I think we're all trying to, I thought, is there subjectivity to when a minor subdivision will require a plat with GPS coordinates? Is there any subjectivity in this? I'm looking for that. I didn't see it.
You have the cutoff date of the 2013.
That's not
Right.
subjective,
That's not
right?
subjective.
Right.
The other portion, unless we determine that the relied upon corner points are not established by a previous field survey or not consistent with other
Where are you
available
reading
data.
again? I'm sorry.
The sentence
Same.
continues.
Unless,
Determines is your subjective
Right.
word, correct?
But those
Yeah.
are based upon, it's not to be intended to be willy-nilly. It's that the information that comes in with that survey is not consistent with other data that's out there. That it's something that's not, it's just that you have a compiled plat, and there's no longer points that sort of they are verifiable.
I'm not, this is not my area of expertise, but I don't see that as that subjective. I mean, and then the applicant, somebody's trying to avoid this, could come in and say, here is the previous field survey, or here's other data. I mean, do you have a debate about where you get this other data? Is that a big?
Well, that would be based upon other recorded data, which would be,
Neighboring,
other
maybe
available data,
neighboring
typical, that's another.
surveys done on neighboring
Correct.
parcels and things?
Right.
I mean, this is something we've been trying to get done for a long while, and it's manifested it. The problems are manifesting themselves in discrepancies, and to me, this is, I think you'll know, this is something I was hoping to see it get done on my watch. And it's been over 2 years, and my sense was we left some good exceptions in this, so it's not a burden, and we're just bringing ourselves with current practice. And I've talked to you know, I'm not just a real estate lawyer, but I've done real estate. And I've talked to surveyors over the years, and this is to me, in my experience, my anecdotal sense is this is standard practice that is adopted certainly in this region and in more populated areas. And not, you know, it's a struggle to see our GIS data so misaligned with our land records. And
So that would be helpful for me, Mr. Lumpkins. I hear that anecdotally. I hear that we're going to put this sweeping change in for everybody that wants to vacate a plat line to solve a problem that has not been quantified. I've heard a couple examples, somebody's paying for 8 acres and they only owned 1.
do we have to, I mean, this is a fix going forward. Do we have to show how messed up things are to start doing things right?
If we're going to increase costs to citizens and create more government oversight, yes, I think so.
Well, that's sort of a philosophical debate. I don't think we're it's more expensive, but it's standard practice that makes sense because we're going to feed more and more data. I mean, I mean, it's just, I'm kind of feel like I'm arguing,
Discussing.
discussing with.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Because you brought up a good point, right? So, Mr. Cash, when you started talking about this, you said one of the obviously there's where we've seen mistakes in the lines or whatever, or something happens. But one of the other pieces that you really spoke to, which really, as a tech guy, really spoke to me, which was ensuring that we had the right inputs to improve our technology, to make it easier, so that people could, I think you said, submit plats electronically or go for and move us that technology. And then you talked about how you were able to pull back on some of the requirements for the types of GPS machines. Are we sure we're not, that because we've done that, now we're not going to be able to meet our goal of what we're trying to do?
Right. Well, what we recognize is that other ordinances in our region don't go into that level of extreme. This is, you need to tell us all this other information spelled out there in the ordinance itself. At a certain point, you've got to evaluate that it has a sufficient GPS coordinates, it matches up with other available data, meets the datum plane and things like that. It's part of what comes forward is, we didn't disagree with Mr. Parrish's comments that was unnecessary for us to seem that we were burrowing down so far in there and so many things that somebody says I'm not sure that you provided this additional information that was sufficient. Part of it, talking to the other stuff, is we do frequently times, there are, our GIS reps aren't here tonight for doing that, but it's a lot of times that we spend trying to fit the triangles back together or making things go for that. And the way the technology is, making sure you have the right formats and things like that was what we're trying to get at. So when you overlay to get the pieces to fit,
Sure.
I'm not a puzzle person.
I'm sure we are solving for problems. I'm just not sure if they're the root cause problems or not. The other piece to me, and I'm sorry, I'm getting a little talkative. When I went through both the ordinance, when I spent a good portion of this weekend going through both the ordinances that we looked at, again, I don't do this for a living. I couldn't. It has to be done by engineers because that's a compliment. But for me, it feels like do we have a project? If I come to do something in Goochland County, is there a checklist that flows? I've talked to folks in other localities that say that there's a lot of there's potential for subjectivity. Oh, you need this, you don't need this. It feels like we just did a lot of great work for our permitting software, right? That it's very much a very well-defined process that anybody can access. It's easy. Can we, before we start going and changing these ordinances, can we get to that piece? Is that a tool that we can offer for our development community?
Well, as far as information that's required on plats, for that was something we did include in this to do the checklist to help make that easier. Also to modernize what we were getting.
Right.
So that was the first step of the process for that. Part of what we have for the overall review flow and things like that, that's something that's on our website and sort of defined by state code how you do certain things.
Okay, so you're saying there is something there to help navigate?
Navigate that, and then once this is adopted, hopefully, or whatever we're directed to do, this checklist would be available on our website in a much cleaner form than this markup and things that we have here. I would note that that's something I and my team that do POD and for review is part of it, is we want to make sure we've got checklist up to date with this InterGov system, because we want InterGov to be receiving of those. As part of that, we need to make sure our checklists are up to date, and we're working on that process for POD right now.
So the way I see this, and I'll stop talking now, because I think my voice is going to give out anyway. There's two ways to approach this, right? We approve this tonight. The community is doing this. sees a lot of problems with it, so you're gonna get inundated with requests, to, to fix what we did here tonight. Or we take a step back and say, hey, we've got these two things that we're looking at, let's take a couple months, and then deal with the problems that still exist. So it's, which problems do you wanna deal with? And I am very protective of staff's time. We choose to run a lean organization. And so my goal as somebody up here is to also ensure that we're listening to you to say, which is the lesser of two evils?
Mr. Mayor, was that a question to him?
Was a question.
But may I just offer, it's a false choice. But go ahead.
Thank you for both for setting me up. I appreciate that. And now,
Well, let me just say, it's a false choice because you describe, we pass this and then we clean up the problems, or we postpone and we fix things.
We clean the problems and then pass it. That's
What
a
are the,
real choice.
here's my other choice. It's not binary. My choice is, this is right, and we pass it. And this has been worked on for a long, long time. Staff, talk about staff, again, if it's not right, we should fix it. And staff needs to spend more time. But I'm not convinced it's not right, not at all. It's maybe objectionable because people say it's gonna cost something. But it's not like a mess that we need to clean up something later, or that hasn't been proven to me. So I say it's a false choice to like pass this and fix it, or fix it and pass it.
But it's a false, so what you're saying is there's a false assumption. That I'm
False
making.
assumption, yeah.
I'm just, okay, that's fair.
I mean, you could be right, but I say there's a third option. This is right, we pass it, and then we
highly
rock and roll, and
probable.
it's great.
I'm kidding.
Okay. I will say also, yes, we have worked with that. We've shared this with the development community. We've also benchmarked other localities when we did that to really make sure we were heading in the right direction before making such a change. So staff is confident. I can never say I'm perfect. Lots of people do say I am, but not everybody. But I do think that this is something that is of value to us, and we are getting ready to go through a subdivision and rewrite this next year. That's going to evaluate other things. But staff felt this is something long-term coming, and we would hope to address at least part of that concern. But again, we'll take the direction of the board. I understand that.
Any further discussion?
I know this is complicated, and so I think that's taken so long because there's because VDOT, when you do a road, VDOT requires GPS coordinates, do they not?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're doing a road, in any kind of public road, you're gonna have to do GIS coordinates, right? So,
Also, our current ordinance does require anything for a plan of development has to have these coordinates anyway. And that does include some minor subdivisions.
okay, so let me follow up on that, make sure I understand. So is that data getting into our GIS system?
So it's required on plans of development, but not currently required on plats. Sometimes we do get it because
Okay,
it's,
okay,
again, industry
okay, so
standard, but we're not
there's a-
always getting it transferred.
There's a gap then that we're maybe fixing with this change,
I would say
correct?
yes.
Because, folks, if you're doing a plan of development, they already have to capture this data and put it on a POD. But because they're not required right now to put it on a plat, it never makes it to our GIS. But they've got that data.
Right. I would say the vast majority of large developments, it just transfers automatically because it is industry standard. But the times where I think we do see it create that gap is in the minor subdivisions because we don't currently require it by code.
But they have to do a POD.
In some cases for
Oh, in
minor
some
subdivisions, yes.
So is it possible to, does this ordinance align up like if you need a PO? Let me rephrase that. What we're requiring is going to require more work in cases where this ordinance, the new ordinance applies, but no POD is required. Is there a gap, like there are plenty of times where no POD is required and now they'll have GPS requirements?
There's one in particular that's on my desk. It's a 4-lot subdivision proposed on Whitehall Road. I think it's on Whitehall Road. It's a minor subdivision. I don't believe the plat currently has GPS coordinates because we don't currently require them. And there's no POD because it's not required. Because of the access, they don't have to build a road.
So in that case,
That would
have
be,
to, they
we
would
would
have
then
to,
start requiring coordinates on those types of plats.
and that's not under one of your exceptions. Like what if all the neighboring?
Unless they had a recent plat from 2013 or more recent, they would have to go get those field coordinates. Right.
Say that again,
He was saying it was In that particular case, it would be unlikely that if they're doing a by right split, that the neighboring properties not having seen development, those points likely do not exist currently. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
It does, yeah. So, thank you.
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify, even though they're on the POD, those can change over time. It's a recorded instrument is what creates your GIS system. so
Absolutely,
it just
they're on the
comes with
POD, but
plat.
if that's not taken anywhere, then we've missed the opportunity to have data that was done actually in the system, so it doesn't help us, so, yeah, I mean, I just think this is moving in such the right direction that I urge that.
Is that a motion?
Get us out of here. Well, it's our last night for some of us. We don't want to leave.
Would you like staff to try to draw it out further for you? Is that what you need?
All right, my last motion here. I move that the Houston County Board of Supervisors adopt zoning ordinance amendment, ZOA 2023-0004, relating to subdivision plat requirements.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly motioned and seconded. Further discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Laskowitz.
See, I knew you weren't done yet.
Yes, I just, so, Mr. Goin mentioned by right splits. So this would be required in a by right split?
Unless they have those recent plats, yes.
And you're saying recent is 2013?
Correct.
Is that a static date?
It's a static date. We picked 10 years from the time of rewriting this particular ordinance.
So
because
it doesn't
2013
roll?
Correct. Originally, we considered a rolling 10-year window, but we felt that was, 2013 is in and around when the industry started taking GPS coordinates as kind of a standard, and other localities started adopting these types of ordinances and these types of requirements.
All right,
So if it was a rolling 10-year window, a plat from 2015 in 2026 would no longer be valid.
Correct.
And we thought that was unfair.
I agree with that. So we do not have to do this for a minor subdivision.
It would be a minor subdivision if it has the recent plats surrounding it, the 2013 date that we just discussed.
You would.
Correct.
Okay,
So
that is
it would be
completely not what I
required.
understood.
So it would be required for all minor subdivisions unless there's information on neighboring parcels or that particular parcel from 2013 or to today.
Okay, that just turned my vote. I was told that it was not minor subdivisions, and I'd never heard by right splits.
They're still considered minor subdivisions. I'm happy to
Okay,
turn it over to
so-
Mr. Cash as well.
Yeah, I mean,
Then,
we've always had that caveat as to it was only certain minor subdivisions that would meet that condition, and that'd be the ones that met the point coordinates, exception that we talked about earlier.
so,
Because anytime you're dividing a piece of property, that's a new asset. And that creates new boundaries in itself that really affects the
so
system.
nothing is exempt.
What's exempt is the ones where you can, we have those points, corner points that already exist, and they can be utilized to create the plat. Since
What does that mean?
2013.
2013 and later.
January 1, 2013 forward.
Can I, it seems to me the more we do this, the fewer exceptions we have because we've done more and more and we've just added to the database on these neighboring parcels, correct?
Right.
So it's a
So if you have a
self-fulfilling
plat
prophecy.
that's since then and you have the existing
Yeah.
points that you're building off of
So we-
for a field
John-
survey,
to
and
Supervisor
so
Lumsden.
you start filling in the system itself. And so that's part of what happens when you survey one property, you get the information for the other.
Data's going to trend one way or the other. If we pass this, we're cleaning up things. If we don't pass it, I think we're going to continue tracking down, perpetuating errors.
Exponentially cleaner with each, well, maybe not exponentially, but you're marginally, on the margin, you're cleaner and cleaner and cleaner with each neighboring property that you fix this with.
But to Ms. Lasklett's point, I think, are we going to be putting a pretty expensive burden on the earlier folks that are doing this? Because obviously, later people will benefit when their neighbor, neighbors have done something, So, yeah.
Mr. Peterson?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll just weigh in really quickly if I can. As I understand it, one of the objectives here is to bring us more in line with state code. That's one of the attractive features. A second would be
Right,
to
part of it
bring
is
us,
bringing in state code.
I mean, that's a piece of it. Another piece would be to use leverage technology to make potentially staff's job faster, cheaper, and easier. The rub becomes when you superimpose that on the private sector, what the impacts are on citizens and businesses. And I think for the vast majority that are the larger ones doing larger RPUDs and plans of development and all, that's not gonna be an issue. It's when you get down to the smaller, less expensive transactions that make it overburdened with something very expensive. So it really strikes me that we're really just going around in circles on those exceptions. But bringing us in line with state code, using technology, the vast majority of these are not gonna be an issue. A lot of it was already being done, but it's those few exceptions. And we kind of need to get those right. And I don't know, again, whether that's the fix it later or fix it now thing, but it's really just when you put it on the private sector, you put it on citizens, you put it on developers, where they're doing small transactions, you just don't want to overburden them. That would be an unintended consequence in government heavy hand is something we try to avoid. So that's where I'm coming out on this.
I don't, I'm all for bringing this up to where things need to be. I don't get really excited about keeping up with our neighbors, to be honest with you. We're Goochland, and we're Goochland for a reason. I just feel like we've gotten feedback. So yes, this has been a long time, but this has been shelved for a long time. So, and yes, it predated me. I found out about this as I was campaigning. And I just kind of felt like if given a couple months to get the right feedback. We saw tonight something I never thought I saw, a huge subdivision, got nothing but citizens coming. But why? Because they talk to the right people, right? The right people talk to the right people ahead of time. And I think that's worth something. So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Whoa, whoa.
Can I propose another motion?
So the motion is to adopt as presented.
And you second?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Sure. Let's get it on the table. Yeah.
Call for the
I don't care.
Call for the question. Okay, roll call vote.
Mr. Lumpkins,
Yes.
Ms. Lascalette,
No.
Mr. Peterson,
No.
Mr. Vaughters,
No.
Ms. Spoonhour.
No. Okay. All right, folks.
Do you want to, or, no, it passed. It's done. It's done.
It's
Yeah,
done.
Okay, never mind.
All right, well, we're on an interesting one. Susan, Ken, John, it has been nothing but an absolute pleasure. We will still see you, assuming you show up, at the transportation work session on December 12th. And then we'll take the reins from, Mr. Vaughters and I'll take the reins from here with some new folks on January 2nd. And then that is when we are adjourned to. Thank you.